Okie dokie, we can get started. Hey, hi, hello, welcome back, Alexandrian Codex. It is June 4th, 2024. We are doing another spreadsheet stream. This is going to be a long one tonight. I have a lot that I want to get done. I've been trying to stay on top of vetting these. We're going to try and vet the American and Pacific names today. I'm going to go through and try and highlight things today. I also want to add at least a dozen names of my own to either bounty. I will not be getting to bed on time tonight. I overslept anyway, so it's not the end of the world, so buckle up. I think this is minimum a 2-hour stream. This is probably going to be more like a 4 or 5 hour stream, so my sanity will be declining as we are going accordingly. For the record, because it always helps to say this, for the record, anything on this channel, being Alexandrian Codex, either here on Twitch, on YouTube, anywhere else, is not a Dawn of Victory associated content site, right? Anything you see here, not lore, not canon. I'm just staff. If I espouse any values, any beliefs, any opinions, whether they be political, philosophical, existential, religious, or otherwise, those are my opinions, my values, my beliefs, and not indicative of the Dawn of Victory project, of any of the other staff members, or the world-building philosophy that we are undertaking as a whole. If I am speaking in those terms, I would try to clarify when I am speaking in those terms. Generally, however, it should be understood that I am just me, and just speaking for myself, that these are intended as a workflow, kind of how the sausage is made kind of stream, less so for a lore dump or anything else like that. If you're looking for that, this is a great way to engage with me and to get an idea for the kind of names that we want, the kind of judgment calls that I tend to make, the way that I tend to look at things, and a good way to get inside of my head. But if you are looking for, anything more concrete, I'm not Mark, so you're not going to find that here. We like to have fun here. I make very little illusion about my politics or personal views. I'm much more censored and moderated on the Discord than I am here. This is intended for an adults-only audience, so please be aware that the content may drift into that area and department. Is that enough of a header, enough of a forewarning? I'll be honest with you, I've been cleaning my glasses and playing with my hair while I'm doing this, trying to desperately buy more time because my ass was like, yeah, I'm almost ready to get started streaming. We can just get that on, we can get that going, I'm ready to go. Narrator voice, they were in fact not ready to get that going, and they had more shit to do. Okay. Let's get this shit out of the way. For those of you watching on Twitch or on YouTube, out of fact, you know what I'm talking about when I say this shit. I had an overlay up. That overlay was not this overlay, which I forgot was the primary, so hey, I guess we're doing this now. We're in focus, sorta. Camera's pointed way over here unnecessarily, so we'll just walk that back, and we'll walk that back, and we'll walk that back, and we'll walk that back. And I'm in focus. I'm in focus. I'm kind of in focus. Kind of not in focus. Kind of. Fuck it. Good enough. I had an overlay up that was basically just a Word doc saying, hey, I'm getting started on Twitch. There's not going to be any audio here on Discord if you want yada 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 yada. It was of no benefit for you all to see. And honestly, not all that beneficial for the Discord to see. Okay, we can stretch down the Discord a little bit now so I can at least see the chat, what's going on here. Bro, not the time. I'm not responding to that right now. Okay, beautiful, beautiful. So, we have tomorrow, presumably, where we will... Also, hi everybody, thanks for patiently hanging out, good to see people. Gabra, I hope the work's going well. We will presumably have a stream tomorrow. Us presumably having a stream tomorrow means that I need to knock a bunch of these out, not up, not knocking them up, knocking them out, not knocking them up, knocking them out. Maybe later. I need to get some highlights in because noticeably there are very few highlights right now to show off what names stand out, what names are good in theory for us to run with. I would really like to add some more because although we've been hitting some good notes, I don't know if we've been hitting the greatest notes. It's going. Mood. Sister fucking mood. I feel that. I am still under the weather, so I may occasionally mute. I didn't concuss myself today, so at least we got that going for us. So, United States of America. Where do I want to get started? Do I want to get started adding shit? No. Kinda, but no. Let's see. We got a bunch of stuff in here. Let's just go through new submissions I haven't gotten yet. Zedeko? Man, that's interesting. That is actually very interesting. Sort these by A to Z, column A, column B, column A. Yeah, I don't care, man. It's being edited. Nah, that's too bad. You know what? No. Let's turn that back. Cochise. I don't think so, man. I don't think so. Cochise was an Apache warrior. But isn't Cochise like an anglicanized version of their name? Yeah. Shikashi or Adatlichi would be it. You typed in the American version of their name, which is pretty common. This happens a lot. A lot of times, dog, if you were using Wikipedia, the first word, if you were looking on EN Wikipedia, English Wikipedia, is always going to be the English version. This is how it's pronounced in English, and then the Apache is right here. Shikashi or Adatlichi. Or later, Kukshish or Kish, literally oak. So, cheese, I guess, just means oak at that point. Yeah, I didn't think Chris Brown. Oh no, that's a terrible association. What? Yeah, okay. This works for me. That works. Is that the right font? Yeah. That's fine. Cochise is fine. Name, people, political figure, military figure, political. I mean, he's both. He was a war chief, right? Yeah, both. Okay, fair enough. Oh, Sheridan. Ugh. Man, maybe? I don't know. Seems kind of weak. Chris Brown, the famous Apache warrior. Correct. Chattahoochee, man. Ugh. Amistad. Yeah, wow, Trey, you're really not making this easy. So, Amistad. Definitely iconic. Definitely significant. Victims of the transatlantic slave trade abducted from Sierra Leone by Portuguese slave traders, pre-purchased by Cuban planters, rose up on this ship, killing many other captors, forcing the remainder to sail them back home. Instead, captors sailed to New York, hoping Americans would extradite the slaves to Cuba. Instead, yada yada yada. Yeah, Amistad. We'll put that as... Oh, I got rid of political, didn't I? That's an idea or concept. Sure. Allegheny, fine rivers. Yeah, Allegheny's probably fine. It's on mobile. Oh, gross, 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 gross. Get that out of here. It's Lenape. It's not known, but usually translated as fine river. That seems about right for the East Coast especially. Oh, once commonly referred to the whole area, Alleghenies, John Muir, no general agreement about the Appalachians versus Alleghenies until late 19th century. Yeah, okay, maybe. Yeah, no, that's kind of how I feel about Sheridan as well. Definitely not larger than life, in any capacity of the word. I get that people are trying to put in like, ooh, I think this general or commander or, you know, figure is interesting. I don't think they're that interesting. And also, Sheridan's a generic ass discovery? Ugh. Man, I guess. But that's also not what discovery means. That is what you mean by discovery, but that's not what the word means. And here we need both. You can't just say it's the name of the smallest ship. You have to go English. Something discovered. Wow, you don't fucking say. Discovery of new... Wow, these are terrible definitions. The discovering of new things. Can you say it without, the word itself, maybe? Let's try that. Act of uncovering or revealing something. That works for me. Name of a small ship that's out of Jamestown. That's fine. Memorial. Sure. Winfield. I gotta check on Scott. I don't remember you. I don't remember your position. You were a Whig. You were an anti-slavery Whig. I gotta feel like Winfield Scott isn't that significant. Like, I know him. I do, but... Is he iconic? Nah. Nah, not iconic. Oh, planets are opened up? Don't wait for that. I'm telling you right now, don't wait for that. Planets will be at least a year at this point. Put in your names now. Dude, we're not seeing planets anytime soon. Don't wait for that. Yeah, larger than life in the army, absolutely. And like larger than life in the context of the time, absolutely. 100%. But larger than life today? Larger than life a century from now? Piedmont. Absolutely not. Piedmont definitely is more appropriate for France. Susan Constant. Nope. Zydeco, maybe. Is it iconic? I don't know. Chattahoochee? We chatting about coochie now? Is that what we're doing? We are chatting about coochie now. Okay, it's Muskogee, meaning rocks marked or painted from Chateau Rock Hoochie marked. Makes sense. So if we're saying it's Muskogee, and it is, rocks painted, or painted rocks? Rocks marked / painted. Sure, that actually makes it a much more appealing name than it was before. Wichita. Yeah. You're right. The name does kind of suck. But that's not on you. That's just because Wichita is named after this. Are simply referred to as Wichitas. What does it mean? Bison large. Country of large bison. Gotta say, literally, that blows. Good hunting grounds. Again, for a star, that kind of sucks. Damn right, we talking about the coochie. Shout out to Coochie. Hell yeah, hell yeah. That is the vibe here. For better, for worse, that is the vibe. Am I missing anything on Discord? Your stream is still running. No, I'm fucking kidding, dog. Duh. Okay, shoot that down. We'll get this. Fantastic. Fantastic. Chattahoochee. Fine. Watchung. Maybe? Mountain range? What does it mean? Not Susquehanna. What does Watchung mean? Blue Hills. High Hills. Watchunks. That's better. High Hills for a star name? Not crazy about it. Guanape, High Hills, but it's, I mean, could be worse. Could be worse. Guanape, High Hills, Susquehanna. Haven't we? We've been here, right? We've done this. Haven't I read this before? I mean, no, apparently not. Susquehanna. It comes from Susquehanna. Yep, makes sense. Major river. Why was it called the Susquehanna? Muddy River. Oyster River. Susquehanna or Sisawehakana. A third account translates as a stream that falls toward the south or a long crooked river. Susquehanna. Yeah, okay. Contested, but fair enough. One of the most important rivers in the Mid-Atlantic? Probably the case. Guanape, Muddy River / Oyster River. Boom, boom. Oh yeah. Many rivers are just named straight up after the antonyms or exonyms of indigenous groups. 100% correct. So rivers are kind of iffy. A lot of American geographical names, including state names, are derived from indigenous terms and are, I don't want to say like abominations of indigenous terms, but malformations of indigenous terms. That's a less aggressive way to say it, but yeah, 100% that's the case. Do I want to go with, well, I don't know what the actual spelling would be, because it's either this or that, and they are spelled differently, so we can just go with the Americana one. We can go with the Gringo version. We can be gross und Yankee. Potomac. History. Yeah. We're gonna talk about the etymology at all. Potomac is a European spelling of Pottawatomie. Yep. Algonquin name of a village on its southern bank. Makes sense. Indigenous meaning honking geese. River of Swans. Man. Pottawonke, below the falls, meaning River of Swan, fucks. Kohungarutun, I'm butchering that. Kohungarutun? Sure, meaning honking geese, hate that. Pottawonke, below the falls, meaning River of Swans, that that I like way more than Potomac. But is that necessarily right? The spelling of the name had taken many forms, from Potomac on Captain John Smith's map to Potomac. Oh, I hate us. Potomac and other numerous variations. 18th century. It was only officially described upon as Potomac by the Board on Geographic Names in 1931. The similarity to the ancient Greek word for river, Potomos, has been noted for more than 2 centuries but it appears due to chance. So, I'm going to change this. I'm going to borrow part of this. Namesake of the lower? It's the lower, right? Well, if it's below the falls, it's the upper. Whatever. Where Potomac River. Boop, 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 boom. Gonquien. Period. River of Swans. Sons. River of Sons. Yeah, that's right, Alex. Okay, Godspeed. Yeah, I don't think it's bad, but I don't think it's particularly American. Steuben. Most known name for Prussian General Friedrich Wilhelm August Friedrich Ferdinand von Steuben. Oh, so it should be von Steuben, who joined the Continental Army. Nope. If you want an explanation why, you can look at Deutschophobia. Would you even call it Deutschophobia? Anti-German sentiments in the First and Second World Wars within the United States, and now drag that over 3 centuries, and you get an impression why German names might be a miss. And that's not the only German name on here. I think I added a... Einstein is, we can dodge this one, but I think Gernsback. Did I not Eakins? No, I think I moved him. Freeway. No. I mean, it's a good idea. It's a really good thought. No. Colossus, good idea. Memorial, Zydeco, maybe. Are we really almost caught up? That's wild. I thought there was more. Germanophobia? Yeah, I mean, would you call it that? I guess you'd call it that. Click here. New unreads. Yeah. Colossus is fine. Discovery is good. Ish. Memorial is fine. Colossus needs a citation. Chatguchi, Watchers, Susquehanna, Potawatomi. Potawatomi, not Potawatomi. Providence. Now, I know this is Providence, Rhode Island, but again, religious associations were probably taking a step away from as much as possible. That's not possible to do entirely, but the United States in no way was founded as a Christian nation, and we don't want to imply that. And yeah, it's like, imagine... Because the colonization process starts around 2017, 2019 with FTL being discovered. Imagine not exactly modern sensibilities, but a lot of pretty close to modern, postmodern, or post-postmodern as we are now. Modern day sensibilities, almost to 100 rejects. Way to go, we're getting there. When it comes to these things. Let's see, river, mountain. Yeah, all you can be thrown into geographic places. Zydeco, what do I do with you? Things. You go in the catch-all ideas/concepts? Yeah, probably. Memorial, Discovery, and Colossus. New Colossus is, Colossus. English noun. There we go. Bam. Yeah, well, I mean, I get the Providence, Rhode Island thing. I don't think it's especially un-American. I just don't think it is sufficiently American. As strange as that is of a thing to say. Okay, USA sorted. PSA, I think we probably have, well, Jesus Christ. We do not have less or fewer names here. We have more names here. We do. Ooh. Don't worry, Ambrose, I'm not going to sort this. Don't worry about what I'm doing. Don't worry about it. It's all good. It's after 8 p.m. and the sun is still up. Oh, we're starting to get some sunsets. Gorgeous. Living in the Pacific Northwest. Fucking rocks, Brohim. Fucking rocks. Particle meaning upwards. Nah. We have enough Hawaiian names already that I can be picky with them. Anchorage. I moved that here, right? Yes. Anchorage makes sense here. Arcadia. Nope. Too similar to Acadia. Astoria. Maybe. Yeah, spent way too long making names for the PSA and UK. Same. I've been editing a lot, and I haven't had much chance to be creative with these, so I'm really hoping that I get that chance tonight. To peel back the curtain a little bit, I got DM'd by Mark this afternoon. Don't worry, he'll leak it on the next stream, I'm sure. Being like, hey, have you done the highlights for these yet? I'm like, no, I'm sick, and I've barely been keeping on top of knocking these out. So that's part of why I'm like, okay, we gotta get real productive tonight. Carson, I fucking don't like. I don't like the name Carson, but Carson City is a thing, and it's a county. Kit Carson, weren't you a piece of shit? Yeah. Well, he recommended to make way for white settlers. You should give up hunting, become herders and farmers, and here's some missionaries to Christianize you, and we need to put you on reserves. Nah. Get the fuck out of here, Bureau of Indian Affairs ass motherfucker. Nope. No. Carson City? Reminiscent of the West? Yes. Evocative of the West? Yes. Carson? We can be more creative. We can do more than that. Cascadia, how has Cascadia not been on here? Oh, I didn't go through and add these last night, so these are last nights as well. Yeah, okay. Kahuila, isn't this a group of a person? Sultan C. Yeah. This is just a group of people. Etymology. Okay, name. Bueller? What? And this just goes to the same, this doesn't go to the same page, okay. We can talk about the name, and sometimes spell Coahuila, named after the people who refer to the lake in their oral tradition. Second name, Lake Sea. Yeah, the Lake Paul. The Coahuila themselves named the Lake Paul. What? And their mythology states when creator Paul Nevolent was cremated, tears turned the lake salty. That can't be right. This can't be right. What? What? This seems like bullshit. No. What? That can't be right? Okay. Alright, wait. can't be fucking right. Facts for kids. I'm willing to bet you just stole this from Wikipedia. Do you have a citation? Oh, dude, you straight up copied the... This is the Wikipedia article. Okay, alright, no, yeah, sure, fine. This seems like bullshit. I don't buy that for a fucking second. That... Paul Nevolent? You're trying to tell me Paul fucking Nevolent is an indigenous word? In no fucking world is this real. Is Paul anywhere? No, bullshit. Okay. So, no on this name because it's a group of people. But also, I can't give you a more correct name because there just seems to be some... I don't trust that that's true. I cannot believe that to be true. Douglas? Sure. Douglas Fir? No. But like Douglas, fucking, if you Google Douglas, this is gonna be more like Frederick Douglass, Tom Douglas, Jerry Douglas, Douglas Rushkoff. Yeah, Douglas Aircraft Company. None of that's indicative. Douglas Evans Photography, huh? I did scroll back up to this. I'm like, oh, are we doxing Alex today? No, it's not showing exactly where I live, so... It's fine. It's not that hard to figure out where I live. Douglas, Fir, Spruce Trees, State Tree of Oregon. I like the idea, but the name Douglas sucks. And this is just Latin. Do we have some other names? Trinomial name. Yeah, I'm not interested. Douglas. Fir. Indigenous name. I want to trust this. I want to trust this so much, but nope. Colombian pine, false hemlock. It's not a true fir. Yep. Okay, that first result might be all I got. King County. Hey, I live here. Sibirak is the Loshutsi name. That's a little too far north, right? Loshutsi is, yes, Salish. Puget Sound Salish. That's what we would call it here. Hakolian. I don't know where you are. You're in British Columbia. That's even further away than Oregon. All right. Boom. Salishian. Shoot. Seed. Oh god, did I spell that right? Yes, look at me, the one good white person. Name for the... I'm joking, obviously. State Tree of Oregon. Bam, there we go. This is not the right word for it. If we go to... Oh, God. Yeah, nativeland.ca. I can never remember what that... Yeah, shut up. If we scroll in on Portland... We want to, actually pop in a little bit. There we fucking go. I'm like, Jesus. Portland. No. We're gonna, yeah, there we go. Portland is... No, that's Washington. Yep. Portland's here? Oh my god, where the fucking Portland, Oregon? It's like here, right? I think? Oh no! Oh no! Where's our southern border? This is our southern border, so Portland's right in here. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Look, I know what I'm talking about. Show me languages. Right, so we have a Lushootseed name, which is up here. So that's great for us. Not really accurate for Oregon at all. This map, by the way, great resource for what we're doing right now. Fantastic resource to go like, I want some indigenous names, but I don't really know how to start. This is a great fucking way to start. I wish I'd opened up this bounty like a week ago so I'd have more time to work on it, but yeah, we will get around to that. So, like I'm saying, this is not a perfect name, but it's better. It's a step in the right direction. Kerbal guard you. Yeah, he's on the opposite coast, as far as I know, so the fat lot of good that's gonna do me. Thoughts and feelings. Elkhorn, interesting. Elkhorn Mountains, Blue Mountains. What a short-ass Wikipedia article. How did you get your name? Oh, this was Elkhorn Mountains, Oregon. These are different? Ooh, it's not looking good for you, Oregon. Because the more broadly known Elkhorn Mountains are in Montana. Nope. Montana. The highest mountain. They are the highest mountain range. Okay. Tell me about these mountains. What's your most prominent mountain? You're really not telling me that, huh? This is such a stub article. Oh my god. Tallest mountain in Oregon. Mount Hood. Yeah! Yes! Alright, yeah, give me Mount Hood, give me Mount Jefferson, South Sister, North Sister, Middle Sister. All these are over 10,000 feet, so we can look at these. Mount Hood. I am gonna say no to Elkhorn, though. Greater degree of specificity. Now, Eureka sucks. Not because it's bad, but because it's good, Eureka sucks. Because Eureka could refer to the state motto of California. It could refer to the Eureka Rebellion in Australia. It could refer to the literal Greek saying, or interjection. It could be a reference to, what natural scientist was that famously yelled Eureka? It's too fitting for too many things, so it can stay, but I don't love it because it's used in too many other places and is also significant in two other places. Which is to say, it's hard to assign ownership of it, if that makes sense. And the indigenous name was from a Western author? Yep. Yeah, that 100% checks out. So, great name, but not clearly American. Also significant for Australia, etc. Codex. It's a good idea. Eureka is a good idea, and I love where your head's at with it. Astoria is probably fine. Catalina, Evergreen. Let's jump to the end of the list, and this should be up at the top with me, and so should Olympia, and we can talk about those a little bit. Mount Hood is a stratovolcano. Move you over here. Give me this. Go down to the bottom. My name, Alexandrian Codex. Fantastic. The name Waist? Sure, buddy, you got it. What language is this? No evidence suggests it's a genuine name for any mountain in any indigenous language. Son of a bitch! Name possibly inspired by 1890 work of Frederick Balk. No! Alright, we'll just delete that. Hood, I guess, but Hood's not gonna make you think Mount Hood. Hood is going to make you think, like, Lord Admiral Hood. Fuck. Archimedes, yeah, that's who I was thinking of. In the bath! Yeah, he did in the bath. Yeah, I should have remembered that. Threw one in at the end after the alphabetical arrangement. No, you do not have to apologize for that. Absolutely do not apologize. And because I'm going through these, don't feel like you can't keep adding stuff. Keep adding stuff. If you are giving me more work to do, that's great. Ugh. I see where your head's at. I don't think this is gonna work. Actually, we could do something with that, but I don't really like it. We'll dial back to that. Don't worry about the alphabetical order. I just did that so I can tell which ones I had looked at and which ones I hadn't. So yeah, okay, Hood's kinda difficult, right? Current name, namesakes. Have you talked about renaming it? You're Oregon. Surely you've talked about renaming it. We've talked about renaming our mountains. We're not that much more progressive than Oregon. Right? No? Fuck. Yeah, okay. No, it's fine, Mount Hood, goodbye. You're not getting it. Oh, Jefferson. This is why Jefferson got suggested earlier. And I rejected it before they could add a description. Ew. Yep, that makes sense. Jefferson being renamed, but it has a more agreed upon indigenous name. Yeah, if you want a similar parallel to what I'm talking about, we can look at Mount Rainier. And I know, what's her name? Oh my god, what's her name? What's that? Tacoma, who I've highlighted here, which is still actually an English spelling of the Wishootseed word, which is right here. Rainier is a very popular word and brand here in Seattle and in Washington and in the Pacific Northwest. If you are familiar with PBR, it's a brand of beer. Rainier is the Pacific Northwest equivalent. It's better. It's weird to say, but I like Rainier more. But yeah, Tacoma or Tacoma is actually her name. So yeah. Even though they're both very evocative names, Tacoma's probably the one I'd like to go with. So Jefferson has, like you're saying, a more appropriate name, which I was just looking at and then I looked. So Siksika. Sure. By Native American populations. Which Native American populations? Also, citations needed for this entire intro. Where's your citations, dog? Are all of these coming from the same place? What are you doing here, Oregon? What are you doing here? This is terrible. Trust me, bro. Yeah, you're on it. Kushan, shooting place, references slopes, Jefferson South Sister. Three Sisters, Oregon. This is very cool if they have a name that's not in English. It would be very cool if it's not in English, but it's probably in English. Faith, hope, and charity. Gag. It's cute, but also, oh, you want a name scheme like that? Dog, worry not. We have them around the Vatican. We already have those names. Just not in English. Might have found something for the Western Hemlock, aka State Tree of Washington. Yeah, so keep in mind that, like, It is Pride Month. Keep in mind that state animals, state plants, state birds, state mottos, or whatever, are not necessarily evocative or meaningful to people living within that state or the population. They are, if you look into the history of them, really vanity projects of like the 70s and 80s, especially. Like the bicentennial got a lot of states like real horned up about like, oh, we need a state motto, we need a state anthem, we need a state flower, we need a state bird, oh, we gotta have a state animal. The US got real horny for state whatever associations at that time. And the process by which they were assigned is usually completely arbitrary or popularity contest, mostly just to spur up like popular support for certain candidates or movements or whatever else. So don't take those as gospel. They're a good starting place and they tend to be good ideas, but they're, I don't know, C tier names. They're like C plus tier names. They're okay. They're decidedly okay. Jump to present. Okay, cool. OTO. What are we talking about in here? Really sad. Can't figure out. Oh, yeah. U.S. states and the bicentennial being like me. For real. Yeah. Yeah. No, it makes sense. I'm not hating on it. I'm just explaining the rationale. Again, I think it's a good idea. I think it's very rational, and I think it's a good creative point to start from. But again, it's like, okay. It's okay. It's not poetic, if that makes sense. Like the key aspects for the American ones, especially are being words that evoke American idealism or aspirations, or words that inspire feelings of like frontier poetry, or names that inspire frontier poetry specifically. And those are really hard targets to hit, which is why I'm gonna wrap around to showing what I'm talking about instead of just saying no. So I hear you. I don't think we can use the sisters. No sister, that's okay. Picket. No, too generic. Mariner, too generic. McNary. Nope. Too Irish. Don't start up the Alex hates Irish people shit again. I already hear Cabra typing all the way down in fucking Argentina about me hating the Irish. I don't get started on this again. I don't hate the Irish. I don't. But they are distinctly Irish names, and they're not evocative of an American feeling. Redwood. Sequoia's better than Redwood, but I know that it's not exactly the same thing. Redwood's fine too. Alex hates the Irish. Here we fucking go. Niantic. Niantic Studios makes Pokemon, right? Yeah, Niantic's here in... No. Niantic does Pokemon Go, but before that they were famous for Ingress? Is that the... Yeah, Ingress was your original game. What's with the name? You just named after the whaling vessel Niantic. That is interesting. Why was the Niantic named the Niantic? Nope, just that's what her name was. Okay, alright, okay. Wiktionary, you wanna shine any fucking light on this? Remember the new tribe of New England? That can't be right. That can't be right. Is that what the boat was named after? That can't be right. Well, that could be right. Again, like I joked about in off topic earlier, caucasity knows no limits. Where were you built? Connecticut. That is exactly why you were named what you're named. Oh. Awkward. Interesting. Nantucket also shares its origin with that of this ship, named after the Niantic people in their own tongue, Nahuntucket. Huh. Nahuntucket. Okay. Interesting. Just regional, hit that with an N. Then, regional, hit that with an O. There we go. I'd have my Oregonian card revoked if I didn't put up McNary. Really? He's that significant? First Dean of William University's College of Law. Absolutely makes sense. No. It makes a lot of sense, but I don't want to be putting Washingtonian law professors or university founders. I don't want UW founder names in here either as an equivalent. Niantic is... I think it has to stay. I don't love it, but I think it has to stay. Oak Harbor. City is a strong word for Oak Harbor. Technically 22,000 people. Yeah, but city? Come on. Come on. No. Tekosid? Sikusiv. Wait a minute. That kind of fucks. 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 Windjammer? Yeah, I mean it's weird, but it's interesting. English, American slang. One who plays a wind instrument, a sailing ship. Yeah, Windjammer, which is where Spelljammer came from. Makes sense. A windbag. Etc. Interesting. Do I love it? No, but it's a new word and it's kind of interesting. Oak Harbor. No. Nope. Cool though. It is a good name. Oak Harbor's a good name. But is it poetic? No. Manzanita. Very hard to argue with Manzanita. Hollywood. I don't like Hollywood. I don't want a system named Hollywood, right? That sounds positively nightmarish for me. But jokingly, people have been like, New Vegas has to be a system, and Mark going along with that, which I really hope we get a more creative name for. Maybe it's just like the name of a station, not the name of a system. I'm desperately hoping that's the direction we go in. Hollywood. It was active by 1912. You're not wrong. It's very hard for me to say no to Hollywood. I want, with every fiber of my being, to shoot down Hollywood. That put me on a list. Fuck. Nope. Hollywood's good. That's good. That's good. I don't like it, but it's good. Fremont. Did Chauncey Fremont's name really have a little... It did. That's hilarious. This is a rare time where I'm gonna be like, no, he doesn't get the pronunciation mark. Why? Because the township's named after Fremont, and the way that he spelled his name while he was in office did not have that over it. That is more correct, but the way he stylized himself did not play up his Frenchness. Niantic is significant, but I also agree where it's like, I wish it had been named something else. Yeah. It's 30,000 less than the town I live in. Yeah, these don't have to be the biggest cities or the biggest things. Also, nobody's put Seattle in here. Nobody's put Chief Seattle in here, which I guess I could do. Oh god, write that down, Alex. You're not gonna remember it. Evergreen's fine. Forlorn Hope. I don't love Forlorn Hope. I would rather... Nobody's done the Donner Party, huh? Just, Donner? Codex. I'm assuming English. Codex. To do. That's kind of a dark thing to name a system, Alex. Yeah, it is. But, Forlorn Hope. It's a great name. It's a great name. It's a great name. It reminds me of Fallout. Fallout New Vegas vibes. Codex. I'm not saying no to it. Welcome to Camp Forlorn Hope. Fremont. Also, best neighborhood in Seattle. Fremont. I loved living there. Giwas. Climate title meaning a sacred space. Climate name for Crater Lake. Oh, interesting. Taken from Hazard Stevens, Medal of Honor recipient of Cold War, among the first to group to summit Mount Rainier. What, like it's hard? I don't believe that he was actually one of the first to ascend Mount Rainier. Maybe one of the first white men. But there's no way nobody could climb this prior to white people getting here. Tacoma was sacred. It is sacred. You found no evidence of permanent habitation in the park area. Yeah, because it was sacred. Nisqually, Polyup, Muckleshoot, Yakima, and Titanum. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. McKinley. I'm kind of surprised McKinley hasn't been suggested. I mean, he's not great, but I'm still kind of surprised it hasn't been recommended. Hazard, Euro Americans. No, it is not that hard to climb Rainier. It's not easy. It's not easy, but it is wild to assume that his group was the first to do it. John Muir is in here. Yeah. Very hard to argue against him. Hemlock. Yeah. I mean, it is the name of the spruce, right? I think this name definitely... Very hesitant to use the indigenous name, but it's not Hemlock. Yeah, okay, not surprising that Google hasn't shown this. A lot of the good Cilician names that Beloved Channel Mod and Argentinian... Oh, I had something for this. I did, and then I lost it. Spreadsheet assistant? I don't know. I had something better. Cabra, had a whole ass dictionary that they read through and pulled names from. So yeah, it is hard finding these on the internet. I heard you say that kind of fucks and got served a creamy bacon cheeseburger ad when I... Oh no! I hate that, Raven. That's cursed. Yep. Don't worry about that cheeseburger. That's fine. That's fine. What did I set the stream topic to? It's just nerd name stars? Yeah, no, that's appropriate. It's appropriate. Sometimes it's just stream title in brackets. My whole methodology on Twitch is to not be attractive at all for new viewers. Okay, Hollywood I can't wiggle out of. Hemlock, if we get a better name for this, yes. Otherwise, no. Indigenous name. I don't give a shit how it was useful. I care what it was called. These people still exist. Surely they have a name for it. But unfortunately, a little difficult to find on here. Native Plant Guide, come on. King County. No, come on. I mean, granted, the site probably hasn't been updated in like 10 years. We can do better than this. Okay, the chances of you finding the indigenous word for hemlock, very low. So we're probably just going with hemlock for the time being. I'm not going to reject it, but it's a weak candidate for a name until we get that sorted. Tell me, need to have a star named McDonald Creamy Bacon Cheeseburger. No. No. Over my dead body. Third link is a Cowlitz dictionary I found, but I need to verify it. Ew. I trust this. I don't think you need to verify this. A lot of First Nations websites are going to look like they were made in the late 90s and early 2000s like this, but this is legit. But defined as hemlock and all other evidence points to the definition hemlock. Dubious includes the Sahaptin suffix as plant. Huh, so but it is on their web. Their microphone quality is terrible. What? Run that by me again? Sixpun? Turn those headphones up to like 50? Shushkpun. Shushk. Got that. Shushk. Shushkpun? Shushkpun? I'm not catching that last syllable. Also, they sound old and tired, which, amen, brother. That's a fucking mood. Wish I knew Cree like I'm supposed to. I could help you translate it. Hey, I appreciate even the most earnest attempts at translating or finding indigenous words and names, even if it's outside of your immediate area of expertise and very nice loud breaking sound, area of expertise and like comfort zone, because I don't know a lot of languages. I speak English, Portuguese very poorly. I occasionally flirt with people by throwing random words their way, and I can learn how to pronounce stuff, but I'm mostly good in this position because I'm good at researching stuff. So, if in doubt, That's a good place to start, because doubt will keep you uncomfortable, and being uncomfortable will make it so that you are more wary of making mistakes. Yeah, it's something like that. USA starts naming shit after food. I'm suggesting Xbox from Mexico. If you can't have the name of a specific surrealist art style, we can't have... Wait, did I specifically reject, surrealist art style? If so, remind me what that was, because... if you look at my French names, I have a shit ton of art styles in here. And I would love some for the Americas. I would absolutely love some for the Americas. Okay, where the hell were we? Hemlock or whatever this ends up being. I think the indigenous word, which I just deleted out of here, didn't I? That's fine. Hollywood, fuck you. Also, it's a great idea. I just don't like it, but it's a good one. It's a good one, and I don't like it. So it will probably end up on the map, and I'll look at it with avarice and loathing in my heart. Ilchi? Name of... Oh, horse, supposedly meaning wind. No. Would I name a system wind in English? No. So I probably wouldn't name it that in any other language. Indigenous name for the Klamath River? Yes. Good one. What does it mean? Though. Okay. So like Ishkish, Coke. Obligatory cock joke. Hikik Wiroy. So like we're gonna talk about the etymology at all, or are we just gonna... Nope, just gonna put that there and then not say what those words mean. Okay, I mean, fine, you can be a dick like that. Wikipedia. More like Wikipedia, am I right? Oh, got him. No, I don't want to watch a video on why it's important. Why would you? No. Come on, man. Okay, it's only 36 seconds. Hold on. Yep. Wait. Pardon you, YouTube. Pardon you. Cock, where? There we go. I would use the words Ishkish, which is the name for the river. Shaha, water. Okay, this tells me nothing about what it means, but it is the name of that river. Facts, true facts. Substack, okay, yep. I'm not getting anything better than this. Nope, okay, I believe you. I'd like to know actually what it means. Kamehameha. I guess. God, I feel like Hawaii should have its own thing. I don't know what the fuck we're doing with Hawaii. There's a couple outliers, like Hawaii. Does Hawaii make more sense in the Pacific states? Well, maybe, because it was part of the United States. But I would hope that Hawaii's independent. I don't want Hawaii to be part of the United States. I want it to be fucking free and not colonized anymore in the OTO. Is that actually going to be the case? I don't know. But also with the Polynesian names, like there's more cultural similarities with like the Maori names. I rolled that R way too hard. The Maori names over here, and they're so far apart from one another. It kind of makes sense that Hawaii would go with the greater Polynesian nation, but I don't know where the fuck they end up, so I guess they're in Pacific states for now, but it feels wrong. It feels like there's such a big cultural disconnect between, like, California, Oregon, Washington, British Columbia, Alaska, and then Hawaii. Like, just a big cultural difference. But that's fine. It can stay. I mean, this is literally Hawaii. It's a little simple name for the Snake River. God, it's too easy, Alex. Don't do that. Snake River. That's what I call it when I yeah. Kimuinim? That's Nez okay. The stream place of the hempweed. Oh, hell yeah, brother. Go on. That's where the good shit's at. You love to hear it. You fucking love to hear that. Hawaii could be in the PSA or Australasia. Right, the lore guys meaning Mark. Mark is the lore guys. I could DM Mark and be like, hey, where's this ending up? How about this? I don't know where these should go. I'm just gonna keep him in limbo for now, and then once some clarification is provided, I'll move the names over. That's the way it's going. But Mark is busy enough that our DMs, as was leaked on stream, again, just funny as hell. If you go through and look at what we're talking about, it's like the most practical, non-exciting shit, like, hey, I think this will be delayed a couple of days. Okay, no worries, hope you feel better. Or us talking about... I was intentionally muted, I was talking about a thing that I can't talk about right now. Or like other similar things that aren't spoilers, they're just like businessy shit that I can't talk about. Text him before stream saying don't leak this again. No. Also him putting me on the spot during the last stream, like, quick Alex, name this random cluster with no context. Like, oh, alright, yeah, no pressure. That's a fine one. Kukui. State Tree of Hawaii. Yeah, that's fine. That is fine. Lawson. Mount Lawson Volcano. Lawson is the southernmost volcano on the Cascadian Ridge. What? Danish, huh? Danish. I do like a good Danish. They knew the peak was full of fire and water and thought it would one day blow itself apart. Okay. Same. Put that on my fucking gravestone. We knew Alex was full of fire and water and knew one day he would blow himself apart. Too real. Okay, do we have an indigenous name for this, though? I am not seeing an indigenous name for this. It was known, but I don't want to name it after a colonizer, even though he was just a blacksmith. Seems like an okay guy, and it is appropriate to name a mountain after a, use your words, Alex, a volcano after a blacksmith. Go back to the VOD to read their lips. Yeah. It won't be anything surprising. Indigenous name for Mount St. Helens. Yes. Mount Fuji of America. Oh, that's one way to put it. Last Queen of Hawaii. Now, I don't know. I guess she's fine, right? That's fine. Manzanita, 100%. Mojave I was editing earlier because I'm like, well, Mojave isn't the name of the people, and it isn't their their endonym for themselves, but it is what they also refer to the Mojave as, which is weird. Basically, like, there's a weird loop that happens here. Like, the indigenous name is the Hiwikiwir. Oh, let's try that again. Hayikwir Matar. I'm butchering that. But the Spanish called the area the Mojave. while spelling Mojave came from English, which the indigenous tribe is now named after, and they officially use that spelling. Mojave is a shortened form of Hamakave, an endonym in their name, which means besides the water. So, even they don't use the full name Hamakave, they use Mojave, which is horrible. I cannot impress upon you how much this sucks. When the fucking Yankee has you down so bad, when the Anglos show up and... well, not even the Anglos, when the Europeans show up and butcher your name so much that you end up just adopting the butchered version of your own name is so heartbreaking. Ever since I found out today the town of Salem, the game, uses random generator full names from the original Salem, I've been fairly interested in learning about... that's cool, I didn't know that they did that. That's a nice touch. Interesting learning about history in regards to games, so it's cool you're doing this for Dawn of Victory. Thank you! Also, I mean, selfishly, if I'm being real, Raven, it helps me to literally, like, talk at a wall or talk to chat, even if there's nothing going on in chat, just to externalize my thought processes. Thought processes. That sounds dirty. Thought processes sounds dirty to me right now. Again, I'm slightly concussed. It's mostly selfish and, like, it helps me think, but also I do like the whole how the sausage is made mentality that Mark is trying with the Discord and it's really trying to sell here. And also, to be completely honest, when Mark was sicker than he is now, it was also a way to drum up engagement on the Discord and be like, hey, we're still doing things, hey, pay attention. Trying to stimulate the community a little bit, going like, ooh, it's content. It's not really content, but ooh, it's kind of content. It's something, right? So Mojave can stay. Long and short of it, I think the longer name is better. Beside the water, but it's not even the name they use anymore, which is just so sad. John Muir? Yeah, John Muir. Iconic. Zion National Park. Straight Canyon, Straight River. Yeah, Niantic. We've been here before. I already talked about that. Hawaii, English bastardization of Hawaii. No. Couldn't find the indigenous name. I believe you, but we've done enough damage to this poor country. Rincon, Corner. Yeah, one of the most prestigious neighborhoods in San Fran today. San Fran? Who are you? Mecha Sloth, are you from... Me. Oh wait, I can't. Streamer mode should be active, and I'm noticing that it's not active on Discord. Well, okay, I'm not gonna be like Mark and weak stuff. I'm not gonna live it down. I'm not upset about it, but it's funny as hell to me, so I do like to poke fun. Some of us have standards, not low standards at that there, you. They don't say if they're from the West Coast, but referring to San Francisco as San Fran. That's interesting. Very interesting. I will do... It is funny, like, Vic Ambrose, who's in chat right now, your names, looking at your suggestions earlier, I'm like, you're from the Pacific Northwest. I don't know why I got that vibe, but yes, looking on Discord, Oregonian. Like, haha, guilty. San Francisco 2007, it's dated. It's 100% dated. Oh, hey, state neighbor. Oh, okay, I am right. It's all about Sandy. Sandy's tits? There's a D's nuts in there somewhere. There's a D's nuts joke just like... It's right there. I have to get Paul Bunyan's axe from you next. Your account on it. I think I did reject Paul Bunyan as a name, also because Bunyan... No. Rincon, yeah. San Joaquin. Saint Joaquin. I know it's a really important area in California, but what I'm trying to be mindful of is a couple of things. Number one, Saint anything? Maybe not a name that would be used again. Also, Spanish names, we need to be very clear with distinguishing Mexico from, like, South American Spanish-speaking nations, from Spain itself, from other countries that use Spain as a primary, secondary language, that we don't overload Spanish across the map so that Spain doesn't feel distinct, or Mexico doesn't feel distinct. It's just such an arbitrary thing, but it's something I'm trying to be cognizant of. Joaquin, who were you? Whomst. I don't, brother, I do not care for the demographics. Who the hell is San Joaquin? It was right fucking there. I'm blind. I'm blind. Oh no. 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 Schichtwood. Place of the Bear. Oh, I did this one. Yeah. Sierra Nevada. Yup. Father of Mary, surprisingly remembered that one. See, I'm a bad Catholic. I was raised Catholic for the first, decade or so. I went to Catholic school for a number of years as well. And then I went through my own Protestant Reformation and then stepped away from any form of organized faith as a teenager and eventually started studying Buddhism and Taoism, and now I'm just mostly a degenerate. But I too should have known that. Ended up sleeping today. We're not. What is this even in response to? I don't remember what I'm talking about. Yes. Okay. Suix. This sounds so. I don't like Suix. Why? Because I'm misspelling it. I didn't misspell it that much. This is an indigenous people, and this word is too reminiscent of the name of this indigenous people. It's more of like a British Columbian group than it is a Washingtonian group. Like, they're really, really populous on Vancouver Island, right? Right? Yeah, I'm not getting this wrong, am I? Fuck, I might be getting this wrong. Look. Yeah, I'm getting this wrong. Point being, I don't like this word because it's too close to the name of a people, which sounds really arbitrary, but also it is just the word Flint, and in the context of a Spanish nation or a Spanish-speaking nation, it would be more clear that what is intended by that word is the word Flint rather than a reference to these people. No, you don't need to apologize. You don't need to apologize. Absolutely not. I want to make it very clear, as critical as I am, and as much as I'm making a point of rejecting as much as possible, I'm trying to be clear about why I'm doing it. Please don't take this as Alex being an asshole or mean. Please don't take this as ever expressing that you're bad or that your thoughts or ideas are bad. This is just a critical, creative process. I am your editor, right? So me rejecting things and describing why they're being rejected, what my feelings and thoughts and yada yada, what else is going on, the entire intention is just to communicate so that we better understand each other and so that we can work better together to create things that fit this nebulous idea that we're going for. Absolutely. If I'm being an asshole, you will know. I will be unrepentantly mean. You should look at me when I'm playing or reviewing mods for Paradox titles. Then I'm gonna be mean. But this is not mean, Alex. I promise. And sincerely, do not take any of this personally. Sir. Yeah, sir does mean that. But yeah, big sir, no, I get it. I think it's a neat idea. No. Sitka Spruce. Yeah, doesn't Sitka reference something else specifically? Sitka Apartments. Sitka Pacific. Sitka Alaska. Yeah. Why? It was named New Archangel. If you've never looked at the Russian colonial names of Alaska, which, I mean, why would you, right? But they're very interesting. Sitka, derived from Shitka, contraction of Tlingit Shiatika, means people on the outside of Baranof Island, whose Tlingit name is Shitka Shuttle. Here contracted as she. So no. Because it's the name of a group of people, and for the millionth time, naming a system the Sitka system or the Salish system, or God forbid you use something like Sioux, which is derogatory. Don't recommend it. If you're going to refer to the Dakota, Lakota, etc., please refer to them as their actual nation names rather than Sioux, which again is derogatory. It's like naming a system the French system or the English system. And I know England comes really close, but it's like the Dine, who are often referred to as the Navajo, they refer to themselves as the Dine. Naming a system Dine would be incorrect. Naming a system Dine Ta would be more correct because that's their endonym, their self-referential word for their homeland. So if you can figure out what a group's name for their homeland is, that's great. That's A tier. But if you can only figure out their name for themselves, bad suggestion. And I said I wouldn't call them bad, but like, so not good. Feel like you could teach people how to give rejections. All the ones you've given, I've understood immediately. I'm really glad to hear that. Minnesotans are the same way. 90% of my apologizing is reflexive, and yeah. I am familiar with that Midwestern attitude as well. I was born in Kentucky, grew up mostly in Indiana, but also Connecticut, New York. I went to school in upstate New York and northern Arizona. I lived in San Francisco for a short while. I have lived in Seattle for the last 8 years, something like that. People have said I sound East Coast, which, or at least that I have an interesting voice or inflection. But if you can't place it, that's because it's not from any one place. Yakima River, Tapetet. Interesting. Tapeti, what does it mean? Oh. Yeah, I'm not sure this is actually indigenous. I trust Lewis and Clark about as far as I can throw them as a primary source. And I mean, literally me throwing their skeletons. Meaning head hit in French. Yakima. Isn't it Yakima? Name for Yakima River. Yeah. I knew I spelled Yakima right, but the river and the nation are now spelled different things. Can we talk about the river? Can we river? Yeah. I don't think we can. No. Damn. No, it is 100% named after the people. No doubt about that. Union Gap? Wait a minute, Union Gap is great. Hold on. Why was it named Union Gap? Probably because the Union Pacific Railroad? Huh. I don't hate that. Wow, it's a store name. It kind of sucks. But, like, the Union Gap is a map feature. Just add it, Alex. Just add it. Union Gap English Codex to do. Honestly, it just sounds like a cool map feature. IDK, my BFF Jill, etc. Put that bad boy in there. Ooh, I don't really want that though. I want history. Copy that. Thank you. I can figure that out later. Alexandrian Codex. Union Gap is a choke point on the edge of the Sea of Clouds, or like a place between the USA and PSA, like the gap between these two paths that come in, or these two paths that come in. Like, the Union Gap has some interesting potential. Now, is a name, am I crazy about it? No, because we have Reunion, which isn't shown right now, but Reunion out here in the frontier, and Union, obviously pretty indicative of the United States, but I don't know, it's evocative. There's something very evocative about that name, which is why I'm all horned up for it, if you will. Trinity, Tapetet is not actually the indigenous name for the river, so we're going to move on from that. Yakima would also be appropriate, but again, it's the name of the people, and I don't want to name things after a people unless I really don't have a choice, and I have a choice there, so I'd rather not. Teton, again, I joked about this yesterday. I used to live on a street named Teton. I had a friend that every time he and I would drive down the street, or we'd turn onto my street, he would yell Teton at the top of his lungs. Nate, here's your fucking shout out, Grovicon. Love you, buddy. Teton! Teton means nipples, if you're not familiar, so it would be a provocative name for a system, to be sure. We do love the titty system, and that is what you are suggesting here. I have a good idea instead of Tapeti, the Ishkit, which means Milky Way. Well, yeah. It's a neat idea. I don't hate it. I mean, it's a little on the nose because you're in the Milky Way, but like, it's not bad. It wouldn't be a highlight, but it'd get okayed. Another story, it's named from the Teton Sioux. Absolutely not. It's French. There's no world in which this is not French. It's likely the local people call the whole range Tiwanaut, meaning many pinnacles. Yeah, but Teton 100% is a French thing. Many pinnacles is probably better if we're being real about this. As much as I would love to put in a nipple joke or a titty joke, Tiwanaut is probably is probably the way to go here. Mucho texto. Yeah. We're gonna copy that, move that to the beginning. Shoshone. Mini Pinnacles, French Voyagers, yeah. It's not uncommon. It's really not uncommon for mountain ranges, especially in the western United States and in the southwestern United States, to be named after breasts. I can think of at least one name in Arizona. The San Francisco peaks, I think, have at least one named after breasts in it, and the Tetons as well. So not uncommon. Look, when you've been walking across the continent, or you're out exploring with you and just a bunch of the boys, people get lonely, people get horny, people get real turned up. Base mountain range names. So, Teton, I think it's funny as hell, but for the same reason that I backed off of suggesting, Titicaca for South America, I think I'm gonna practice a little bit of restraint here. Trailhead, great. Ambiguous, but evocative of the outdoors, which is often associated more with the American West than the American East. I don't think trailhead is as powerful of a term with associations to Australia or the United Kingdom, so I think trailhead's very good. Trinity, again, the Trinity test, I get it. Also, maybe a little too ambiguous that it's referring to that and not referring to something with religious connotation, which I'm more concerned about, so I'm going to take it out because of that. It's weird, right, that we will have names of deities from all kinds of different faiths and traditions and histories, but I get squirrely about I think specifically what I get squirrely about is, oh my god, what is the evangelical terms? Names with evangelical associations, if that makes sense. If it's just the name of a god or a deity or a spirit or a story or a miracle or a place or an afterlife, which we're also not doing, or a creator deity, which again, not doing. But once it starts getting evangelical, that's when I start getting squirmy with words with religious connotation and association. And unfortunately, due to the nature of Christianity, particularly in North America and Europe, and the history of Christianity and Islam to a lesser extent, they have been very evangelical. Often in a very problematic way, often in a very exploitative way, often in a very inhumane way, which informs my squirreliness when it comes to those associations. Is that fair? No. I don't think, to be completely honest, I don't think that I give the same suspension of disbelief when it comes to anything I pick up on being as vaguely evangelical as I do for most other faiths, just because I personally am a little hyper aware of that. So if there's pushback on that, I think that is a legitimate topic of conversation, and I'm here to listen. If I reject something, I'm here to listen and then reach my own decision and carry on with how I feel, but I'm not closed off to hearing people out. If you really feel that a name rejected is a really good name, bring it up in the Star Systems Discord subsection, forum, topic, insert correct word for that section of the Discord. Bring it up in there. Don't comment on the spreadsheet. I'll just click through it and be like, yep, okay, heard. If you want to have a conversation, I will have it on the Discord, and that's about it. Don't DM me. Don't DM me. Um, ask to DM me, and if I say yes, then it's okay. Don't do it out of the blue. And that goes for all the staff and all the mods. Don't DM us. If you need to DM a mod, that's what mod mail's for. Don't hop in our DMs. And generally, that courtesy should be extended to anyone on our Discord. Be nice. Ask for consent. It's really easy. Wamo. Channel. Fuck! Channel is exactly the right word. Look at this fucking idiot sitting here lording over the names like some kind of self-righteous jerk. Doesn't even know the word channel. Oh, just generally, Raven, I'm saying don't DM people without consent. You did not miss anything. I was saying specifically if people want to talk about, hey, you rejected a name and I think it's good. Don't DM me about it. Post in this specific channel. That's the way to do it. And then just going off on a tangent of like, generally don't DM people without consent. Nothing to be aware of. I'm setting off the admin alarms by using words like DMs. Wamo, Columbia River. Do not DM unless you're sending free tacos. What kind of tacos we talking about here? What is it getting hot in here? Huh, spicy. But also, like, if you want to cook for me, I'm not gonna say no. Well, I mean, I might. So you're telling me it's the indigenous name? Can you tell me what the indigenous name means? Or did you just look at the Wikipedia article and see, fair enough. I mean, I will if you're naughty and break rules to keep situations private, but otherwise no interest in DMing, because yeah. Staff and mods, 100% can DM me all the time, even about stupid shit. You should see my DMs with Nami and Shirley and Kerbal. They're real stupid. Yeah, it is kind of weird, champ, when people DM me asking how your day is and they're a random user. Dude, I bet. That sounds uncomfortable. I don't mind having conversations with people. Like, if Cabra, for example, the mod here, is in my DMs, that's because I'm in Cabra's DMs, to be honest. If you're part of the mod team, if you're an admin, if you're staff, dog, DM me. It's always okay. I've seen your DMs with Mark, and we're back to here. What does this word mean? Big river. Sure. That's creatively bankrupt, but why not? Wampa, name for a plant that grows along the Snake River, along the English Shoshone people's name for the river. Sure. Mitsi Dazi, meaning Yellowstone River, first national park in the United States. Oh, Yellowstone. Oh, and it does derive from an indigenous name. I didn't know that. Yosemite, meaning they are killers. Yeah. Title given by the Miwok to the Awenichi people, resident tribe. Oh, yeah, we gotta say no to that. In the same way that, like, Anasazi. Anasazi was, and occasionally is, a popular term for a historic ancestral group in the American Southwest, but Anasazi, or Hisatsunom, I think is how you should refer to them, means ancient enemy. And a lot of the names given to indigenous peoples and used by Europeans unironically in the 19th, 20th centuries and the 18th century before that, a lot of them mean things like enemy or like those people we don't like or something like that in another language, because Europeans would ask, oh, who are they? Oh, they're our enemies. Oh, okay, enemies, that's their name. The amount of like actual academic interest in learning and understanding indigenous languages by European American academics for like 3 or 4 centuries, non-existent. So you'll see that happen a lot. No, you're not badgering. I may be slow to respond and go off on tangents nobody asked for. You're not badgering. If you are in my... No, I can't use it. I have hypotheticals for how people have badgered me. I'm not going to provide them as examples because it's too much like calling people out. Oh god, hey Raven, I haven't seen you around the server lately. Are you okay? That's so parasocial. God, that is skin crawly. Also, I kind of want to DM Raven that just it's a joke, but even that, oh, I get an aversion to certain connotations figured with nukes being a key element. 100% I think you're on the right page. If you look at, it's been 4 or 5 days since I posted it. If you look at my proposed names for the systems that we added in here, the names for the systems I put in here, hardtack, red, something, and like 3, look, I don't remember everything. The proposed names are from US Pacific atomic tests from outside of the point of divergence, but I figured it was an interesting naming scheme and a cool reference. So, yes, same page. I think it's a great idea. Massively important thing, 100%. And I think when we get more background lore on exactly the events of the First Synfaxi War and yada yada yada, it will be easier to come up with specific references like that are really powerful, evocative, or whatever, and then we can name, like, planets after them. But without that specificity, we are kind of shooting in the dark and naming in the dark here. What question from earlier? In Star Map? Was it in chat? Oh, yeah. Since the Philippine evacuation efforts... Nope, no lore. You're not getting lore here, unfortunately. I would love to be able to be a resource to provide little snippets of lore, totally outside of my permit. Very good question, which is why the Philippine names are currently an OTO other, along with basically any American names or First Nations names that are between the Rocky Mountains and the Mississippi River are ambiguous enough to which side they go on or where they end up that they go in OTO other bounty, which is really just a placeholder until we get more lore published that specifies things more clearly or until Mark talks about it on stream. But until then, I cannot be an avenue by which we get more lore. It totally 100% makes sense that the PSA would have Filipino names and would probably be the location where, just like logistically, it makes sense that they'd end up there, right? If they were evacuated from the Philippines, well, you'd probably take them to Indonesia, right? You'd probably take them to Indonesia or Southeast Asia or India or China or Japan, or Australia, or New Zealand, or New Guinea, right? Like, all these places nearby. But if they end up in the United States, which again is what has been written by Mark in the largest movement of humans to date, including our own timeline, the amount of people, millions of people it would move would make just massive demographic and cultural changes to the United States. 100%. It would make, it'd be a big deal. It'd be a big deal. But until we get further clarity on that, they are a big question mark. Oh, that was background. That was inverted, right? No, that's not inverted. That's written right. They may have an independent nation. They may not. We'll find out. Should I move the quadrille to France? Yeah. I think that's a good idea. Some kind of borderline between the different OTO nations. It's a good idea. Move it to France for the time being. I'm not even starting to think about... God, how long has this been? It's been 2 hours and I haven't added a single name. I'm not even beginning to think about, like, transitionary names right now. We're really just keep hammering me with the US and PSA names. Just keep hammering me. But also, just focus on these two, because this is where the next stream is going to focus. Susquehanna? I can't find one. Well, Vic, that's unfortunate for both of us. Kolshan, shooting place, and the hunting in the slopes, indigenous name from Mount Baker. That's interesting. Okay. I'm going to get to these names down here. Don't worry about it. I will get to it. Gold Rush. It's on the nose, but it's not a bad idea. Let's break these into themes. Let's get all these rejects out of here. Goodbye. Goodbye, rejects. I love, in the last stream, Mark talked a little bit about like, oh, we've worked on the map for like 20 hours at this point. He's way lowballing it. Map streams themselves, yeah, about that much time. Off-stream conversations added in, yeah, about that time. I spend at least 5 minutes per name, and if you want to start doing the math on that, don't do the math on that. You're gonna be sad with how much time this takes me to go through and actually vet and verify everything, because I can't just look at the link you send. I then have to go like, okay, well, where's the primary source for this? Do I trust that primary source, etc., etc.? And sometimes some names take a long goddamn time to suss out. The nation with the nations thing, yeah, I have a hard time imagining that's not going to be in the character. Okay, so let's just start grouping up. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Is that Catalina Island? Am I really okay with that? I mean, yeah, but why is it named Catalina? Catalina. Santa Catalina. Who sent Catalina? Fuck you. Who was sent? Poor girl, patron saint of Majorca. Pass. It is, very, very California. People in LA love to talk about how they went on a trip to the Catalinas, and they love to talk about how beautiful it is, and yada yada. Trust me, I know enough people from LA to get that, but no. Deified ancestor, Hawaiian, you are going in mythological. Donner, this is in reference to the Donner Pass, so I guess I have to do this. Donner Pass. Donner Pass. Beep bop. Boop boop. This is English, I assume. Was the Donner Party named after the Donner Pass, or is the Donner Pass named after the Donner Party? Who's the egg here? Trans joke, trans joke, trans joke. Do your estrogen, kids. Sometimes Donner Reed Party. Okay, so the pass is named after you. Yes. Okay. Is this in poor taste? I don't know. Location of the, what's the word I want to use here? Ill-fated? Ill-fated. Ill-fated is exactly what I want to use here. Ill-fated Donner Party Expedition. I can leave it at that. I don't need to be more specific than that. But Donner, yes. Location. Well, no, you should probably be a bit more specific than location. Mountain Pass? It is a mountain pass, right? Mountain Pass in Sierra Nevadas. Location of the ill-fated Donner Party expeditions. How to say this politely? Stranding. Astoria. No, Evergreen. That's naturey enough. Evergreen. Forlorn Hope. No. Wait. Forlorn Hope is much more tasteful than Donner. Yes, let's delete Donner. Fremont. I know I did Donner after Forlorn Hope going like, ooh, I have an idea. I decided that is a bad idea. You'll note when I don't like my own names, they get deleted. So if you go down to the list of rejects and you're like, huh, Alex doesn't have a lot of their own names down here. This egotistic jerk is just keeping all their stuff and turning everybody else's down. Incorrect. I delete mine. I scour any record of my work from the face of the earth. Is that a good thing? I mean, not bad. It's not bad. Mojave. Yeah. You go after Manzanita. Muir. Nope, John Muir does not. You are a park. You are a park. Park. Promontory. Mountain range. That be true. Niantic, no. Redwood, yes. Rincon, no. Place of the Bear. Dog, I guess. Yeah, sure. Sierra Nevada. Yep, that goes there. Tacoma, 100%. We not many pinnacles. Point at which a trail begins. Trailhead, 100% also goes here. We're getting a lot of outdoorsy names, which is pretty appropriate for the Pacific Northwest and for the West Coast. The idea of the great outdoors, the idea of conservationism, the idea of, I mean, there are a lot of national parks out west. The whole national park movement sparked off later in the history of the United States, which is why it's something a lot more emblematic of the West than is the East. Although, notably, with like the Catskill movement, which was a landscape movement that started in the mountains of upstate New York, which is where a lot of like the beautifying of nature started, that is a distinctly East Coast thing. And a very distinctly American thing, and hopefully we'll have time to wrap around to that. Tallest mountain in California, yeah. White Sands, I really don't like it as the name of a star. Sands, particularly, I don't like as a star name. Klamath already have. Sorry. Tiwano, Mini Pinnacles, Tree, you go here. 401 Hazard, Hollywood, Ishkish. You go up here. Hawaii, no. Mirror, Corner, Mountain, Whitney. There's really not a better name for Mount Whitney. I mean, I believe you. I do, but I have to look. I don't believe you. There is a better name for Mount Whitney. It's right there. It's right there. Okay, we'll just delete that, bro. No. I need to not delete this. I need to reject this because we already have the indigenous name. So it doesn't get repeated. Yes. And so I don't make this mistake again. Right. John Muir. Comacus name, Willamette, major river in Oregon. Yeah. I know Columbia River, kind of difficult to work around. Willamette also very, 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 very important river in Oregon. If you look at Oregon, yeah, Oregon Trail is what I meant. Thank you. If you look at Oregon, hold on, don't dox yourself, Alex. Google Maps, we gonna be cool? Yeah, don't zoom into Seattle, and people won't see where you live in Seattle. Oregon has a lot of space, right? And you would assume, as is generally a safe assumption, populations tend to live along the coast and along rivers. So, like, probably a lot of cities in here and, like, along here, maybe some cities in here. Wrong. In Oregon, fucking nobody lives here because it's mountainous. People mostly live along here and also a little bit here, but also mountainous. The Willamette River Valley is the river valley of Oregon, which is why I didn't reject Willamette when I saw it, because it's really important. Really, really important to Oregon. But I don't like the name. Yeah. I know the Sandy Sands or Shady Sands reference. I think White Sands is better than that, but Sands is a name of a star just feels wrong in an arbitrary way that I can't put my finger on. Like, I almost named, gave Blue Sands as a suggested name for something and then tweaked it so it was Blue Skies instead. But Blue Skies is also kind of a shitty name, so I don't think that's gonna stick either. But I hear you. Yeah, the New Vegas references, 100%. Love it for that. But tough sell. Tough sell. Name? From a... Really? You tell me Willamette is from an indigenous village name? I highly doubt that. Is of indigenous origin, deriving from the French pronunciation of the name of a village. William? Oh, it's Willamette. Huh, okay, well, maybe. Hold on. Can you tell me what the indigenous word was? Bright? Oh, no. It just says bright. Bro. What? Bright? Bright who? What book by Bright? What do you mean, Bright? Okay. That's fine. Fuck you. Not you, chat. Whoever edited that Wikipedia article. Name. Origin. Don't fuck me here, AI. Colonized pronunciation of Wallumt, which means still water. Okay, we can save it. Still water. Willamette River. Major river in Oregon. In which the majority, I'm gonna say major river valley, if you'll tolerate that, majority of the state's population lives. Major river valley in Oregon in which the majority of the state population live, singular, yeah. Willamette. To riff on my grandfather, it's Willamette, damn it. Bright Shade Claire. That's Mrs. Bright to you. Yeah, it's I think there's some kind of creative Fallout references we can do and have done. I think it's a little tricky. Willamette, there we go. Yampa, plant, sure, you can go up here. Yellowstone, literally yellow rock, hell yeah, gamer, love to see a cool shot, shooting place. Weird, but yeah, sure. And then we grab all of these, and then we scroll up to geography, places, bam. Big category now. Anchorage, Astoria, place. Fremont's a person, Kamehameha is a person, Kauai is a place, you're a person, John Muir is a person, Rincon is a place, all of these. Hazard, also a person, though arguably not evocative as a person's name. Yes, these go to... What am I doing? Cities, regions, and infrastructure. Look, it's not a one-to-one, but just let it go. Political? Yes. Political? I don't know what to do about you, Hazard. Military, I guess? Sure, military, political, I'm gonna go John Muir, a scientist. I am more comfortable calling John Muir a scientist than I am anything else. So, political figures, there you go. Military figure, there you go. And be honest, Mojave's suggestion was a sneaky Fallout reference. Yeah, but patrolling the Mojave almost makes you wish for a nuclear winter. I got you. I understood it as that reference. But then I had to be pedantic about, like, can we actually use that? I don't know if we can actually use that. Pacific Railway. Oh, fuck. Yeah, it was the overland route. That's an interesting point. Halcyon, hey, I submitted this. I submitted this in the independent system bounty. Amber, from Amber Waves of Grain. That belongs in the USA bounty. That doesn't go here. Meat Shower. This is a Trey-ass name if I've ever seen one. Yep. Yeah, I know exactly what you're referring to. No, thank you, Trey. No, thank you. Cursed. Truly cursed, Trey. Nickname for the state of Texas. I don't know what we're doing with Texas, so for the time being, this is going to OTO Other. I kind of hope Texas doesn't exist in any form because I'm a certified Texas hater. But it is really impactful and important, and people really do expect to see like a Lone Star or an Alamo or something, so like it'll probably be there in some shape or form, but is it a USA or a PSA? I don't know, it's right smack dab in the middle, and we do not have clarity on that right now. Again, what I'm about to show is not canon, this is old canon. Old canon. Old canon. Old canon. Not canon anymore, but a good rule of thumb. A good rule of thumb to look at this and go like, okay, well, this is the United States, these are the Pacific states. I don't fucking know what these ungoverned territories are, right? So, Texas, New Mexico, honestly, New Mexico, I say is Pacifican. Colorado, Pacifican. Wyoming, Pacifican. Montana, Pacifican. North and South Dakota, fuck knows. Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma, I have no idea what to tell you. Oklahoma, I would say USA, Texas, probably US. If honestly, my line would be arbitrarily right here. If it's in the Rocky Mountains or has any Rocky Mountains in it, Pacific states, everything else, United States. But like, I don't know what the fuck we're doing in here. So, to the multiple times I've been asked that today and yesterday and this week, and I'm sure we'll continue to be asked that in the future, I don't know. I'm confused too. Amber Waves of Grain does refer to the Great Plains. Yes. It should go in OTO Other. Yeah. Well, yeah. It's pretty strongly associated with the United States as, you know, part of that song. And I don't think that song is going to be evocative of the nation of Pacifica. But of the American nation, of America, yes. So that's why I'd say it's USA instead of PSA, even if Kansas is, like, gone forever, let's say. A reference to Kansas is still American if it's trying to capture that spirit. God, when DOV was first getting off the ground server-wise and stuff, I had no idea what the hell it was, so I did some Googling and found forums like half my age ago. I was so confused. Oh, Raven. Don't do what Raven did. Don't do what Raven did. I implore you, do not use the Wayback Machine to look at the original Dawn of Victory forums. Do not look at Sleepstream Productions. Do not look at Derelict Studios. Just don't do it. It's incredibly embarrassing for those of us who were there back then. I was 2006? 14. I was 14 to 18 working on the original Dawn of Victory before I went to college. And it reads like it. So don't look at it. Don't look at it. I have a different screen name now, but I am still mortified every time I go back there to try and look for inspiration. It's, it reads like something a bunch of very young adults in the early 2000s threw together using Wikipedia and very Western educations. Very, very Western educations. Never mind, not half my age ago, more like 2/3 my age ago. Raven's a baby. I forgot about that. Everybody's so damn young. Ridiculous. I like to think Mark and I are the only old people on the server. And by that I mean we're in our 30s. It's not true. There are older people than us in the server. I'm not going to out them, but I know that I'm not the oldest person around. but by God, it feels like it. It is wild to me how many people are like, I'm in college, or I'm thinking about enlisting, and I'm like 17. Like, what? Youngsters. Bunch of youngsters. If you're curious, your 20s are very much like your teens. You still don't feel like you know what you're doing, and it feels like you should have your shit together, and there's the expectation that, like, you should know what's going on by now, but nobody really does. And your 30s are about the point where it starts making sense, and you become really aware if you're paying attention and trying to, be responsible. The 30s are really when it starts hitting of like, oh, I was a fucking idiot in my 20s and I was still a child. Like, your brain doesn't stop developing until your late 20s anyway, so go easy on yourselves. I'm still very much a young adult. I barely know what I'm doing. I've met people in Templin, Maine in their 50s and 60s, but they never mention things like that from their childhood. Yeah, it is wild how often you come across people that you would not expect are as old as they are. The older people, then you just don't show their age. Yeah. Hearing about people saying, I'm in college, here I am, born in 04, supposed to be prepping for finals at the moment, but this is way more fun. Hey, as somebody who went to a couple of universities and was a good student, I'm not gonna give academic advice, don't listen to me. I'm a bad role model. I was a degenerate and a bad student. I am very intelligent, and I'm very clever, and I'm really good at learning on my feet, and you shouldn't follow in my footsteps, because I did a lot of drugs, and went to a lot of parties, and I had a lot of fun, and I hosted a lot of debauchery, and you shouldn't follow in my footsteps. But also, like, hey, if you follow in my footsteps, you too can be a pedantic name nerd at the age of 32? What year is it? 32! Yeah! Hello, fellow teens. Salmon? No. I've already rejected salmon. Here's an unpopular Pacific Northwestern or West Coast opinion. Salmon bad, actually. Salmon bad. I don't like it. Halcyon. Fine. Sixiqua. I don't remember what this is. Let's just say no for now. Don't follow in their footsteps or you'll be your mid to late teens with the forum you'll regret 15 later. Yeah, that's true. But like, hey, if you don't do things you regret, how can you grow? How can you learn from it? If you don't go out and make mistakes and get messy and do some wacky stuff within reason, don't be shitty, but hey, make mistakes. That's how you learn. Make mistakes you live from. That's how you learn. I went to an outdoor education school in Arizona. I studied archaeology and anthropology and cultural regional studies at an outdoor education school, Prescott College, if you're from Arizona. A fantastic school. Wonderful school, full of hippies. One of the best party schools I have ever been to and have ever heard of. I did so many drugs because a lot of people are from California and, the hookups are easy. Though you shouldn't be doing drugs in Arizona because it is heavily criminalized there and you really got to watch your back. I used to do drunken high rock climbing once a week. And without, harnesses or anything. I mean, free climbing. I'm a bad role model. But, goddamn, did we have fun. I remember looking at CC Squad, but I can't remember it. Same. That's why I'm just fuck it, reject it. I don't remember what it is either. Go out. What is this? 2005 when people went to parks to play with their best friends? Who touches grass nowadays? Ha. I can just crying emoji. Look, we didn't touch grass in the early 2000s either. It's okay. You didn't miss anything. Ishkit means Milky Way. Yeah, technically, that's geography, right? But I'm not going to put it there. Gold Rush, West Wind, Halcyon, Union Gap, Overland, all of these are ideas. All of these are ideas or concepts. We've been at this 2.5 hours. That sounds about right. Okay. let's pivot and let Alex be creative a little bit. Feel free to continue contributing names. I just won't be cutting them or looking at them right meow. I will be doing so again in a short while, but we gotta keep things fresh. You know, you gotta mix things up. If you're looking to have a very long session, if you're looking to keep going all night, well, you can't just do the same thing all night long. You gotta try different positions. I mean, activities. You gotta keep things spicy. You gotta try stretching different parts of your body. I mean, brain. And, you know, be creative. Because if you just stick to one thing, you're gonna get sore, you're gonna get worn out, and you're gonna have a bad time. Is this analogy holding? Am I doing good? Am I doing good? Alexandrian Codex. Sisisqua was you looking at an indigenous name for Mount Jefferson. Oh, okay, not that important. Not that important. We have an overwhelming number of geographic names right now, so probably would not recommend those as a strong candidate. Fuck, how do you spell your name? Siaho, Sioth. I can't spell it this way. I have to spell it this way, right? Why, Alex, are you refusing to use this alphabetization? Because the font that we use on the map doesn't necessarily have characters that aren't from the Latin alphabet, which is why with names in here, we don't have like Chinese characters or Japanese characters or anything else. It's why, like in names in here, we're not using Sanskrit. It is an unfortunate limitation of the software and the text alphabet, font libraries that we have to work with and that we've decided on. So there will be like for all of the missing pronunciation marks down here and elsewhere, those will be added later, but will have to be added in manually, and it really sucks. So that's why we're going with generic ass European spelling of things. Is it good? No. Not ideal at all, but that is the reason for the season, if you will. That is the rationale for the restriction that we have going on there. Late night, hitting horny, hitting hard? No, again, I'm just a degenerate. Like I said earlier, I am a much more moderated and under 18 friendly version of myself on the Dawn of Victory Discord, because in keeping with the terms of the Discord, I can put on a good PR face. I do a lot of like customer facing roles professionally. I'm great at public speaking, but frankly, in my own time, I like making adult jokes. I like talking about mature topics. I will very often go off on very political tirades, which should come of little surprise if you've seen my Discord bio. But there's a time and a place, right? Dawn of Victory Discord, not the time and a place for it, especially in the role that I'm in, where I have to present as staff and am in some way accountable. I definitely rein it in there a lot. If you really want to look at like how did Alex talk before they became staff versus after staff, you can go back and look at that. I stopped using as much profanity, for example. Was suggested Seattle if not for the spelling? Yeah, no, it's kind of fucked. If I'm out of bounds with this, let me know, but the one way you could help into writing with more lore, that's a great question. I briefly talked about last week, I alluded to, we have had some conversations regarding the criteria which we are potentially interested in when it comes to the acquisition of more team members or people filling specific roles. However, that is not something that you should expect soon. The best ways to do this, and God, I talked about this for a good couple of minutes at the end of the last stream yesterday, so forgive me if I miss a couple of things. The best way to catch our eye, the bounties, really, really helpful. If you are consistently submitting, and I mean like dozens or hundreds of good names, you'll have my attention. And like some people who I could list off, but I'm not going to list off because I don't want to be showing favoritism here. Some people, I really can pick up on what they're putting down, and by the names that they're submitting, it's very obvious that they get the themes, they get the vibe, they get the feel of the world building that we're going for, and that's a really easy way to demonstrate to me that you know what we're doing and that you're on the same page. Fan lore and fan art, those sections of the Discord, those channels in the Discord are a really good place to put some stuff out there. I'll be honest with you, Mark is really busy and I am increasingly busy, so we're not always able to take a look, but that's a good way to get noticed and talking about it. Participating on the Discord in conversations in a way that is respectful, constructive, engaging, and motivates other people to engage with the community is also a green flag, right? If you are demonstrating, hey, this is a great community member who really gets what we're about, who really understands the stories that we're wanting to tell and the world that we're trying to talk about, especially if you're helpful for people who are asking questions, especially if you don't just answer their question, but answer it with like a citation or a link to a video or like the spreadsheet or, you know, something specific. That is another green flag. So there are places where you can show off your creative chops, so to speak, and they are quite limited right now, unfortunately. But that's a great place to start. The bounties are a pretty okay place, but really do not expect that if you put in a lot of names that it'll get you on the staff. Maybe. I mean, there's a couple people that if or when we expand the staff are people I'd consider. We've talked about what kind of application process we might look for regional or language experts, but again, that's down the road, so I can't promise anything and I can't speak to the specific nature of that until it happens. So this is really vague advice, right? And I'm sorry that I can't give you something more specific and actionable. Do what you love. If you love writing, if you love world building, if you love storytelling, you can go and look at my fan lore submissions. They're mostly like video form, sort of pseudo essay fan lore bullshit about like international policies that I imagine, or you know, whatever else. It just, again, finding a way to demonstrate that you're on the same thematic page. And I don't want to be like ideological page. You don't have to be. Okay, so about a month or two ago, there was somebody, I'm not gonna name names, who DM'd a few of the moderators warning them about me being a secret socialist who was gonna infiltrate the Dawn of Victory team and like corrupt it from the within, as if I'm a crypto communist. I am outwardly leftist. Don't do that. Don't do that. I want to joke that, oh, well, you gotta be a woke socialist cuck to be part of the team. You gotta be queer socialist and et cetera, et cetera. You don't. Does it help? No, but I want to joke that it helps. The joke's right there, and I want to make it, but I want it to be clear that I'm joking, so I'm not going to make the joke, but it's right there, and it'd be something I'd like to joke about, but I'm not going to do it, even though it's throttling the life out of me to not do it. Somehow I want my name on it, and I want to give back all I can at the same time. Yeah, no, I get it. As far as, like, putting your name on it, that is why I very intentionally added the citation or accreditation category that was not originally here. Basically, I'm the one who made these spreadsheets. They started out looking very different. It's my hope that way down the road, I don't remember hearing about that. It wasn't a big deal, Raven. It was funny, but it wasn't a big deal. Nami and Shirley, I was joking about it with. I take that as a badge of honor if I'm the crypto communist. Big fan. Long term, when we have the wiki set up, when the map is done, so like a year from now, maybe, if we keep up a good pace, when we start filling out the wiki, I want the wiki to have a citation place as well, right? I want people, as Mark clearly said when the bounties first opened, when you submit a name, that name becomes the property of the Dawn of Victory project and the property of the Templin Institute and the intellectual property of the Swiss Knight, him particularly, right? But I want people to be able to put work into this that they're proud of and put it in a portfolio, so to speak. I want people to be able to cite us as an example of creative work if they have contributed consistently and significantly in bounties. I feel that creatively we owe that to you, so I will continue looking for and advocating places where we can give proper accreditation, give proper citation, give proper credence and credit where it's due. Ethically, that is something very, very important to me, because selfishly, I want to be able to point to the stuff I worked on and go like, hey, look at this. And also, I've been on the non-staff side of it when it comes to naming things, and I know how important and significant that can feel. Labor is important and valuable, and even if you're only putting in 5 minutes of work, even if you're only putting in 5 hours or 5 days of work, like me, that's still valuable, and I still want to honor that contribution, honor that labor, and honor that time that people have invested. So can I point to what that specifically looks like in the long term? No, not yet, but it is something that's important to me, and I know that it's something that's also important to Mark. So that's a non-answer, but we care. we care. I've been considering submitting some kind of fan art myself, but Lord only knows I can't draw a flag or a ship or a gun to save my life, and we haven't heard enough descriptively about the figures to draw them. Very true. But still, it definitely feels like there's a chunk of folks who might feel left out artistically in that sense, so they can't draw human figures if that's what they're skilled at. Totally. We haven't given you a lot to work with there, right? And I think Mark's upset about that. We have content that he's more critical than anyone else of where we're at creatively, and Raven, I'm sure you know this. Every time Mark apologizes to me about, I wanted to be here and we're here, I say, hey man, you being alive is the most important thing, and like, give yourself more credit, and also the old Dawn of Victory, we took forever to get anything done, so like, in context, we're doing fine. There's some stuff like the US Army Ranger rough draft that got shown. I know Kerbal, and I know, oh god, I forget our other artists. Fuck. Oh no. I could check right now, I'm sorry. Our like, human figure artists and uniform artists, have been doing incredible work, and there's stuff coming down the chute for inspiration. So much goes into the Iron Giant. Fuck, it is an Iron Giant. Scrolling to the art room. I mean, what art room? Scrolling to the basement. Is it Iron Giant? I think it's Iron Giant. I have streamer mode on, so I can't see. No. Okay, disable streamer mode. No, not Iron Giant. I don't think I can say. Kerbal, I can call out because Kerbal's made it very clear that's what he's doing, and has changed his name to Firearm Father. Iron Giant, I think, is with the, oh god, the Battle Order team. Iron Giant's part of the Battle Order team. I can't call out this artist unless they call themselves out. I'm sure they probably wouldn't mind, but I don't want to make that assumption, so I'm not gonna mention who's been doing that. Sorry. I know who you're talking about, I think. Yeah, I mean, Raven, I'm sure you know. You can you can scroll and look at the art thread that I'm looking at and look at the assets. But I mean, everybody else, you have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about. Sorry. I hate when that happens. I don't mean to be like elitist or like, I know something you don't know about it. Genuinely, I don't mean to do that. So I apologize if I come across that way. I'm just trying to say we have artists and we have stuff coming down the pipe, but it's not out yet, but soon. So it's something to look forward to. He was Squamish, right? He was Duwamish and Squamish. Duwamish. And Suquamish? Chief? Namesake of the city of Seattle, Washington. Okay, you go up as a political figure? I mean, you're also the namesake for a city. Soon plus 2 weeks. Hey, as much as I think I've been the most vocal person when people have come in and started whinging about how long things have taken. I've been like the most guard doggy, like, hey, shut the fuck up. Like, chronic illness is no joke. I get it feels inconvenient that this is taking too long, but also quit bitching, you're gonna make people feel worse. Say, to recontextualize it, right? Say, I'm so excited for X, Y, or Z, rather than like, why has it been so long since X, Y, or Z? Like, try to spin it as a positive, because the positive will make us feel better about the stuff we're working on and more excited to talk about it. Saying that, like, it's taking too long or you're upset is just gonna breed animosity between us. And that ain't good. That's a bad way to build a foundation of a relationship, right? Talk about, and this goes for like romantic relationships too. If you're interested in building a healthy relationship, I don't know how the hell we got here, but this is something I care a lot about. Talk about things that you want in that relationship, that you value, that you're excited for, that you're looking forward to. Talk about that proactively and positively. Like, oh, I'd really like to go to the park with you, or it sounds really nice to like hold your hand and just sit by the water for a little while, or hey, there's this show coming that I'd really love to take you to, and I really want to hear what you think and feel about it, and I think it'd be really special to do it together. Rather than, we don't get it out enough, why don't you ever take me here? Why didn't you ask me to do this thing, right? You be vulnerable in a positive way, sharing what you want, sharing what you would like in a way that feels like an invitation to somebody else. And when somebody expresses their interest and likes you, don't shit on them, support them. Yeah, you know, even if it's not for you, that's a great opportunity to learn about something. I don't like dancing, but one of the most beautiful conversations I had in university was going and spending time with a dance major and listening to them, her, them, I don't know what their pronouns are currently. She, they, I think. Listening to them talk about dance and what it meant for them, and that's beautiful. Having those experiences where we can see beauty and joy and excitement in other people and use them as a vicarious lens to find more beauty in the world. That's the shit, man. That's what we're on this earth for. Not, this is taking so long. Now that. We are not here for that. Okay, so Seattle's donezo. Let's go to Dawn of Victory. Oh boy, do I want to do any of these? No. Dawn of Victory, USA. Open all 20 tabs. Fuck me up, brother. Let's go. Let's go. All right. Edward Abbey. Abbey was born in 27. No. No! Edward Abbey is an American author and essayist, a famous environmental essayist and poet. Specifically, if you want your name to be highlighted, if you want to submit a name that we love, frontier poetry is the big thing that Mark wants here, and a big thing that I want here. That's why it's the only bolded font. Frontier poetry, environmental poetry, things referring to the frontier, to exploration, to discovery, to these really aspirational, hopeful visions of America. Those are the words we're looking for. That's the cheat code. If you want in, frontier poetry is what you should be going for right now. Yeah, nothing makes me happier than when people talk about something they're passionate about. Yeah, you love to see it. Like when, I don't understand the culture of, like, autistic people being shamed for, info dumping. To me, that's always, like, so tender and viscerally honest and beautiful, and, like, it's a gift when somebody opens up to you. And if, you're not in a time and a place where you have a lot of bandwidth for it, you can express that, and you can reschedule it, and you can, find a way to engage with it more comfortably for you in a way that isn't climax. Come on, Trey. God damn it, you beautiful bastard. Log cabin. I love Trey so damn much. I don't think we can do anything with Edward Abbey, which is unfortunate. I have a couple of Edward Abbey's books. Born in 27, so he doesn't beat our time, so I can't use him. But the way he writes about the landscape of the Western United States is so good. So no, I think in fact I need to unbookmark my boy. Hold on. Maybe I can look at inspirations here. He bartended in Taos? Wow, wild. Why did I get the Discord hang-up sound? I'm deafened in that channel. Bruh? Pardon you? Okay, no, that's fine. Unless it was part of the track, in which case, fuck you. That's a terrible track sound. Taos, Arizona, beautiful place. Wait a minute. Taos are ruins, right? Yeah, Taos Pueblo absolutely should be a name. They hung up too powerfully. Hang-up sounds don't get blocked by deafen, it only gets blocked by streamer mode. Oh, okay. And me canceling streamer mode. Interesting. Okay, whatever. You can keep joining and exiting, don't worry about it. Yeah. That makes sense. For somebody who runs 2 Discord servers, I know so little about it. Taos is a great name. Arches National Monument, not much to go on there. Taos... Specifically, there's another Puebloan site near here that I really, really like. And I can't remember the name. Pueblo Revolt. Yeah, it was Taos. Okay, these are some other interesting possibilities. Pueblo Revolt, if you're not familiar, Pope's Rebellion of Pope's Rebellion was a indigenous uprising against Spanish colonial rule in the 17th century. It was pretty fucking cool. Killed 400 Spaniards, drove out 2,000 settlers out of the province. Ultimately, Spanish victory in the long term, but really one very noteworthy example of acts of indigenous resistance against colonization in North America. I know too much about Discord and its features because I've been working with Mark and the Templin Institute for 6 years. That's wild, Raven. I tend to just not run big Discords. It tends to be like people I know, and so it's just like, I don't need to moderate this hard. Walden, yeah. Sand Country Almanac, maybe. Walden has already been suggested and is on the nose. Perfect. Henry David Thoreau is a great example of doing this right. Literature. Aldo Leopold, I think, is already open. Thoreau, Snyder, Kropotkin. Yes. Let's name some American shit after Kropotkin. No. Avery Guthrie Jr. Nature Writer, I think, is also a tab I have open. February 2018 was launched, but we worked on it a little bit before the end of 2017. It's wild, right? How quickly time goes by. It's absolutely wild. Like, if you asked me how long the Templin Institute's been up, I'd be like, 4 years? 2020? Not at all. Not at all. I was so excited to see Mark start up the Templin Institute. When he invited me to join the team, I gave him a very, like, heartfelt, I'm so proud of you! Like, I've been working for years and I'm so proud of you. It's very cool. So this was published in 49, so it's out of time. COVID made, like, 3 years of our lives disappear. Yeah, for sure. I mean, even now, it's all a haze. Charles Schwartz, let's look at you next. Leopold, I've already opened. Ecologizing Land Ethic. I probably have heard of Aldo Leopold. I took university courses on the history of environmentalism and ecology in the United States, the relationship of the American attitude and philosophy regarding nature developing over time was something I took semesters of. So when Mark was like, frontier poetry, I'm like, no, real shit? Like, I actually studied this in college. And if you look at, it's been a few streams, when I was streaming talking about Akkadian names, I was talking about the history of Acadia and Arcadia and, like, the philosophical development, and we'll get there, man, we'll get there. I'm sure I'll circle back. You know what? No, I'll do it now. Pastoralism, art, pastoralism is a great place to look for inspiration here, but I already beat you to it with the United States with a lot of these people who the fuck am I trying to think of? Pastoral art, I'm specifically thinking of Thomas Cole and The Course of Empire. The Course of Empire! For, like, the 5th time I'm gonna talk about this. This Course of Empire is a set of paintings by Thomas Cole, who's regarded as, like, the father of the American landscape movement, of American pastoralism. Thomas Cole would be, and Cole is a great name recommendation if it hasn't been submitted already. The notion of this set was that it's talking about pastoral values and, like, this really interesting early 19th, mid-19th century, and even into the 20th century conceptualization of civilization and nature and barbarism. We start out with the savage state, which is, man as a part of nature. Like, humanity is these very small figures within this larger landscape where, like, you can kind of impact nature a little bit, but it's still huge and monolithic and you're very small. Humans are a part of the landscape, and we can see that there's, like, wildlife portrayed here, and humanity's just kind of part of the landscape. This in and of itself is kind of revolutionary at the time. Humanity was often used as the focal point, but even within this context, it's showing how humanity impacts its surroundings and begins to, in a very positive connotation at this time, begins to dominate and assert authority and control and power over nature. This gives way in this narrative to what's called the Arcadian or pastoral state. This is seen as like the zenith of civilization. This is the idyllic form of civilization where in like classical Greek Arcadia, you have people, but they're at peace with their landscape. The landscape is tamed, it's no longer wild, but humanity isn't dominating it, isn't destroying it. It's living in peace and harmony and like definitely affecting it, definitely making substantial changes on it, right? With like these towns that we're starting to see pop up and you're starting to see humanity more and more dominate the landscape, but it's an idea of balance and synthesis and peace and perfection. And, you know, there's some connotations of like the Garden of Eden and yada 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 in here. This is like the ideal, but of course humanity doesn't stay at the ideal. The Victorian era especially is all about pining for the lost era of Rome and Greece. Like this idea is very powerful in the United States. It's why so many Greek and Roman institutions, Roman Republican institutions were codified and embedded in the American foundational aesthetic, because this is what they were aspiring to. This myth, because it was never real, was what they were aspiring to. And then this is, oh my God, this is the consummation. This is the peak. This is the best it gets. You know, this very Greek, very Roman empire where humanity is dominating the landscape. Nature's still there, but completely dominated. It is rich and opulent, overwhelming with military force and wealth. And, you know, the implication being a lot of this wealth has been taken through force from elsewhere, that it's exerting power, that it's exerting authority, that it's being a proactive, energetic state. Thomas Cole, 1836. God, fucking beautiful. And you'll note that in each of these landscapes, it's the same landscape. This rock and this cliff are one of the only hallmarks that make it really obvious, but it's the exact same vantage point the entire time. So previously here, we had like wolves running around, and we had deer, and we had people shooting arrows. No, completely dominated by humanity at this point. And this was the colonial ideal, the revolutionary ideal for what America should become. This was also a very fascist ideal in Germany and Italy, and I mean, this is the kind of thing that the United Kingdom aspired to. The Romanesque Greco vision of civilization was, in a lot of the West, the peak. And you can see like the immortalization of nature, of this history in like the the artwork around here, but you also will note its absence, that it's immortalized and memorialized, but it's gone. It's like irrevocably, irreplaceably gone at this point. And then inevitably it falls. Civilization falls. Power succumbs to other power or corruption from within. It falls apart. And then this plays into Victorian values around like virtue and piety, and that if like the United States isn't like a pious nation, we're gonna collapse. And this is where like a lot of fundamentalism bleeds into the narrative, and a lot of like religious and moral authoritarian values start coming in, like the fear of external barbarism coming in and like literally defiling the like Lady Liberty, and the being like this fear of the other, the fear of being victimized, the fear of being dominated as a through line of why it's justified and necessary to dominate others and dominate a landscape. And that, well, if you don't, if we falter, if we're weak, our Rome is going to fall. Other people will subject to us the horrors that we subject to other people. And then the last step is, in this kind of cycle, desolation, a return or a beginning of a return to nature. Humanity being removed from the picture, except for, you know, the ruins of where it once was, the echo of once was. And this is filled with like a melancholic longing for halcyon days, for long lost glories, for, you know, lost yada yada yada. And you see this kind of stuff a lot. Alex, is the 7th time. I already said it was the 7th time I brought it up for show and tell, but it's so... Mark is the one, alright, that said frontier poetry. Those were his words, and this is like the Bible of American frontier poetry. This is like the seminal art piece on American landscape work, American pastoralism. Like this is it. If you don't read about anything else, if you don't study anything else, Thomas Cole's The Course of Empire is the thing. It is the thing that just so well conceptualizes and, in a nutshell, expresses really complex intersections of values and fetishizations and myth and legend and like religious and cultural values and social values, like just in 5 fucking paintings, and like a couple other paintings that just showed like literally the sun rising, the sun at its zenith, and the sun setting, as if metaphor wasn't already symbolic enough with this. I talk about it because it's relevant. Alright, well, shaming me, I'll close it, it's fine. Someone needs to write what Alex says in a Google Doc so we have a caption version when they mention it for the 8th time. I'm also recording this. Like, I'm keenly aware I've talked about this before, but like, I don't expect people to go on and look at the other stuff. Even with the bigger message, I find so much interest in the smaller things to do. Look at the dresses. The women would suck the life out of the ribs. Yeah, it doesn't matter, right? Because it is a patriarchal vision. It's kind of the point, right? That, oh, well, you know, women can't move around much. Oh, golly gee willikers. That's by design, right? The way they have to sit down in chairs to help with wiring their dresses, like, holy cow. It's incredibly institutional and methodological, by which I mean by design, the repression and control of women's bodies and women's voices in the Victorian era and in the early modern period as well. And even today, we see remnants of it in the United States and throughout the West, of things that you wouldn't at first blush look at as being modes of control that are absolutely modes of control. Maybe one of these people that are blinded by pretty colors and coolness, but it do be pretty. It do be pretty. There's nothing wrong with that. The art you're showing made me think of 2 artists, one of whom I suggested, the other 2 you beat me to. Yeah. I mean, Thomas Cole was like the guy. And the Catskill School, and the, oh god. Fuck, there's another name for his school as well, are bigly impactful. Very, very impactful. Which is why I bring it up, because the entire point is to point you in the right direction, and I can't write this entire summation of who the fuck Thomas Cole is up here, because that would go on for about this long and it would be obnoxious. Yeah. Dietary restrictions by gender in Hawaii, absolutely a thing. A very interesting thing. Though, a very complicated history. You have to look very closely and intently at when, that is called kapu, right? When that was in place, under who it was in place, and also reforms that ended up happening around it. Very, very interesting. Not good as a system name, but a really interesting thing to take a look at. Schwartz. This means black, so this would be a terrible name. Schwartz, especially because the Schwarzwald, the Black Forest, is, I already spoiled this a little bit, really important for one of the German themes that I want to go with, so I don't think Charles can be used here, which is very unfortunate. Also, Schwartz was only, what, 19 in 33, so not great. Leopold, again, buddy, very unfortunate last name. Your name does not read as American. Balls. Also, you were, you're in the peak of your career. What? 49, did you publish anything earlier? Wilderness Society is a thing, sure. Game management? Bro, that sucks. Roosevelt we already have, and I think Roosevelt is a good not double entendre, but like it hits a couple marks. If we're talking about Teddy Roosevelt, then he was really into creating the national parks, but for weird reasons, complicated guy. And also Theodore Roosevelt with the whole World War II vibe. Roosevelt is a name, two birds, one stone, etc. The Wilderness Society. I don't know if we can do much with this. Marshall, Sterling Yard, McKay, Oberholzer, Brom, Frank, Anderson. Muir, Olson, Hunter, Sassner, Marie. Like Adams, I know Ansel Adams. Ansel Adams is a great one, but also he's too fucking young in 33. Murray, Nelson, Stegner, Hercula, Brandford, Dickerman. God, what a name, Ernie. Ernie Dickerman. Godspeed. Grandfather of the Eastern Wilderness. I can't do it. I can't do it. I mean, even if that's true, I can't do it. That's to Gaylord Nelson. Did I read that correctly? Maybe. Hold on. You did. I skipped right past Gaylord and went to Dickerman. I saw this. I'm like, that's wild. Gaylord Nelson, former U.S. Senator from Wisconsin, founder of Earth Day. I forgot about this. From which launched a new wave of environmental activism. I forgot about Gaylord Nelson. Gaylord and Dickerman in the same list. What a coincidence. Dickerman, I sure hope so. Finally, somebody says it. Henry David Thoreau, we already have. But Thoreau is a U.S. name, right? Thoreau... What? I mean, Walden's in here, right? But then you didn't do... Well, you also misspelled Thoreau. Which, you know, fair. It's a complicated name. No hate. Thoreau. Henri David Thoreau. I'm just like... Codex to do... This is a purple. Thoreau, without a fucking doubt, hits that list. I mean, Walden and Thoreau next to each other probably should have one, but not the other, but whatever. Transcendentalism is something that we can look at. Because transcendentalism is related. Man, John Brown, I would love to be able to name, but I don't think that we can do that. Brown is not evocative of a name. John Brown is a name. It starts to get there. Phillips, I don't think, is evocative enough. Civil disobedience in the Walden Papers. Thomas Carlyle. No. Peabody. We should probably do Elizabeth Peabody. Peabody. Robert Frost. Holy shit, how have we not gotten Frost in here? Updike. Yeah, no, you're too late. Darwin's already on the UK one, right? William Bartram? Maybe. Land Surveyor, Alexander Mackenzie, John Franklin, Mackenzie, William Perry, Francis Burton, Lewis and Clark. We're not doing Lewis and Clark. Sacagawea? Totally. Lewis and Clark? No. Robert and Elizabeth Barrett Browning from the 1800s, who were both British. God, if you do Peabody, I'd be able to think about that dog from Rocky Bullwinkle. That's a deep dive. My God. That's good. I hadn't even thought of that. Wait, I just missed something. So I can argue for La Follette is all day. Yeah, I won't right now. Yeah, but Duden Star Map is an area. I think La Follette's an interesting idea, but again, the whole, like, I don't know where the fuck Wisconsin goes, and I don't know what its legacy would look like in a century and a half, makes it difficult. In the same way that, like, oh, wait a fucking minute. Cowards. All of you are cowards. Cowards. 100%. Debs. English. Eugene Debs. What? What? Oh, sure. Sure, we get one socialist, but not the best American socialist. No, I see here. I see what we're doing with. I don't know that Debs actually makes a good USA system name unless we're looking at like a US that has actually adopted like Franklin Roosevelt levels of integrating socialism and socialist asks in like kind of a Nordic system model in the same way that Bernie Sanders goes for. If that ideological distinction is that important, then Eugene Debs as a namesake is absolutely something I'll argue for like an American communist colony somewhere. Yeah. Like I'm saying, because he's a socialist, either that would signify the United States making peace with socialism, which it should, in order to, not continue shooting itself in the foot and collapsing, or that it would be a socialist project colony, like out in the frontier or something, where you get a lot of like people of similar ideas popping stuff down. Hope FDR was able to do that. There's no guarantee that FDR even gets elected. We're starting in 33. FDR might die. I'm assuming Mark is probably gonna put FDR in power, but like the Dust Bowl was bad enough. Add in the Synfaxi on top of that, like I don't see how the Great Depression ends. The U.S. is in a bad place. Thoreau, tuberculosis, Bronson Alcott. We love an asexual icon. Critics have called him heterosexual, homosexual, or asexual. So, like, everything. Word. I mean, it depends on the day of the week, am I right? Am I right, fellow teens? Politics. Any spiritual thought, we don't need to get into that. Von Humboldt. Asa Gray! I forgot about Asa Gray. We're not using you, Asa, but I forgot about you. Transcendental. We'll skip this one for now. Peabody, you are the namesake for the Peabody Award, are you not? Am I high? Award namesake. Fuck, you're named after George Peabody. Okay, well then George is probably what we should go for, huh? Son of a bitch. God damn. Man, I don't want to glorify rich people. I don't want a Ford system. I don't want a Peabody system. But we already have Pulitzer listed, so like Peabody should like probably go in there. But I don't like it. But like somebody else recommended. I'm not doing it. What about the guy that was president for only one of his 4-year term, had a dog, and his wife was basically president on his behalf? Was that Taft? No, that was William Henry Harrison, right? Well, Harrison died when he was inaugurated. He got sick when he was inaugurated. Could always put both of them as citation, him for the award, her for what she did. Basically, the rule that I use is I Google the name, and the first person to show up with that surname is the assumed citation. So if we have someone and we're like, oh yeah, they're fucking great, and then like some piece of shit shows up, we cut it, or I cut it, because I'm trying to anticipate what a wide audience will think on first blush, which is very hard to do, impossible to do. And we're just trying to make a product that Mark can sell, honestly. I'm trying to make a product that we can sell. Frost. This has to be Robert Frost. I'm putting Robert Frost in here. It'll be a cold day in hell before I don't rep my boy Robert Frost. Frost, English, Robert Frost, Codex, to do. I love Robert Frost. Is it kind of basic to like Frost's poetry? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. 100%. But that's okay. That's okay. You don't have to be edgy and pretentious and like, I only like weird new wave shit. You can like the classics. It's okay to like the classics. Oh, Woodrow Wilson, maybe. That's basically what I did with Sherman, but I knew Sherman Booth was obscure shout-out. Yeah. If it's an obscure shout-out, and you just have to say that it's something else, hey, man, all the more power to you. Like, if it makes you happy, go for it. Then people like me who'll see Frost as a Disney character. Yeah, I mean, Frost is a name also just like, what do you mean Frost? Like cold? That's the stupid name for a star. But if I put Robert Frost, I'll know what I'm talking about and I'll advocate for it. And then we have, oh god, Poe. Edgar Allan Poe, famous American author. Famous American author. My god. Nobody thought of Poe with a Poe? Poe? Bruh, I know how many Americans there are in here compared to other nationalities. Y'all are letting your high school educations down. Like your junior high school educations down. Codex to-do, I don't want to write right now. I'm trying to put ink on paper and then fill it in later. William Bartram. I think you are the most famous. Yes, Bartram, yes. Nope. No Lovecraft. I see where your head's at, but nope. Racist MFer. No way in hell. Codex. In this house, we hate on Lovecraft. It's a good thought. I see where you're going, and that's why. Oh God, someone has been doing some really good like fictional Cthulhu mythos stuff that's adjacent but wasn't written by him. Urban Knight has been dodging this particular bullet quite well by going like, okay, who's some other people that really captured that vibe? But no anti-Semitic authors will be immortalized by this project. It's a low bar, but you know, it's one I'm gonna insist on. What about the folks who rewrote some of the lore? They might be okay. Just like the individual here whose name I forget. Like Florence Carpenter, or no, not you. Bradshaw or Clark Ashton Smith. Clark Ashton Smith actually seemed like a really cool guy from reading about him. Poe? But like Poe just means like ghost. No, Edgar Allan Poe is the first one that shows up. My boy! Way to go. William Bartram, you're not like problematic, right? I'm not gonna find out something uncomfortable about you here. You traveled. Uh-huh. But you're like early 17. Hold on. You were an ornithologist. You lived in New York. Went to the Catskills. Okay. Okay. An incident occurred at a place called Great Buffalo Lake when Native American questioned the accuracy of the surveyor's course. Yeah, sure. I mean, that makes sense. Went to East Florida. They said you were a sincere friend to the Seminoles. Well, that's pretty high praise, Bartram, because those people were repeatedly and aggressively screwed over by the Spanish and Anglo-Americans alike, so that's high praise. Forgive me for not talking much. I am skimming. You do. Yeah, okay. Return to Philadelphia. He's been characterized as a recluse. Nothing wrong with that. He remained active in communal scientific intellectual pursuits well into the 19th century. Seems good. Seems good and fine. What the hell? What a wild time period to be alive in and not come out just a terrible human being because it was in vogue at the time. Crazy. American botanist, ornithologist, natural historian, and explorer, famous author, Bartram's Travels. Weirdly, strangely not problematic. That last bit shouldn't have been italicized. There we go. Way to go, Bartram! Way to go! Beating the odds! Beating the odds! It's high praise. What about people who rewrote? Well, yeah. Nah. No Lovecraft at all. In the same way that, like, pointedly, you'll see, we pivoted away from naming ducks or Duce Mussolini. The easy thing to do here would have been to name this system Mussolini, and we intentionally pivoted away from that. One, we want this to, again, be marketable and sellable, and putting slave owners, famous racists, important fascists on here and immortalizing them, even if it's not the intent to glorify them, immortalizing them or repeating their name is, in some conceptualization, too much of an honor, too much of an honorific to include them. So instead, going and just talking about them in a third degree, where this is a title, right? The title could refer to anybody. And in the same way, like, if you want to refer to specific worlds from Lovecraftian lore, if you want to refer to specific old gods, or like, oh god, what was that fictional place in Massachusetts that, Lovecraft wrote so much about? Fictional Massachusetts towns, Lovecraft... Innsmouth, Arkham, Dunwich, Kingsport. These are great ideas. If you want to talk about the idea of Lovecraft without saying his name, Arkham, Innsmouth, Dunwich especially. Dunwich is so good. Innsmouth, Kingsport. Kingsport might not work so well here, but Arkham. These are great examples. And there are some other ones that you can play off of. So yeah, if you want to look at specific references to specific fictional places is going to do you a lot better than just referencing the author if they're kind of problematic. And generally, like getting in like a reference to Kerrigan, like we have on the map, much easier than like the StarCraft system or the Blizzard system or whatever, right? Yeah, Arkham might not be great because of DC, but they didn't come up with it. DC took the name from Lovecraft. In DC, it's a reference to Lovecraft. They don't own that IP. Good keeping an eye out, but also like DC has stolen names from everywhere under the sun, so don't worry too much. Yeah. If you search for Arkham First, whatever. It can be a DC reference. That's okay. Mark, in past versions of Dawn of Victory, unironically, has put the capital of the United States as Gotham. I think it still is on the wiki. I do believe if we go into it, look, this looks weird because I'm an editor, don't worry about it. Everything looks broken and it's fine. That's because I need to see things that you don't. Yeah, motherfucker, put Gotham here. All right, if we have Gotham, Arkham is okay. Okay, like we're already fucked. we've already gone too far with Gotham. So it's too late now. Snyder was born too late. That's a pity. This would be the Bronze Age of comics too. Yeah, that's something that came up on the Discord months ago was, oh, weird, you died like a year before I was born. Like how comics might be different and like the subject matter of comics would be different, especially with things like Captain America. Yeah, it's a really fun thought experiment. You just were a newspaper author. You weren't published yet. All right, Guthrie, sorry, great name. Ansel Adams. Let me have this. I can't. Adams started his photography in 1916 as a 14-year-old in Yosemite National Park. But he didn't really publish anything for a while. He joined the Sierra Club at 17 years old. But like Adams doesn't read as Ansel Adams. Ansel. Oh, fuck you, Ansel Elgort. Who the fuck are you? No. Ansel Adams. American actor and singer. You go to hell, Ansel. You go to hell. How dare you be more in the comment. I'm doing it. I don't care. I'm doing Ansel Adams. Have I done this already? No, I haven't. Also, Yosemite, he should be in the PSA. Woody Guthrie? Hell yeah, brother. Ansel. English. Don't put the question mark after English. It'll autofill for everyone else. Did I misspell my own fucking name? Alexandrian Codex. No, it's because this got inserted later on, right? This conditional formatting got... One of these goddamn days, Alice. Bam, boom, straight to the moon. It's because I copied and pasted. F1... F1000. Hold on. F. Did I use a semicolon? No, I used a colon. That's right. This is the favoritism filter. This is so I can see if it's a staff or honorary staff in premarital handholders case. Filter? Is it so I can give preferential treatment? Maybe. I'm not gonna lie. Maybe. That might be what that's for. Imagine living in a world where they changed the Joker from being what he initially was because of comic association policies. Shout out to Baby Driver, the most movie I've ever heard of. This is a codex to do. Ansel Adams, what, like, the most iconic American landscape photographer. I cannot laud enough praise to Ansel Adams. I respect his body of work so fucking much. John Muir, we've done it, brother. You're already in, John. Ooh, maybe I should have read more about him. That's okay. Thoreau, I bookmarked you twice. Description, Ansel Adams, not the Baby Driver guy, Ansel. Oh, is that what he's from? I still haven't seen Baby Driver. I'm way behind on that. Oh, the Winchester Mystery House. I talked about this previously. Mark and I were joking about losing our minds doing this and working on this, and Mark described this as his Winchester Mystery House. Basically like a project that is never finished and it's just revision on top of revision on top of revision that slowly drives a person insane, built with all kind of winding corridors that don't really make sense, purely for the intent of like warding off malign spirits, and is like the inevitable slow mental decline of someone. Yeah, Winchester Mystery House. So I wanted to put Winchester in, but probably this would be more closely associated with William Winchester, her husband. So it's not a deep dive. Also supernatural. Yep. The Winchester brothers are definitely something we can go with on here. Now the thing is, I would say Winchester goes in the Pacific States because that's where the Mystery House ended up. However, William and the Winchester Repeating Arms Company were headquartered in New Haven, Connecticut. So it should probably be a USA name, which is unfortunate. Because I would like it in my little Howard. Okay, for a second, I'm like, is that... No, Hubbard. I was thinking of Hubbard. I'm like, no, too close to the sun. We can't go Fallout 2 with this. Winchester. Winchester? Nobody's recommended Winchester. Wild. Clearly, Kerbal hasn't been here. Or Boopy, or like any of our beloved American Armed Forces gun lover people. Nobody's put in Winchester? Winchester Repeating Arms Company. Also, the Winchester House. No, I'm good with that. I'm good with that. And in fact, this gets a purple one because I want to take a gentle jab at our slowly declining sanity. There was a guy in U.S. history a friend told me about. I can't remember the name I want to ask about. As far as I know, it wasn't a political figure. Something about a guy and his family staying in his house and called something Hill. Raven, you've got to know how vague that is. Tell me more about this guy. Elaborate. What I have read is staying in his house and called it something Hill. So the government came to his house and refused to leave, and they killed his family and dog with no. Fuck it, that's a place to start. Hill killed family and dog. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Maybe that's not gonna be too helpful. United States history. Fatal dog. Okay, maybe. Ruby Ridge? Yeah, I was never getting there. I was never getting to Ruby Ridge. I was never in a million years getting to Ruby Ridge. Ruby Ridge is in the 1960s. Also, Ruby Ridge, probably because of that, would not be a name I'd go with. Heaven's Gate was a name that was suggested in the original bounty that was likewise a famous cult in the United States that... Oh god, who was that? One of the federal agencies had a very nasty run-in and used tear gas that caught fire and killed everyone in the compound, I think. Am I confusing these? Hold on. Heaven's Gate cult and... This is in the 90s? Yeah. Mass suicide? Was it just the mass suicide? I'm conflating things. Yeah. But yes. Not great. Terrible name. Don't suggest Heaven's Gate as a name. I was pissed when I saw it submitted the first time. Now I've grown much more numb and used to the wild fucking names people put in here sometimes. Like, oh, all of the... I'm not gonna go into it. I am gonna not go into it, but there have been some wild fucking names people have been like, how about this openly racist colony project? Can we immortalize this? No, we fucking can't. You crazy? No. Tear gas catching fire is what happened to the Branch Davidian complex in Waco. See, I knew I was conflating it. It didn't sound right. You're thinking of Waco. Yeah. God, love to live in a country where there's enough of these incidents where I can get them mixed up. Been dragged down the Fed posting rabbit hole a couple of times. Hey, whomst amongst us? Emerson. Has Emerson been Emerson? What? Okay, we have a poem by Emerson, but we don't have Emerson. Emerson. English. Waldo. We can't do that. God, that would be such a good Where's Waldo joke. Huh. I gotta think about this. Nietzsche, we can't do. Whitman, maybe. Walt Whitman. Really iconic. Emerson. Yeah. I'm sorry. We can't do Waldo. I'm sorry, man. Like, as a queer person, I totally understand the virtue and the sanctity of a chosen name, and I hate to do this to you, but we're using last names for everyone else, or surnames for everyone else, so to be consistent with that theme, I gotta do it to you. I am so sorry, Wally. I'm so sorry, Waldo. Emerson. American essayist. Lecturer. Okay, fuck lecturer. Nobody cares about that. Philosopher. Philosopher. Abolitionist. And poet. Leading transcendentalist. Incredibly influential. Yeah, Ralph Waldo Emerson, my man. Whitman, my boy. Yes, Whitman, you were dead. This is a weird thing to celebrate, but fuck, somebody beat me to Whitman. Good taste. Shame on you. Whitman's great. Whitman is greatly admired. Yeah, no fucking kidding. Ezra Pound. Pound? No, you can't name a system Pound. Yeah, put Pound right next to the thrust system. Let's go, gamers. Let's go. No, gonna think better of that one, maybe. Gonna think better of that one. There's a lot of things throughout history I'll always be like, hey, you remember that guy who was famous for having a carrot stick in his mouth, but people confuse as a cigar and just expect someone to pick up? Well, look, here's the thing. History is often taught, especially in the United States, as memorizing names and dates, but the story is the more important thing. So you are remembering the more important thing. History is about telling each other stories and using those stories to inform one another about the world around us, about what's possible, what's impossible, to share lessons across time, right? That is its purpose. Secondarily, it's an avenue by which people, places, and things can be immortalized and honored and remembered years and years and centuries and millennia after their living memory is passed on. So if you're remembering the gist of the story, if you're remembering what happens, if you remember like the moral or the like vibe, that's the point. That is the point. Even if you would be graded very poorly in school for that, that's still the point. You're doing history right at that point. I wonder what happens in the pound system. You want to find out? me and who, etc., etc. It's too fucking easy. Let's start from the other direction. Smith. Clark Ashton Smith. Yeah, your name's too generic, but we already have a few things by him. Forget if Da Vinci, my first thought is not the Victorian artist, a grave robber, inventor guy. That was a lot of inventor guys, unless you know his actual history. Yeah, I think that a lot of people have very negative views towards like history as a school or history as an academic study because of the way that it's taught and how rigorously and like prescriptively it's taught. But no, I mean you it's not that serious. I mean, it's serious, but not that serious. Leopold, I already decided I couldn't do. Snyder, born 1930. Sorry. Turner! Not like the Turner Diaries, right? What the fuck am I thinking of? Not the PDF, just Turner Diaries. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe Turner's not a name I can use. Turner? Nina Turner? Oh, I forgot. Yeah. Well, JMW Turner shows up first. Now, is that because Google's intentionally suppressing the Turner Diary results? Maybe. Maybe. Nat Turner. Oh, that's a good one too. I'm not sure about this. Frederick Jackson Turner. Also, you're not even the first Turner that shows up. I don't think I can, man. Which is unfortunate because you were known for your frontier thesis, which was talking about the significance of the frontier in American history, which is really fucking important for these ideas that we're talking about. Oh, Huxley. Julian Huxley. You're British. God damn it. I'm like, oh yeah, you're really iconic. Brit. Come on. No. Baxter Adams. Damn. Okay, well, maybe I can steal something else. Yeah, Manifest Destiny is, oh god, accredited to... I don't want to immortalize John Gass. So, look, American Progress, 1872. This is hugely important, pivotal landscape work and, like, really iconic. But the whole, like, unironic displacement of indigenous peoples as a good thing and, like, celebrating it by, like, deifying it this much. I don't want Gast's. I don't want to celebrate Gast's vision here. Was this accurate for the time? Oh. 10 ways to Tuesday, buddy. 2 ways to Tuesday. Like, to a T. This was a great embodiment of what Manifest Destiny meant and believed in the worldview. But, like, we gotta hope that that's not the Dawn of Victory one. This is an inclusive setting. It's one of the pillars. It's one of the cornerstones. Is an inclusive setting. So we can't drum up Manifest Destiny too much because a big part of this, and a part not really talked about, is the racial element. That was a key component. Like, what's wild about the Philippine evacuation in lore, or like the idea of Cuba and its nationhood or lack of nationhood, is that there were movements in the United States to give statehood to the Philippines or to Cuba, or prior to that, to annex Mexico in its entirety during the Mexican-American War, or even more territories of Mexico. However, there was a big racial component, especially in the Southern Democrats, that argued against it because it would too strongly shift the demographics of the United States to a position where Anglophonic leaders wouldn't stay in power as easily and would have to give too many seats to Catholics, Spanish-speaking Catholics particularly. So it was a racial, religious, xenophobic, but also like deeply self-interested motive that kept that from happening for like 2 centuries in different ways. So it's really interesting that the United States in Dawn of Victory has to come to a head with that and accept, even to a much greater degree than we've accepted today, a much greater cultural synthesis than we have, which is exciting and interesting. What about Laura Ingalls Wilder? Yeah, partially related to Roosevelt? Let's see, if I type in Wilder, Alright, yeah, we get a boxer. Okay, we can assume that's not what I'm talking about. Wilder Foundation? Nope. Wilder Nashville? Let's see if she has a nickname to go off of. Laura Wilder. Man, you were washed out in this photo. It's not your fault. They got the wrong exposure on you, honey. They took this for too long. Your eyes are popping, though. What was this taken? 85? No, that's okay. That's not bad for 85, but that's... The photographer should have, taken some other shots with less, faster shutter speed. That's what I wanted to say. Do you have a nickname I can use? Little House on the Prairie. Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, no, you're right. Ingalls? Fuck. She shows up, but it also shows up as a... Ingalls Wilder? No, I mean that... Well... Ingalls Wilder would get us there. Huh. Damn. Damn. That's a great idea. That is a great idea. If you believe in your heart that the Little House on the Prairie isn't iconic, I hate to inform you. No, I will joyfully inform you that you are wrong. That is very iconic. She shows up as a first person. The Ingalls Wilder say, yeah, fuck it, we'll do it. I don't know if it'll stick, but we can do it. Enlightenment. The Enlightenment period was a bit more broad, but I don't think Enlightenment's necessarily a bad vibe. Alexandrian Codex. Okay. We've been at this. Look, I gave the estimate that this would be like a 4 or 5 hour stream. We are pulling up on 4 hours right now, which means that after 4 hours, I need to go through and actually do the thing Mark really wanted me to do tonight, which was highlight names. But I didn't want to highlight names without populating it more and encouraging people. That's why I was posting in the Orion Arm and Star Map and OTO like, hey, for real, get your names in today because we're probably having a stream tomorrow and we want these highlights up so Mark can pull from them so we don't have to make a whole fucking thing out of this. And I'm sure this will explode tomorrow. Miskatonic, that's a good one. I'm sure this will explode tomorrow, but I can only vet so many of them live, and I can only highlight so many of them live. So when I was like, hey, you're getting preferential treatment if you put in your names now, I'm being serious. I'm being very, very serious. Your best chance is to do it now. Author of the Little House on the Prairie series, specifically for the USA and PSA. We're probably not doing other places tomorrow. I would be aghast if Mark put down enough to finish both the PSA and USA tomorrow. Not Ingalls shows her as a first person from Wikipedia on Google. I'll do Ingalls Wilder. Yeah, that's fine. Sorry, I heard stuff about frontiering over and over in my brain with, wait, Little House of the Prairie was that. Yeah, no, nothing to apologize for. That's a great through line. I would not have thought of this, and this is on the money. This is really, really iconic. Oh, God. Fucking snap, crackle, pop. Holy hell. I'm not missing anything in the Discord, right? Yeah, nobody's hanging out. I'm gonna keep the voice channel open to show people that the stream is still going, but that's okay. Yeah, okay. I'm not missing anything. Good. Transcendental Club. God, we got a lot of Channing, Clark, Cranch, Jones, Very, Wheeler, Ripley, Fuller, maybe Margaret Fuller, Hooper, Tappan. Am I wrong? Fuller, what do I know from you? How do I know you? How the fuck do I know you? Woman in the 19th century, maybe? I think I read that in, like, my History of Feminism in the United States course? Maybe? The first major feminist work in the United States? Yeah, okay, Fuller. Sure. That's definitely why I know you. And there's a seminary college. Yeah, well, fuck the seminary college. We'll put Fuller in here. She wasn't racist, was she? Hold on. Specifically her radical thinking about the whole race of womanhood. Was she... She also supported the rights of African Americans, referring to this as a cancer of slavery? Yes! Okay, so, I brought this up because it was very, very common for first wave feminists to throw African American women under the bus, or non-white women under the bus. Basically the fuck you, we're gonna get ours. The argument was that African American women too complicated the movement, and that it would be more likely and more like acceptable for the white man to extend voting rights to white women, but not all women. So it was a very common thing, especially again amongst first wave feminists, to throw non-white women entirely under the bus for their own gain. So I love to hear that Fuller was not one of them. I think I knew that about her, but like, hey, it's a low bar, but my god, you would probably be depressed maybe by the number of people that wholeheartedly would throw their fellow human beings under the bus just to get theirs. The first American female war correspondent. No, the first is a bad thing. So when you're writing about glass ceiling breaking individuals, whether we're talking about women, whether we're talking about minorities, whether we're talking about queer people, marking them as the first woman or the first gay man or the first, African American to do a thing, that's less a comment on them than it is a indictment of the world that they're a part of, that they shouldn't have been the first. Instead, you should point to their individual accomplishments, the things that they did, as a way to write about them. So like in Fuller's case, authored the first major feminist work in the United States. She literally created a field and started a literary movement. It wasn't the first because women had been excluded from writing feminist works prior to that point. She started it. That's an accomplishment of hers. So we can hold that up. And you can hold up the accomplishments of people who are these glass ceiling breaking individuals as going like, she was a war correspondent, and point to exactly what she did as a war correspondent, but it is kind of insulting to women prior to that point because the implication was, well, they just weren't good enough, or she's the one that broke the mold, and that it's more about her. No. The fact that there had to be a first one is an indictment of the culture and the nation and the power structure, and speaks less to her, maybe like to her veracity and her strength of spirit for overcoming that, but also maybe like her social privilege that she was in a position to do that when others weren't, or maybe like ways that she benefited from racism or classism or other things that empowered her to do that when women before her who tried to do that were unable to do it, right? So again, try to focus on like what they actually did than like the first African American woman in space. Bro, who cares? I'm sure that there have been plenty of African American women who wouldn't want to go to space. Why was NASA not in a position to help them facilitate that goal? Why is this the hallmark of NASA finally getting their shit together, right? Little Women had themes of exploring gender stereotypes back in the 1860s and became very popular. For real, yeah. Is there a way to throw names for features? Throw them in a star systems. Maybe, no, don't do it in the notes because people get carried away with that. Ambrose, your names, I think are of a sufficient quality where if you said like, hey, this like makes sense for this or that, I wouldn't hate it, but it's a bad precedent because the way that this fucking spreadsheet used to run was the notes section was just full of fan lore. Just full of fan lore. And I tried to gently walk that back for a long time, being like, hey, like, keep that very brief, like, messages directly to me, just, like, stuff you want the staff to know, and people didn't really take the hint, so every time I'm like, well, you know, maybe you can, like, put, like, could be a black hole, could be a binary system, don't do that, because that's a slippery slope that... Unfortunately, it has been demonstrated people can't restrain themselves after starting down that path. Other people will read into that as, ooh, I get to write in the lore here. Unfortunately, all we really want from you are names. But if you put in the etymology, or like, I think I'll pick up on what you're putting down, is what I'm trying to say here. Like, we just named, this area, finally, like a week and a half ago, we named it... Load. The Laughing Snake. There was nothing in here saying that Laughing Snake would be a good name for a region. We're just like, yeah, you know what? The Laughing Snake? That works. Ular Katawa? Yeah, I think that Flux is a name. I don't want to give preferential treatment, being like, you can do it. That was my first inclination, but I gotta not give the pass to certain people and not to others because it'll get out of hand from experience. May Alcott might be a good name as well. Well, let's see. Alcott, I gotta say that's probably not gonna... Hey! Alcott works. Alcott works. It's the stupidest test, but it works. Alcott. English. Bam, boom. You know, Raven, you're able to edit this, and I don't want to be stealing credit here. So I'm gonna credit you on these. Author of Control I, Little Woman. Novelist, poet, author. Well, I already said author. That's a little redundant, isn't it? Yeah, no, works. You're dumb and don't know where to find it. That's not a you problem. That's a Mark hasn't pinned it anywhere problem. I think it might be pinned in the star map pins. Is that right? No. Oh, yeah. One of Cabra's posts has it pinned in there. This is a problem. We should have this pinned. Oh, you don't need the edit grid part of that. That works, right? There we go. Yeah. We should have that pinned places, but we don't have it pinned. I just normally share it with people when they ask. I can fix this with mod powers. Where do you want it? It should specifically... Oh god, I can't see the Discord. Okay, I am... Is anybody watching on there? No. Disconnect from the VC. Browse channels... Information. The information sticky or announcement that has... No... Yeah. In information, there's sources and links. Under announcements and rules, the information if you can edit Mark's post. The one with the sources and links to the Dawn of Victory YouTube channel, Champlain Group Wiki, Map of the Orion Arm. It should go directly under Map of the Orion Arm. I think is the most logical place to put this. Otherwise, I don't know where else we have a... Here's all of the information stuff. We just have it pinned in the star map channel, which is fine for now. But also Mark loses the link a lot as well when streaming and asks people to share it, and people don't know where to find it. I cannot. We can put that on the back burner. I don't think this is urgent. It's already pinned in the star map channel, and I can't think of where else to put it except that information post. There's a star map channel? Oh, that's new. Didn't you make that? I thought you made this. Did Mark make this? I thought you did this. I gave you credit for this. You can lie to me, it's okay. No, I guess Mark made it. Huh. Okay. He did. Did you? Sure. Yeah, Raven did it. I assumed... I thought Mark was dying at the time, so I just assumed any changes to the Discord were you. No, whatever. Green anarchism, probably not. Nature writing, Gilbert White. We already have Bartram in here. Marwick. Phrenology, oh no. Cooper, Burroughs. Maybe John Burroughs. Richard Jeffries. English. Suzanne Finnemore Cooper. I haven't heard of you, Cooper. That seems like a problem. Why haven't I heard of you? Cooper. Well, first, Cooper's fucked, right? What are you famous for? Writer and naturalist. Were you the dinosaur lady? No. Who's a dinosaur lady? Mary Anning. Mary Anning, I believe, was English, yeah. Hey! UK. Is she really that iconic, though? I mean, I don't know if any paleontologists make a lot of sense as a system name. Well, you know, fuck it. Why not? Anning. English. Mary Anning. Pivotal and prolific fossil collector. Yeah. Pivotal and prolific fossil collector, paleontologist. Naturalist. There we go. Yeah, Mary Anning. Alexandrian Codex. Look, I said we weren't doing English tonight, and then I went and told a lie. Burroughs. William S. Burroughs. That sucks. Can't use you, Burroughs. There's a more famous, also American Burroughs. Turner. Damn, the Turner diaries suck. I'm back in an ad jail. Yeah, Twitch be like that. Don't worry. You got like 12 seconds. You can't hear what I'm saying, but you have like 12 seconds to worry about. Virginia Woolf. How does that work? Google said she was important. Yeah, Google will tell you all kinds of nonsense these days. The AI be wildin'. Google said she was an important American writer, and she's British. Yup. It happens a lot. Okay. Frontier Thesis, probably can't do anything else with that. Manifest Destiny, I don't want to touch this. If other people do, I will happily shoot down like 90% of the names you can pull from this. I don't think it's a bad idea. I just don't want to touch it. New Frontier, American Frontier, No. Nah. Transcendentalism is another place to look if you'd like, but I think we've kind of hit the point where it's been 4 hours. I need to go through these names one more time and start highlighting shit, so I'm gonna do that. Okay, top to bottom, meeting. Very cool, but that's also the name of Nikiska, meeting place, so this is already kind of redundant, and that is long. So no, Indefatigable, that reads is British to me. I'm gonna put this in the UK. Congress. Congress, Constitution, Thanksgiving, absolutely. Hard to say no to those. Crucible, I don't like. Spearhead, I love. Keystone, Great Proclamation, yeah, because the Emancipation Proclamation, I get it. Tenacity, nah. Defiance, I do like the idea of a Defiant. Can we change that to Defiant? Defiant, fuck, that's an adjective. And Defiance isn't? Defiance is the noun. Balls. Okay, that sucks, brother. Serendipity, I don't like. Vigil, I think there's something there to Vigil. Axiom, it's clever, but no. Endeavor, maybe. Endeavor, Emancipation, Freedom, yeah. Glory, I think a 2 on the nose. Old Glory, 2 on the nose. Union, Justice, yeah. You might say, Alex, a lot of these kind of suck. We have to make sense of the Liberty system. The Liberty system's gonna be in a cluster, and it's gonna be in a cluster with other similar kind of like way over the top American names, so hence these. I think the Mayflower, Amistad, Discovery, and Colossus systems make sense to me. Storm, that doesn't really do it for me. River of Swans is interesting. Muddy River, High Hills, Marked Painted Rocks, Eater of Tree, Fine Rivers. I think Fine Rivers actually works. I gotta double check that Allegheny is actually that, though. Hold the phone. Etymology. Meaning of the word comes from Lenape, usually translated as Fine River, but you don't have the Lenape spelling here. Okay, well, whatever, fine, fuck it, I'll take it. The propaganda cluster. They're all the propaganda cluster, right? But yes, for real, for real. Is it? It's after midnight. That's fine. That's fine. I just looked at the star map and I saw something posted yesterday at 10:54 or 48 p.m. I'm like, yesterday? What do you mean, yesterday? Nice. A river flowing through a mountain. Nah. Promontory Peak. Nah. Tallest mountain in the east of the Mississippi. I think probably for that, yes. Miami. Wapasiki. Shines white, pure white, water over white stones. Maybe. Beautiful River. Aroostook. Yep. Yeah, let's get Wabash in there. Why not? Muddy River. Oyster River. Susquehanna. Oh god, there's so many names I wanted to pull that I haven't pulled. Everglade, no. Shenandoah. Blue Ridge Mountains. Etymology. Possibly named after a Oneida chief or the Senator. So I hit the wrong key. Senator people. Maybe. Not gonna highlight for that one because I can't prove it. 6 grandfathers, short for Mount Rushmore. I think 6 grandfather, man, is an interesting name for a cluster. Why'd I put a quotation mark? Oh, for 6 grandfathers. But seems also problematic, Codex. My inclination of like, oh, we could call a cluster of like 6 American president names the 6 grandfathers, and then I'm like, wow, you're really just going full circle with recreating Mount Rushmore. Maybe that's a bad look. Maybe we don't do that, Alex. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe not, right? Maybe not. Am I still in focus? Oh my god, we've held focus. Good job, shitty camera. I'm proud of you. Cody, I like, and I'm gonna highlight. It's one of mine. Wilderness, confluence of rivers, I think works very well. Ozark, Mountain namesake of Thomas Cole. Catskill, god, I like it, but I don't think it reads well enough. People are talking about how much they like Cumberland, and I do gotta say, it's not bad. Appalachia, other side of the river, I do think is good. Mississippi, very hard to say no to. Very hard to not okay Mississippi. And again, this isn't me okaying this, these are highlights. And I think it speaks highly to the names I've kept by how many I'm highlighting. Gernsback, I don't think that's iconic enough. Duncanson, yeah, first internationally known African-American artist, absolutely. Gernsback was the publisher of the first science fiction magazine in the United States. Very, very impactful. I don't know if it does it. Kensett, no. You should go with the other founders of the Met. I don't even think you're noteworthy enough. He married restraint with transcendental luminism. Interesting artist and good artist, but like, not that great. Now, I gotta ask something. It's eye-catching. I'm curious. Is the black on my lip a tattoo or a piercing? It is lipstick, actually. I want to permanently tattoo it, but also I just haven't gotten around to it. So I just take a lip sip and just boop, just a little dip, just a little dab. You don't have to be sorry for sidetracking. Totally okay to ask. I like it a lot too, so I like being able to talk about it. I tend to be pretty lazy with makeup. Like, I have lipstick that I could do the full lips with, but also like, I ain't got time for that. And I could do something more interesting with my nails. Also, they're fucked right now because it's been about a week. I ain't got time for that. I do be lazy. Redora is interesting. Simac, pioneer of the pastoral science fiction subgenre. I had Simac more for Arcadia. I don't know, dog. Pulitzer, Twain. I don't like Samuel Clemens, but he is iconic, and I don't know what to do there. It's actually a thing in indigenous culture. Yeah. The lower jaw is specifically a reason why I have been hesitant about getting it a tattoo, is trying to find out, okay, how exactly can I tattoo this that it's clear that it's not cultural appropriation? Like, and this is coming from somebody who has fucking Vishuddha tattooed on their body, who has Sanskrit on their body, right? But this is actually the root sound. Oh god, no, the seed sound for Vishuddha, which is the sound you make when you're meditating on that chakra. And I got this when I was 18 because I used to have difficulty expressing myself and communicating, and this being a chakra associated with communication and expression and singing and voice was very meaningful to me as a way to like physically cut into my body, a reminder, because you are cutting into yourself with being stabbed with the needle for thousands of times, a reminder to foster that part of myself. Like Sequoia, I think Sequoia is a name works really, really well. I like Sequoia a lot, so I'm gonna go for that. Twakman in the world. I'm sorry, Twakman. It's just, that's so close to Twat, man, and that's never gonna happen. Redora, maybe. Paine, like Thomas Paine. God, it's iconic. I wanted to get them tattooed, but jobs and all that, not liking face tattoos. For real, yeah, that's a thing. That's a big thing. obviously I'm biased. I would find that a very tasteful tattoo, and I would hate to see somebody discriminated against because of that, but also, like, biased. Incredibly biased. Thomas Paine is good, Mark Twain is good, Pulitzer is good. I don't like them, though, and I don't think they especially... Here's the thing. I don't think they speak, except for Paine. Paine definitely speaks to, like, American ideals and aspirations. Does Mark Twain? No, man, Samuel Clemens was just kind of a crotchety old fuck who complained a lot, and then retired to upstate New York near a women's college, Elmira College, where I went in upstate New York, to act as a guest lecturer, i.e. to be a creepy old dude in a women's college and try to score. So I don't think very highly of him. Does he have interesting stories? Oh, totally. Huckleberry Finn, I think, is iconic. Absolutely iconic, but I don't respect the guy. Einstein, I guess, but I don't want to highlight that. Audubon, again, like, I think there's some strong arguments there, but I don't want to highlight it. Butler, I would love to, but I can't. Ulysses. Now, should it be Grant or should it be Ulysses? If I Google Grant, if I Google Grubhub, Ulysses S. Grant shows up. So I think this should be Grant/Ulysses. Ulysses is a possible secondary name, but Grant is a primary name. I think Grant works. I think Lincoln also works. Do we have any other presidents in here that I'm okay with? Yeah, Lincoln, Grant, Roosevelt, really showing my politics here. Washington, throw him in here. And I think you have 4 decent presidents there. Franklin, God, no. Kochi, Sacagawea. Sacagawea is pretty good. Pushmatata, interesting, but I don't know if it's iconic enough. Frederick Douglass, also really iconic. But we don't have, like, oh my god. Tubman. Jesus. Yeah, we don't have Tubman? That seems wrong. Let's grab you. Let's move this down. Tubman, English. Codex to do. Codex to do. Alexandrian Codex. Yeah, Harriet Tubman for sure should be on this list. Yeah, tailored searching on Google is absolutely a thing. So this is a flawed approach. My rationale is that the majority of our audience is American, as far as I'm aware. Mark knows better than me, obviously. So maybe Ulysses, and then is a backup, right? Ulysses S. Grant and Lincoln is kind of redundant and perfunctory at that point. It should really be one or the other, but, like, I have a lot of respect for Ulysses S. Grant. I'd assume North American in general. Yeah. We do have a substantial European audience. I don't want to belittle them by any means. Onondaga, People of the Hills. This was the capital of the Iroquois League. Very, very, very significant. Harmony and music, I think Concord is a name. Good. Onondaga is a name. Good. Plymouth, Roanoke, Croatoan. I mean, one of those is mine. Good. Border town. Tuskegee. Yeah, Tuskegee is also, like, really significant because of its historic location as a large African-American community. I mean, the Tuskegee prison experiment was a thing there, which is incredibly fucked up. Annapolis, hard to say no to, I think. Broadway, give me Boardwalk. That's a little silly, but I think Boardwalk is interesting in a way. Appomattox, yeah. Shawmut, Hopewell. Hopewell and Hampton, I like. Valley Forge, I like. Antietam, I like. Honestly, all these I like. Shawmut, I think is okay. Broadway, I think is fine, but, like, a little too vague. Tuskegee, again, mixed feelings. Fictional names. I don't love any of these. Stormalong is interesting. I think Stormalong and Skylark, I really like the sound of them. Look at how many of these fucking names I've highlighted. Yeah, that's what happens when you cut out most of the names you don't like prior to doing that. I will go through and sort through these first, or next, but I'm going to Phantom Ship. That's the name of Crater Lake's islands? Oh, that's Wizard's Island. What? Mammoth? Ah, yeah, Mammoth Cave. Come on, Trey, you're from Kentucky. Why are you giving Mammoth to the PSA? Well, because mammoths were a lot more common out here. Like, at the University of Washington, at the... Oh god, what is their natural history museum called? Hold on. Hold on. Hold the phone. UW Museum. The Burke, B-U-R-K-E. The Burke Museum had, before it was remodeled, a room that was like entirely mammoth tusks. It was one of the most metal fucking things I've ever seen in a museum. It was really understated, but it was just like a wooden bridge going down a long hallway, and the floor underneath the bridge was just coated in mammoth tusks. Really, really wild. Yeah, Mammoth can't be in Kentucky, right? Which is why I noted that maybe it should be a USA name. Trey, Lakeside Trey, is from Kentucky. I mean, I was born there. I'm not really from them. Sorry if responses seem slow. No, you're good. There's 5-second delays. Yeah, so Twitch typically has a built-in like 5 or 7 second delay from chat. Like if I am talking as I am typing this, so you can hear/see the 7-second-ish delay. I am sending it now. And then we can go 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, 4, 1,000, 5, 1,000, 6, 1,000, 7, 1,000. Now you're probably hearing me say the word now. That's just a Twitch thing. That is, honestly, it's for the streamer's safety. And I can increase that buffer. It's just so, like, if I were to accidentally leak, like, my address or some shit, I could shut down the stream and it wouldn't go through to Twitch. It's a common thing in broadcasting. Normally for, like, profanity, but, like, we don't worry about that here. Mark is Canadian, so YouTube suggests his stuff to people in the same country first and nearby second. It's so wild. I wonder if him being Canadian has made it easier for the Templin Institute to be found by people in Europe and internationally than it would have been if he were an American. Or if it would have been easier as an American. I'm really curious how that algorithm works. It's a 10-second delay? Maybe. It varies too, depending on the on Twitch's network. First got a visitor with Umuamua. I really love Tapine to be lone sick. If you really want to come up with a name that I love, make him sad. Make him sad. Absolutely great. Sinagua, I really like. Without Water. Milky Way, characterized by happiness. Halcyon, I think is great. West Wind is fine. Union Gap, I really like. Overland, I think is interesting. Weird, but interesting. Milky Way's good. These are also good. I don't think there's any bad names in here. And we really went to town with the Pacific states with geographic places. So let's sort this range by column A. No. This should be sorted. Well, now I can sort it by column B. You know, we alphabetize and sorted by language. Yeah. Mount St. Helens. Mount Fuji of America. Yeah, I mean, Mount St. Helens is really iconic because it exploded. Cascadia, Evergreen, yeah, you know what? I'd rather have names like Cascadia Evergreen, Redwood, Yellowstone, Trailhead. Ooh, Willamette or Willamette is really hard to not say yes to. Giwas, yeah. Ishki, Klamath River. Fuck. That's very significant. That, not so important. This important. Shooting place and references less important. Name for the Grand Canyon, yeah, pretty hard to not do that. Denali, absolutely. Indigenous name for the Klamath. It's really hard. Also, that's not how you spell indigenous. You're good, I'll fix it. Indigenous? Wait, fuck, did you spell it right? Am I? No, there's an E in there. Yeah, you're good. Shoshone, many Pentacles. Maybe. No. Yeah, hard to say no to that. Maybe interesting, but no. Bringing Forth Heaven, I think, is a bridge too far. Backbone of Heaven, fucks is a name. The Kauai Halani fucking slaps is a name. Kauai Halani is, I mean, I added it because I thought it was cool as hell, but like, for real cool. Land of Abundance, Molokai. That relates to an East Coast name that oh god, I forget what it is. That was also Land of Abundance. Canada does technically border Denmark. Makes you think. Man, I have so many questions. Like, what happens to Canada? We're saying they're in the UK, but it would make a lot more sense if their administration merged with the United States. I'm not saying they should be annexed into the US. I think there was a time and a place where that was possible in the early 19th century, and it didn't happen, and after that point, the idea of the United States annexing Canada is fanciful. But also, this is a setting that features an alien invasion, and it's very hard for me to imagine British Columbia not joining the Pacific States, just for logistical reasons. Eastern Canada staying independent, yeah, sure, fuck it, why not? I mean, more like the United States and Canada, by nature of the First Infaxi War, needing to form a coalition government or as a form of tighter association, makes sense to me, but also, like, why as a Canadian would you ever want to join the United States if you were given a choice, right? So even in that case, I don't see Eastern Canada joining the US. I see them maintaining their independence and just being close military allies. But like BC, give me Vancouver. They are across the water that way a few hours. They are a stone's throw away from me. Vancouverites are just Pacific Northwesterners, and I refuse to engage on the subject. I don't think they should be annexed into the United States. I think we should all secede and make something new over here on the best coast. With current politics and what's going on, it makes sense that they'd want to, or at least like some people might want to. But also it's cliche, and I'd understand Mark, as a Canadian, not wanting to. Look, there was a whole fucking War of 1812, right? Like, the US had its fucking chance, we got our asses beat, and I think most Canadians are rightfully proud of the fact that they burnt down the fucking White House, and that in the one war they fought with us, that they won. You know, can't blame them for being like, no, we won the war, why would we join you? Alberta wants to, yeah, but that's Alberta. Back in the 1930s, they definitely would have gone with the UK. Eastern Canada, for sure. Western, like, British Columbia is the only one that I'm like, maybe, just like, Vancouver's not that isolated. It's very connected to Seattle and Alaska in terms of like trade and supplies, and that's why I'm like, I'm not so sure about Vancouver. Montreal, yeah, no way Montreal is joining the US, because they have that East Coast port that goes really easily accessible to the rest of the world, but I really think once you get like in the middle of Canada, I still have the question mark of like, whoa, where the fuck does all this go, right? Well, technically it was British regulars. Yeah, but technically Canada was British at the time. They can take the W. Don't take that away from Canada. Let them have that. They... Did we burn down their Capitol building? I don't think so. Long Mountain, the Gathering Place, Oahu, yeah. Window Rock, I don't understand the significance of. Is this a creation myth thing? No, right? Oh, it's the capital of the Navajo Nation. Okay, yeah. Wildly important. Capital of the Navajo Nation. Dineta. This is moving from here down to cities. I thought this just referred to the famous rock. I didn't know it was also the capital. Nope. Way more important than I thought. Place of the Bear, weird. This is one of mine, I can call it weird. Yampa, fine. Little Apple. Manzanita, I think is pretty good. Mojave's in here, right? The fuck did I do to Mojave? Oh, Mojave's right here. Yeah, I'm like, that's a highlight. Sierra Nevada, probably. Burp. We already have the Columbia River, don't we? Don't we? Burp? Yeah, Camapuyan, yes. Delete row. Barkus. Nah, O'Keefe. O'Keefe and Bierstadt. Bierstadt's German. Fuck. Because he's German and the Germanophobia I was talking about, I don't think that Bierstadt works, but Bierstadt was he's so talented. He's so fucking talented. Is one of these painters of the American West in like the 19th century. Look at this shit. He's known for his luminosity, so his use of light, and oh my god, like the light on the fucking water and like the god rays are really, really well renditioned, and just the chiaroscuro, the light and the shadow, and just like this feels wet. This feels soft and wet and slick and cold, and like the sunlight feels warm by comparison, and like the softness of the fucking light, and also like the cold hardness of light that he's able to do. Bierstadt is so fucking talented. So fucking, you can tell I studied art history, right? I studied a few different types of history, but art history was one of it. Bierstadt's mastery of the usage of light also went into practicing photography, of which he was an outstanding photographer for the time. Remember earlier there was an 1885 portrait of an author, and I said that the shutter speed was all wrong because she was overexposed. This could be a fucking painting with how well he did this. His understanding of light just really fucking married photography and his landscape landscape painting so well. But it's a German ass name, and I don't know that I can highlight it because of that. He's known for his Illuminate. Yeah, he famously is a alien sympathizer in oh my god, what the hell, Helldivers. For real. People also focus on the beer part of his name. Probably. Yeah, Hubble, pretty hard not to highlight. John Muir, George O'Keefe, pretty hard not to highlight. Barkus sounds too much like a Greek name, so I'm not crazy about it. Hazard, I think, is a very fun name for a system, though maybe kind of a bad name for a system. Fremont, I love. Seattle, I love. Kamehameha, I think, is probably more iconic than the last queen of Hawaii because it was kind of legendary. Place of learning, joint between two houses, new house, Port Harbor to cross the river, two fires, fire and hearth, premarital handholder. Again, Cabra knocked it out of the fucking park with these names, but as far as highlights go, I think Dineta has to be a highlight here. And then there's names like Apacheria and a lot of other names like that are also endonyms that we're not using. There's so many endonyms that aren't going to make the list, and basically the way that I've been thinking about it is by population of those indigenous groups, both in 1933 or 1930 generally, and today, being how I want to add them and address them. And that's something I very much want to continue to do, to add to these, and more indigenous names of like their endonyms, specifically what they refer to, their nation, not their people, their nation, or the idea of homeland for them, are names that I'd really, really like to add to this. Specifically, Anchorage is really good, and I think hard to not go with. Astoria, also pretty fucking good. Hollywood, I hate, but it's so good. Astoria is so Pacific Northwestern. Forlorn Hope, I really like, but not enough to highlight it. Rincon, not enough to highlight it. So Hollywood and Forlorn Hope would go right there. Kunaki, no. Skylark, man, it's good, but no. Califia, yeah, I hadn't talked about her. She's a fictional queen of the island of California. She's the namesake of California. Hawaiian Galaxy, Almaka, no. To recover from a nearly fatal illness. Oh, that's, yeah, Kohaku. Interesting. That's good. That's very good. You get purple. Let's see, Snowy Owl, northernmost point in Alaska. That's cool. We have so many geographic names, I cannot justify highlighting it, but it's very good. Also, we're pointing out, Inupic words, we don't have a lot of in this bounty because there are some in... No, I have some Escalute words in here. Never mind, that's an offensive mistake to make. Shame on you, Alex. Just like I have Suian names, which is what the language group is called, despite that not being the word you should use for those people, and Escalute names in here because I don't know what happens to northern Upper Canada. I don't know what happens to where major Inuit Escalute populations are. Sioux, I don't know what happens to the Dakotas and the rest of the Great Plains. I don't know what happens to a bunch of the, like, Filipino population. They end up somewhere. Where? Great question. Great question. Ansel Adams. God, I fucking love him. So this is for me. Okay. Amador. Woody Guthrie. Phantom Ship. No. Wizard's Island. No. I like where you're at with those, but I don't think those fly as system names. They're very fun ship names, though. Phantom Ship is the name of a ship, I think is maybe a bit much. But, like, Inuit was spread across Canada, though, wasn't it? Yes, which is why I don't know where to put it. Again, Canada, I don't know if it's US, PSA, both, neither, or UK, or its own thing. So... I can know its meaning in origin, but I swear it's spread out. Yeah, it's very spread out. It's super spread out. Like, languages in here are Inupic, languages in here are Inupic, languages in here are Inupic, some lesser extent in here, but it's all over the fucking place. So that's why I'm like, I don't know where this goes, because it's like Upper Quebec for some larger settlements, but also like some really notable ones in here, and like really notable ones in here as well. So I don't know, and they're lingually pretty related to like Yupik languages and like other Alaskan languages. So trying to, you know, this really well highlights to me the profanity and the audacity of European border drawing, even in an environment as polite as North America and the relations between Canada and the United States. It's still very interesting to look at, especially like indigenous peoples and how these borders divide up communities and nations and cultures and landscapes that used to not be divided, and more naturally or authentically, naturally is a problematic word, more authentically or more historically those borders didn't exist. They're very artificial things. Like a very, very significant group that are heavily affected by policies in the American southern border are the Tohono O'odham. The Tohono O'odham are migratory. Like, they have certain settlements in certain areas and hunting grounds and like gathering grounds and sacred spaces that are on both sides of the Mexican-American border. So them being literally having their homeland split in half by the Mexican-American border, they're very heavily impacted by like legislation trying to control that border. And parts of the US-Mexican border are their sovereign territory, which throws a whole other complicated angle in there. I also studied indigenous history of the United States pretty extensively, and this is something I care a lot about. So, I could talk for hours about this shit, and I have before. I have made infotainment mods about this stuff for Victoria 2 that never got released in the full version because I got burnt out. I figured I should throw those names somewhere they could end up being used, since I'm like, yeah. Guthrie, I like. Castle Crest, it's a good name, but I think, especially for like castle-y names, we're probably gonna reserve for the United Kingdom just so they can get their King Arthur on, which Mark and I don't really love, but I do think is appropriate, so I might fight for the people who want the Arthurian shit in here. Guthrie, True didn't think of that, just looked at a map of mammoth ranges, could work well. Okay, yeah, I figured, Trey. I'm gonna do this on your behalf then, buddy. I'm just gonna cut that, move that over there. Woody Guthrie was Californian? Oklahoma. Died in New York. You are American, my friend. Sorry, you're not Pacifican. Amador, County, California, name for Jose Maria Amador, part of the Gold Rock. Who are you, Jose? California ranchero, gold miner, and soldier, Amador County. Huh. Interesting. For sure interesting. Significant enough? Probably not, but I don't hate it, and I have really, the PSA needs names more than the USA does, so I'll keep it. Ansel Adams, you are going into people, artists, and scientists. Alright, let's drag this out of here. If you are hanging out, and it is also late at night where you are, let me gently encourage you that you do not have to stick around until the end of the stream. The company is very welcome, but I don't want to be feeling like I'm keeping anyone up. My sleep schedule is destroyed today because I've been sick, and I slept something about 12 hours. Also, I really want to get this in a great place for tomorrow, so I'm probably going to stay up longer than I should working on this. And so do not feel bad if you want to dip out because you are eepy. That is a-okay. Do not be hard on yourself for that. You're not missing out on any content. You are maybe missing out on some preferential treatment as far as the names go. God, Climax, again, so fucking funny. There's no way that we can use this, but God, I love it. What's sweet? Yeah, that's a mood. Had family, had to honor them in the county. Yeah, a lot of people will get in small Easter eggs like that, and I think there's just, it's a question of how many systems we end up having, how many systems we end up using to determine how appropriate or inappropriate a name is. So let's go with ideas first. Windjammer, fine. Bluegrass, that is more of an area in Kentucky too. So no, Trey, I'm not playing your game. Grand Slam. You motherfucker. No, Grand Slam and Climax are not going to be in here. We are not getting Slam Down Big Style in the name of in the vernacular of Dimension 20. I'm sorry. That's not happening here, but goddamn Grand Slam is funny as hell. Log Cabin? Nah. Molasses? Nah. Metacomet? Interesting, but no. Snipe? No. Whitman? Yeah. Bunyan? Ugh. I don't like Paul Bunyan. Does that mean that he's bad? No, I just don't like him. I don't like it as a character, but that just means I won't highlight it. I think it's appropriate, I just don't like it. Moonshine? No. God damn it, Trey. I love Trey's sense of humor so fucking much, but I have to be a hard ass and be like, nope, no fun allowed, no fun allowed, no fun allowed, and it do be sad. I go to sleep, I wake up with 40 pings because I forgot to log out of Discord. I leave Discord open and ignore pings. Oh, well, I'm glad that I can help with the putting notes together. Love to be background sound. I love listening to streams and to like long form essays and shit when I'm working on stuff, so I'm right there with you. I know how it goes. Amber waves of grain, limestone, these are all... Lewis means famous warrior? What? Really? Well, we can't do that here. Louis is a French name? Sure. Louis is a French name in Canada, the US? No. Bunyan is French? Delicious. Oxbow. Oh god, that's so pretty. Motherfucker, it's so pretty. Mount Holyoke. Oh, I forgot about Holyoke. Please tell me Holyoke is I mean, I know it because of the women's college, if I'm being honest. History. Leave it open. Leave it open and move on. Oxbow, perfectly great name. Putnam. Also okay. Frost, Poe, Bartram. Yep. Let's move you down here, Oxbow down here. Am I putting people's works as artists? I believe that I am, right? I should be. I should be. Hold on. Yeah. Art is also going into art and scientist. That's probably confusing, but whatever, it's fine for now. Winchester, Dunwin, Browning, Emerson, Miskatonic. We do like some fake ones who go up by this. In Akram. Reanimator by Edison, Enlightenment goes up here. Edison, Emerson, Wilder, Fuller, Alcott, Tubman, Boardwalk. Boardwalk is a generic ass name. Mammoth, Guthrie. Okay, yeah. These can all go up to ideas and concepts. Pluribus unum. I think there's a neat idea there. I don't like it, but I think it's a neat idea. Windjammer, interesting name. Bluegrass, interesting name. Amber waves, fine. Limestone. It is a key geological feature in the Bluegrass region. Also, I mean, god damn, Trey, you wrote an essay. Go off, King. Also, limestone cliffs and hills look really pretty. He's not wrong. Go off, King. Enlightenment ideals were, I think Enlightenment's okay. I don't think it's specifically American enough. It's just my problem with it. Okay, let's get these authors. Guthrie, you're an artist. You go to hell, Edison. It's a good name, but I don't like him. I don't like him one bit. You are creator Conan, father of sword and sorcery. Oh, that's fun. Chambers, grandfather of cosmic horror. Bartram. I need to finish up Poe, Robert Frost, Edgar Allan Poe. Let's do these real quick. Edgar Allan Poe. Is it Allan? Allan. It's Allan. pedestrian-ass streamer doesn't even know how to spell things. SMH. Edgar Allan Poe. American writer, poet, author, editor, critic, famously macabre, goth icon. There we go. Frost, Robert Frost. Two paths diverged. The fuck is that? The road not taken. There we go. The road. The road not taken. There we go. American poet. Famed American poet. What the shoes never worn. Who did this? Hemingway. Yeah, we have Hemingway already in here, right? What? What? Why is Hemingway not in? What? Hemingway. English. American novelist. Ernest Hemingway. American novelist. Writer. And journalist. Sorry, should have put and, should put the symbol for and. Journalist. I wrote it down. But I didn't know what else to put. So I erased. Mood. Honestly, that's why I put codex to do when I don't feel like writing it out. Like, I don't know what to write here. I'll come back to it later. So I hear you. I'm like, there's no way I'm the first person to think of Hemingway. Basically, if you're ever in doubt, the first sentence on Wikipedia tends to be about right. Is it a little lazy to do that? Yeah, but like, that's the byline we're looking for most of the time. I mean, most of his stuff came after 33, right? No, Farewell to Arms was in 29. Really? Oh God, yeah, The Old Man of the Sea. Jesus, I forgot what he wrote. The Sun. A Farewell to Arms. The sun also rises. For whom the bell tolls. Jesus. Yeah, pretty noteworthy, I guess. Kind of important. Aiming for frontier stuff, and I didn't read about the book, so it didn't seem relevant. I wasn't sure what to write for him. Took me 10 minutes to find out what he wrote, because it's not like screaming out in the wiki right away, so I had to Google him again. Yeah. Normally at the bottom, there's selected works or bibliography, so you can take a look at it. And, you know, if you're not familiar with those works, this means nothing to you, and that's okay. But yeah, for sure, the target is frontier poetry, but I think Mark really overestimates how much frontier poetry there is in the United States. It was often written about very poetically, but not prolifically. Like American attitudes about like the frontier are intentionally kind of nebulous. Like there are some really good authors who write about the associations with like religion and unimproved nature and like this being a new garden, but also like they wrote about the savagery of indigenous peoples and like all kinds of other stuff in the same breath. So I can't think a lot of those like early authors who were appropriate here. Yeah, that makes sense. That a lot of the frontier books you found were written by British authors. Totally makes sense. I mean, here in the United States, again, like, the authorship wasn't really a thing. It was a propaganda thing accomplished through art, newspapers, and law, more than anything else. So politicians would talk about it a lot. But I don't know, maybe I'm oversimplifying, and maybe there's stuff I'm not thinking of. That's probably the case, but I have a really hard time nailing down frontier poetry without going into modern stuff. Like Edward Abbey, who I'd really like to cite, who I can't, is just an incredible environmental landscape essayist, and just, like, so good, but he's outside of the scope. So get fricked, Alex. Get fricked. Harriet Tubman I don't need to do right now. Boardwalk I don't need to do right now. Let's take all these authors and move them up. People, artists, love to see Thoreau in there. Oxbow should also go up here as well. And Cole doesn't come out as Thomas Cole, right? J. Cole. Boo. Yeah, eventually we get Thomas Cole. Maybe I can get away with that. I have to try. That way, when Mark asks, Cole, I don't understand Cole, I can post a long-ass thread in the YouTube chat talking about, oh, well, have you heard of a little series of paintings called The Course of Empire? I have a 15-minute lecture for you. Thomas Cole, father of American pastoralism and founder of the Hudson River School movement. Hemingway wrote about frontier stuff mid to late 30s. Yeah, it's... The 33 line is really frustrating at times, where you find somebody who wrote, like, something incredible in, like, 1934 or the 40s, and it's just like, well, damn. it's right there, but maybe we can't flirt with this. Should Tesla, would I want a system named Tesla? No, I wouldn't. Even though Nikola Tesla was an American, because of the association with Tesla today, I wouldn't want a system named Tesla. So for that reason, I'm not really wild about having Edison. I'm gonna highlight Frost and Poe. Bartram, probably. Wilder, Fuller, Alcott, Hemingway, gotta highlight them. Woody Guthrie. Was Woody Guthrie really making music prior to 33? I don't think he was. My man was 21 years old. Yeah, nope, sorry. I love Woody Guthrie. A very political artist. This Machine Kills Fascist, iconic. Am I? This is Guthrie. Yeah. Iconic, but he's a little after the point of departure. Codex. I'm so sorry if Vic, I'm so sorry. I think it's a lovely, lovely name. But I don't know if we can run with it. Twain, God, can you not highlight Mark Twain? I can try. I can try. Eakins, Redora. God, look like Thomas Eakins is so talented. Me getting all fired up and mad about how talented people are. Alexander Graham Bell, pretty hard to say no to that. I don't really want to highlight any of these inventors for now. And if Mark wants to, then that on his head be it, but it will not be on mine. I ain't touching that. Jebs, I need to actually write something about Eugene Debs instead of just putting Eugene Debs. Major American socialist, political activist, unionist, founding IWW member, 5-time U.S. presidential candidate. I love this man, Codex. But probably not ideal for a non-socialist U.S. system. U.S. American system. I'm including Debs, even though I don't think he's a strong name candidate. I think, in fact, he's a pretty bad one. Miskatonic, you are going into fictional, and I appreciate you playing along. Putnam. Named military garrison during the Revolutionary War, subject of Atomic Cole's view from Fort Putnam. Interesting. That'll go into infrastructure. Whitman. Oh, yeah. Why did I... I mean, it's not putting in Walt Whitman? What's happening? Bunyan. Just add it to fictional. Winchester. Yeah. Military figures. Browning. Military figures. Winchester is highlighted purely because of the Winchester House. Should the gun that won the West be a PSA name? That's a great argument, Trey. It really is. Queued in Connecticut. Codex. I hear you, but Winchester was an export. Well, why is Emerson not in here? Edison. Just add him to the list. Just put him in there. We don't need to worry too much about who Edison is. Fictional Massachusetts. I really like Miskatonic. I really like Dunwich. They're great references. Mammoth. Pretty good. Mammoth also means big, so it's an idea or a concept that fits in there as well. Boardwalk. Gibson Guitar Company. Huh. You know, I hadn't thought of that. I don't know if Gibson is the most appropriate name for a star, but damn, Raven, you got a point. Let's do Harriet Tubman real quick. I swear to God we've done this before. Am I crazy? Yeah. There we go. English, Tubman. We do love Harriet Tubman, and she should go right next to Frederick Douglass. I'm gonna make both of these purple. Oh God. Tumbleweed, we gotta put that in PSA. Even though Tumbleweeds, interestingly enough, are indigenous to Central Asia. Wave Break, Vista, Windfall has already been stolen. Zenith, Traverse, Touchstone, Tailwind, Symphony, I don't know what to do with. Swan Song, no. Slipstream, I really like generally. Solitude, Solace, sure. Serenity, Shoreline. God, no, too many of these are too generic. You know, I could just put them on both. And that would add some highlights. Yeah, we could do that, Alex. You could do that. Should you do that? That's the question. I don't know if you should do that. You most certainly are able to do that. No, ain't nobody gonna break my stride. Ain't no gonna slow me down. Oh no. Yeah, Almost. That's a hard call if that goes here or PSA. Boardwalk. Dictionary. He's Boardwalk's a terrible name for a system. What am I doing? Get that shit out of here. Earhart. Oh yeah. Amelia might not die in the same way in this timeline. So hey, something to be hopeful about there. Do I want to do that? Yes, I want to do that. Okay, open me a separate Dawn of Victory master files, and then we move it over here so I can log into the right account, because it'll default to my spam accounts, and ain't nobody on that. Okay, we're going to Independent. Don't know why it edited your line. That was because I was moving stuff around. That's my fault. That's not your fault. Me deleting, if you delete a row, it'll keep the row that you are looking at like C152, but C152 will be higher or lower than it used to be. It's a bad habit on my part that I need to not do. Not your fault. That is entirely my fault. I think Trey complained about that earlier, and I'm like, ooh, yeah, I shouldn't have done that. So, oh no, what? Oh, how about we sort these correctly? How about that? Aw, derelict. Aw, yeah. Sort by range, column A? Yeah. Okay. I am going to take my favorite names from the general English one and plug them into probably both the USA and the PSA. Should I also put them in the UK? Maybe. We're not there yet. Is this an abuse of power, trying to get names I like? No, that's my job. It's my job to abuse power. I'm not sure if that's true. I'm going to insist that it is. How many are there? Like 150? Dang, girl. Okay, well, boom. Okay, Concord, we already have. I can delete that row. Crucible, already have. Godspeed, already have. Providence, already have. Grendel, I don't really like that much, so that can go away. Beowulf, also not crazy about that one, so that can go away. Providence, Quintessence, Serendipity, that's fine. Sentinel, Slipstream, Solace, Summit, Tailwind, Touchstone, Traverse, Undertow, Vagabond, Vestige, yeah, and then we go over here, and then, I just put the same list, and we also get rid of Beowulf, we get rid of Grendel, because there's no way we're naming American systems that. Halcyon is already on here. Harlequin, I don't think Harlequin's happening, is an American system, so you know what, get rid of Harlequin as well. Sorry Harley, ain't happening. Nexus, Lucky Strike, Kaleidoscope, Landfall, Overture, Panopticon, Providence, Quintessence, Refuge. I don't know if I like Providence, actually. Yeah, so let's get rid of that one. Relief, Relic, Reliquary, Repose, Retreat, Rhapsody, Riptide, Rosetta. Rosetta, no, Rosetta is very British. This is not going to fly for the US. Salvation's probably a bit much. So let's get rid of that. Sanctuary, Sentinel, Serenade, Serenity, Shoreline, Slipstream, Solace, Solitude, Squall, Summit, Swan Song, Symphony, Tailwind, Touchstone, Transcendence. Transcendence may be a bit much. Transcendence is a bit much. Triumph, Tumult, Turncoat, Undertow, Vagabond. Vagabond's not a word used in the United States very much, so I'm just going to copy this over to the UK. Klondike. Yeah, that makes sense for Canada. Vista, Val, Watchdog, Wavebreak, Windfall, Wyvern, Yesteryear. Wyvern is more European. We can ditch that here. Wyvern, whatever. Zenith, Yesteryear, Rhapsody, Harborage. Okay. Bastion. We can ditch that. I think Bastion makes more sense for the United Kingdom. Cathonia, absolutely not. Bastion, not very American. Ardor, that's a Britishism. Let's see. Would I get rid of Ardor? I mean, Blackguard shouldn't be one. Cathonia, and then... I mean, amalgam doesn't make sense for the US. We don't use that word. Bulwark. Bulwark. Oh, god damn it. Come on, just let me delete things. Delete row, Arger. Deleted. Bitterend, Blackguard, Blackguard. Nobody uses Blackguard in the US. Bootstep, Boundary, Breach. Get rid of Bulwark. Carmine, I like Catalyst, I like Catharsis, Cathonia, no, Cathonia. Cinder is a little, we have Well of Embers, so maybe Cinder is a little lazy. It's not bad, so leave it, it's fine. Citadel, yeah, let's ditch that for now. Codex, ha 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 ha. It's worth noting, I didn't add Codex, but I feel obliged to keep it in here. Me about to suggest the name reading later became a supporter of the Nazi Party as an American. Very racist immediately. Happens more often than you might expect. Consonants, Constance, Covenant. Dawn, Delight, Deliverance, Departure, Derelict, Diadem, Doldrum, Duet, Dulcet, Dusk, Extrication, Flotsam, Gaunt, Halcyon, Happenstance, Harborage, Haven, Headway, Highgate, Horizon, Isn't Highgate the name of a prison? In the UK? Newgate. Okay, nope. Wrong. Yank. Dumb Yankee. Horizon. Intermission. Jetsam. Kaleidoscope. Landfall. Lucky Strike. Nexus. Overture. Panopticon. Payday. Pinnacle. Plateau. Prospect. Providence. Quintessence. Refuge. Relic. Relief. Reliquary. Repose. Retreat. Rhapsody. Riptide. Sanctuary. Sentinel. Serenade. Serenity. Shoreline. Slipstream. Solace. Solitude. Squall. Summit. Swanton. Symphony. Tailwind. Touchstone. Traverse. Triumph. Tumult. Undercode. Val. Watch over. Yesteryear. Zenith. Okay, all of these are just abundance. Abundance is really the first thing in this list? You really let abundance fly, Alex? Sure, whatever. These are all ideas or concepts. So bam, move them up there. Jesus Christ. That enough names for you, sicko? We're getting there, actually. I wanted hundreds. We are at hundreds. I wanted like 300, and I think we're probably gonna hit it before the stream tomorrow, which is the goal. Mark wanted highlights, and by God, he's gonna get options. Ideas and concepts, put them in here. Covenant, you know what? No, fuck Covenant. I think Covenant is a little too Halo-y. Get that out of here. Sorry if I'm fucking with your settings right now. I should have deleted that, moved the row. That's my bad. That's my bad. I didn't think before I did that. Do I want codecs on the US system? No. If it's in the game, if it's on the map, if it's in canon, I want it to be a Pacifican system because I gotta rep that Seattle pride. So I'm gonna cut it from this one. Alamo, I think, sure, you will go in here, perfectly fine. Gibson, I don't even know where to put Gibson. Artists, sure, it's fine. Artist, scientist, sure. Female pilot from Earhart is iconic. Earhart is iconic. She's not that remarkable of a person when you look at, like, her impact on society, but I think right next to the Wright brothers, absolutely. Georgia O'Keeffe, Paradise, it's too correct. Paradise is too correct. El Dorado, we made more sense in an area we've already done, and it might make more sense in an El Dorado made sense for the Golden Horn area and for Calypso Deeps. If we go in, and probably when we go in and do like an American or what the fuck word do I want? Sea of Clouds, piratical region. I think El Dorado there. Très bien. Very, very good for that. Very, very good for that. She did a lot for women's rights and an activist for that. I guess that's true. I mean, she's a role model too. I think my problem with her isn't so much about her. My problem with Amelia Earhart is that she's held up as a feminist icon in a weird martyrdom kind of way, if that makes sense. I don't like how much of a martyr she is in, like, the popular consensus. I'm uncomfortable with that. Would she have been as famous if she had lived? Maybe not. And that's pretty fucked up. I think that's the root of my discomfort there. She's remarkable in the sense, oh yeah. Since an entire myth about a water triangle formed around her, totally. I think she's definitely iconic, for sure. I think I'm just a little wiggly about how she's remembered and the way that that's taught, and maybe that's colored my opinion and outlook on her unfairly. Deep Water, that's real good. From the Source, which reverse to Denali is the source. I like both of those. I do. Okay, we're almost to 200 with the Pacific States, which is great. Now, granted, I did artificially inflate this. Don't make the joke, Alex. Don't make the Sonic inflation joke. I did inflate this by about 50% with, like, these 85 names that I added from the independent system bounty, but well, what you gotta do, I want them used, and they're appropriate here, and then also appropriate in the UK, but we're not going to the UK right now, so no. If she hadn't eaten it, she probably would have been put alongside the Wright brothers in terms of popularity. Yeah, and I think probably still would have went on to be a feminist icon, but maybe not in the same way. Okay, alright, that's pretty good. Tesla, can't help you. Poe, Frost, we're done with that. Mount Holyoke. Nah, I like it because of the women's college. Shenandoah River, we already did. Taos, that's gotta be Pacific States. Taos. Puebloan. Pueblo Revolt. Taos. Rebellion. There we go. what's the word I want to... Base... Key Pueblo city / settlement, in the Pueblo revolts. Was this 1680? 1680, successful expulsion of Spanish from Puebloan lands. Andrian Codex. Taos is for sure getting highlighted. Now, Pope as a person, I don't think I can do, because the name Pope doesn't convey well. I think people will read Pope as Pope, or Pope, maybe. Pope? Ah, fuck it, let's do Pope. Why not? That sounds... I don't know what that sounds like I'm talking about, but that sounds strange. Pope, Puebloan, leader of the Pueblo Revolt, 1680, successful expulsion of Spanish from Puebloan lands. I'd say Pope is almost like a mythical figure. To be political figure, military figure. Military figure. Taos is a city. Is New Mexico in the Pacific States? I'm saying it is. I'm saying it is. Would Geronimo be more PSA? God, I don't know. It's a great question, Trey. You're a mobile. God, you sick bastard. Get that mobile out of here. He's Apache. Knee-jerk answer. PSA. Apache IMHO is Pacifican. What about Jedediah Smith? Okay, fortunately, the last name Smith is the definition of anonymity. So I can go, no, we can't use Smith. That's too ambiguous. Jedediah, however, you might have me there. If I Google Jedediah... Wait, that's generic. That's generic. Fuck, he is the second one. You can add it. You can submit it. You can submit it. You can submit it. For sure. God, but he was such a piece of shit. This opinion of indigenous people, saying he, quote, came upon children of nature, unintelligent types of beings, formed a connecting link with the animal and intellectual creation. Just such a weird guy, and also participated in a massacre, but you can add it. You can add it. Jedediah, not a Smith. Jedediah, he shows up. Smith would mean more like Smith College, or oh yeah, I had some ideas of what I wanted to do. I'm gonna trust that Trey has Geronimo down, and God, I'm not even sure what name to use for Geronimo, but we'll get to that. People of the Underground Railroad, Ellen Craft ain't doing it. Douglas, already gone there. Harriet Beecher Stowe, I don't think that Stowe, well, fuck, she did right. Uncle Tom's Cabin. Beecher? There's no way that's gonna give me Beecher Stowe. Nah. Okay, well, can't help you there. Tubman, already there. John Brown, absolute king, but generic ass name. Unfortunate. But hey, Brown is vague enough. I could be like, it's Brown University, but it's actually John Brown, Glover, Henson, Grimes, Coffin, Hayden, Carey, Walcott. Oh yeah, Walcott. Forgot about him. Sojourner, Truth. Is I ain't a woman? Oh, good. Ain't I a Woman is, so fucking good. Now, if I just say Sojourner, that is evocative of her, though maybe not immediately evocative of her. Though also Sojourner as a name is very appropriate. Also, it's the name of a community member. Truth. Did we not have Truth? In the US? Truth. Huh, okay. Fuck it. Truth? Sojourner. Oh god. Sojourner. There we go. English. Alexandrian Codex. And I need this to highlight Raven. Hold on. What's the point of nepotism if you don't embrace it? Why have nepotism if you don't formalize it? I broke it. God damn it. Hold on. Me, Nami, premarital handholder, okay, so we can delete this. Yeah. If text is exactly this, make it that, correct. F2F. Done. Fix that formatting. Alex, why did the formatting get mixed up? Did somebody go in and delete and insert rows like they know they shouldn't without breaking the formatting? I don't know what you're talking about, me. I don't who would do that? Who would go in and like some kind of format terrorist just butcher this? I don't know. Couldn't tell you. Wraith Falls. Ooh, that's a fun name. Hellroar. That is a great name. Yeah. I love Hellroar as a name. Is it too much? Probably, but that's a fun name, dude. Truth, Sojourner. Okay, Wiktionary. Truth, justice, in the American way. English. Facts. Reality. Correctness. Accuracy. Honesty. Faithfulness. Fidelity. Etc. Sojourner. I'm gonna say Sojourner is a reference to her properly. But first I'm going to have to define the word, her namesake, which is a shame. Person who resides temporarily. Sojourner, Truth, pivotal African American abolitionist and feminist and activist. Ain't I a woman? Then I am going to cite this. Sojourner, Truth. Absolutely, Sojourner goes up here along with Douglas and Tubman, 100%. But then, and am I highlighting too many things? I think I am. But I'm just going to run with that for the time being, because that's pretty hard to avoid. So, look, for now, Jedediah is Hebrew, isn't it? Jedi. Yep, that's what I meant. Yeah, Hebrew. Just opened National Park maps and looked at feature names. I'm surprised success with that strategy. Yeah, I mean, those are very safe names, right? We are going to want to paint with a more broad brush and not just have it all be like national parks or whatever, but you can get some really cool names from national parks and natural places. Like, the precedent is that people have named that, have given those names because they found them iconic or evocative or, you know, exciting or whatever. So yeah. Okay, Innsmouth. I also need to add shadow over Innsmouth. Innsmouth, English. Oh, I am getting sleepy. That's okay. That's why we have caffeinated beverage. Actually, that's quite lemony. I did a good job with this infusion. Yeah, pat yourself on the back, Alex. That's right. Oh, fuck. It's a fictional village in England. Lovecraft's more famous Innsmouth is in Massachusetts. I'm gonna pretend it's in Massachusetts. Fictional Massachusetts. Sets town in Lovecraftian stories. Shadow over Innsmouth, etc. Jedediah moves to people political? I guess. Yes. Yeah. Arkham. I do agree that Arkham is too on the nose and we should probably say for a city like Gotham. Debs, I already expanded on, right? I didn't start expanding on that and then leave it. No. So one of the mountain names is Twin Towers. And I was like, that's a little close to something else. Yeah, oh, let's see. Did I save this art that Mark shared? Hold on, I'm putting up this full screen for no reason. I don't think I did. Let's see, Dawn of Victory. No, I didn't. So Mark posted in the Discord a while ago, like a little teaser to be like, hey, thanks for being so patient. Here's a little teaser of what we've been working on. And one of those, and it's been a while, was... Oh, was it in the middle of it was in the middle of a stream where he shared this, I think. Yeah, and people screenshotted it and started talking about it almost immediately. New York. Wow, this is such an unuseful word to search for, Alex. Manhattan. Try Manhattan! Maybe that'll have fewer than 700 results. Maybe. Okay. Yeah, that's probably Manhattan. Yeah, that's probably the area where I'm talking about. Scroll up. Yeah. Back on 417. The Twin Towers don't do much better in the Dawn of Victory timeline than they did in ours. Also, wild that the Twin Towers still get built in this timeline. Yeah, the nuke-looking art. This that I have on screen. Make it big. I love how people just rip this from the stream immediately. These are the Twin Towers. And this broken ass shape is like to a T what it looked like when it was breaking and collapsing. So, shout out to the artists with some real bravery with their reference material there. I want to add Nahani as one of the people who roam through mountains and valley because it's the name of a northern Canadian mountain range. Yeah, like, I really like some of these Canadian landscape names, but I don't know where the hell to put them. I've heard it's also the Valley of the Headless Men. Oh yeah! I've heard of it by that name. I am familiar with that name. There's apparently a hydrothermal area in Alaskan Volcanic Park called Bump-Ass Hell. Bump-Ass Hell. But... Bump-Ass Hell. I had notes. We're finally getting around to my fucking... shower notes that I wrote down earlier today. Shower, really. Bath time notes. Colonial forts. Fuck, that's a great idea. List of American colonial forts. By state. Oh no. Oh no, Alex. Fuck. Canada's so up in the air with how split up it is. Yeah. Yeah, and I wish I had an answer for you instead of equivocating so much on a lot of these, going like, I don't know where it is. Fort Point. Point's not bad. Ross isn't bad, but that's so vague. Castillo de Guiaros? Guiaros. What mean Guiaros? Huh. Shingle Beach. Shingles. So like Castle of Shingles. Interesting. Fort Cobblestone. Huh. I think that's more appropriate for a Spanish name. I don't mean to minimize like the role of Spanish, Latino, and Latina, and you know, more broadly Hispanic-speaking peoples on the history of the United States, because it's been very, very impactful. But in thinking of like visually recognizable distinctions, some Spanish, like Manzanita, make a lot of sense. But I don't know if Guiaros reads super American. I don't know. Fort Point, how about you? Castillo de San Joaquin. Yeah, well, San Joaquin. Castillo. Presidio is a significant part of San Francisco. Would you name a star Presidio? Almost certainly not. I'm tempted to name one Castro. Sonoma, probably not, right? Name? How did you get named Sonoma? Solano, Bear Flag Revolt. Alcade? Alcalde? Okay, no. No. Yo no hablo español. Yo no comprendo español. I'm a gringo, and I'm not trying to participate in erasure here, but I'm not actually that familiar with Californian history. Fort Ross, I don't think there's much more to go off of there, right? No. Okay, Washington? And not one for Washington. Or Oregonia? Not one for Oregon. That seems wrong. I don't really want to go through with this. This is a great idea. I should do this later. I'm getting too tired to do research this tedious right now, but it's a good idea. Got an ad, rip. Can you slap it on the US tab? I think slap it on the OTO other tab for the time being. This is where the I don't know where they go systems go. We should have a tab just called Canada. I don't disagree, right? Like, basically this is Canada. This is Canada, and like the Midwest is what this is ending up being right now. Canada, Midwest, Caribbean, other unclear, regions and nations. This is the placeholder file, and I'm so sorry that we have a placeholder file. This is basically the IDK file. This is what this is. And I'm so sorry that we have to have this right now, but I'm not bugging Mark by being like, Mark, where does Canada go? Give me the lore. Give me the deep lore, Mark. Now, I'll be patient. I'll be patient. I'll get it at the same time y'all get it. Because it's not that important to know it ahead of time, and it isn't that big of a pain in the ass for me to go back and move things around after the fact. I know you've been horribly ill, but tell me where your country goes. I think it'd be fair of him to equivocate on that and not really want to make up his mind, too. Because it's like, you're gonna displease people regardless of what you choose. Western forts. Forts in the American West. Also, a great potential... Oh no, are there like... fuck you. Okay, most of these are named after people. Lawton, Wright, Rays, Walla Walla, Flagler, Spokane, Townsend. Ooh, Townsend's pretty good. Fuck. Fort Townsend. Townsend, Massachusetts. Okay, no, it's not evocative of the West. Haha, haha. Fort Dent. Vancouver. I really want to put Vancouver on the PSA bounty and be like, can we have it? Can we have it? Mark isn't from BC. He's from Calgary, right? He'd be fine with giving me BC. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not crazy about any of these. Landscape poets. What happens if I just Google landscape poets? Topographical poetry. My god, of course there's a category for this. John William Foster. Wilson Foster. Why do I recognize your name? Probably from a history course. Cultural historian? Oh god. God only knows how I've heard of you. I'm not that familiar with you, but you ring a bell. Shipyards. Oh yeah, list of American shipyards. Shipyards of the United States. Bath Ironworks. No, Bay. Bellingham. Bellingham, maybe. If I Google Bellingham, I'm gonna get the city in Washington. Because it's very close by. Is Bellingham sunnier than Seattle? No, you dumb bitch! It's on the other side of a lake. You think it's gonna be sunnier? We're exactly in the same fucking place. Bellingham has the lowest average sunshine amount of any city. It's worse than us? Fuck you, Bellingham. Fuck you. Needless to say, I'm not crazy about Bellingham, nor am I crazy about Bellevue. Get wrecked. He's from Alberta? Really? Wait, yeah, I knew that. Yeah, because he's not from BC. Yeah. Wait, did I say Calgary was... I don't remember what I said at all. I want to make Nahani Valley Wiki as a source for this, but the story about the headless stuff is on another site. Oh, just put in 2 links. Just put in the primary link first, and then put in a space and put in the second one. I look at all the links. Calgary's in Alberta. Yes. But yeah, you said Calgary, which you're from. Yes. Okay, I'm right. I'm like, I'm tired enough to believe that I accidentally said BC, which would be kind of insulting. That's a big mistake to make. Bellingham. Who named it this? Informed in 1903, takes its name from Sir William Bellingham. Bro, that sucks. You know, I could put Vancouver in here and be like, no, I mean Vancouver, Washington. That's a place in Washington. You can't tell me that it's not. And like, people assume that I mean British Columbia, and it just subtly annexes it that way. What am I to do? I guess. I mean, Bellingham is a pretty important shipyard, isn't it? But so's Bethlehem, and I'm not using that as a fucking name. Cuts and Case, absolutely not. Dialogue and Company, no. Dry Dock Company, no. Detroit, maybe. I don't like the idea of using cities. Hog Island is fucking great as a name. Terrible as a star name, but great name. Old Thames, Philly, Port Blakely, Pritchard, Savannah, meh. Swan Island's fun. Todd Bath, Victory Yard, Victory. No, for Donna Victory to have a victory system, that'd be too much. Or would it? No, that's too hokey. Do it, you want to? No. I think I trust other people to try and fit in specific cities that I'm not gonna do that. And I'm not going to try and subvert the lore by being like, Vancouver? Oh, yeah. And Nahani comes from an indigenous language called Dine. Yeah, Dine is a northern Athabascan language, similar to Navajo, or Dine, D-I-N-E, is part of the southern Athabascan language group. They both refer to themselves as the Dine, whether it be D-E-N-E or D-I-N-E. It means the people in both of their languages because they're that closely related. It's pretty cool. Athabascan languages. There's a big gap, too, between southern and northern Athabascan languages. Northern Athabascan languages are all up in here, and southern are way down here. And then we have some interesting ones that are in here, and I believe these are not southern Athabascan. They're Pacific Coast Athabascan. Yeah, but really interesting. One of the common things connecting these cultures is that they are all dog cultures. They have domesticated dogs, sled dogs particularly. Sled dogs were an important part of the migratory movements of these people over time, and dogs still play an interesting, important, and marked cultural role in a lot of these distinct cultures. It's very cool. Little unnecessary factoids from Alex. Lots of I lived in around Athabasca for a while. It's nice there. Lots of reserves too. That sounds fucking cold. I believe you. I've been told so often how beautiful it is up here. Well, up here, more broadly, like Alaska and like northern British Columbia and Yukon. I have never been further north than Seattle. Is that true? Well, no, I've been to places in Maine, but in the West Coast, I've never been further north than Everett, which isn't much further north than Seattle. Athabascan, Alberta is Alberta weather. Oh. My understanding of, like, Canadian weather is so confused. Like, I know if you cross, like, this arbitrary line, that it is actually freezing cold and fucking terrible. But if you're in here, it's actually just, like, not all that different. Oh, don't try to understand Canadian weather, man. Yeah, I've made that mistake before. Like, here, very different than what you'd experience in here. Just like how what you'd experience in here is very different from what you get in here. Look, I may be American, but I at least try to understand Canada. I make a small effort. Last winter we had 40°C weather. The planet's dying. The planet's dying. Landscape, shipyards, bookmark for later. United States Armories. Bookmark this for later. I don't really want to do that right now. Oldest United. Did OkCupid autofill there? I haven't been on that site in like. How long ago was that? Like 2.5 years. Damn, girl, you break up with one person and suddenly the algorithm's like, oh, you want to start dating again? It's been a week and a half. Are you over it, Alex? No, I think maybe a month. Algorithm, give me a month and then start throwing dating apps at me again. Oldest United, yeah, that threw me off. States, universities. Wait, that's not how I want to. List of U.S. universities by founding date. That's what I want. That is, motherfucker. So much better. Yeah. Well, specifically this. Cambridge, Williamsburg. Pennsylvania? Really? Harvard. Do I want a full Harvard system? Okay, so the rationale here was how in Freelancer there was a Cambridge system, and I thought that was so cool when I was a little teenager. Would Harvard as a whole fucking system make sense here? I don't know. Oh, The Long Dark was so good. I never actually played that, but I remember watching folks play it. Who's dropping their kids off in -40°C? People who don't love their kids. What is 0F2C? Yeah, okay, in Indiana, where I grew up in my teenage years, it'd get to like -25°C at the lowest, and I mean the lowest that it got. Upstate New York, oh my fucking god, the winters there were horrible. So I've been out in that. I was waiting for the school bus as a kid, and I had like long hair down past my my chest, and it used to freeze while I was waiting for the bus if I didn't dry it off. Suggested university in the OTO tab, but it's a Philippine university that's significantly older and larger than Harvard. Oh, that's cool. I don't know. Harvard, fine. English, oldest institution of higher education in the United States. For a second there, I thought I misspelled United States, and I'm like, just revoke my citizenship now. It's fine. I would happily sign away my my citizenship if I could become Canadian. I just need to meet a very nice Vancouverite couple that want to adopt me as their their weird adult child or a polyamorous Vancouverite couple that want to both marry me. That's what I need. That'll fix all my problems. Just marry into a happy Canadian relationship. Give me your health care, please. Washington has a public health option, and it's not terrible, but it's not good either. Universities. Do I want to go and do like Brown and no, we did one. One's fine. I would like some names for like Guam and Puerto Rico, and I want to make sure that those don't go ignored. John Harvard, who it was named after, was a British citizen. Yeah, and I do imagine, of course, the light's turning out because it's 2 a.m, and that's my go the fuck to sleep sign. He was alive during the bubonic plague. That's wild. Yeah, I can't wait to see what we do with the Philippine names, because we have a lot of really, really interesting Filipino names right now. What other notes do we have? Puerto Rico, Guam, baseball, nah. Enclave, nah. Watersheds, rivers. Fuck. Yeah, okay, hold on. Big Alex time. We've been at this almost 6 hours. I did say this is gonna be a long one, maybe like 5 or 6 hours. We're at 6 hours. I used to, back in the olden days when I was actively trying to be a streamer, a long time ago, I would regularly do 8 and 10 hour stream days, and I'm glad my voice is holding up, because being sick, I didn't think that it would. Let's get rid of this overlay, yeah? Yeah, I have a background thread. My desktop background cycles through hundreds of high-resolution maps and infographics because I'm a huge fucking map nerd. So I would like to pull up some of these and take a look at them and see if we can derive any ideas or inspiration from them. Be cool. Hold on. Okay, cool. I'm like, are you gonna preview anything you shouldn't preview? Do I have things on here I don't want shared? Oh my god, yeah. There's some stuff that never needs to see the light of day. I don't want to copy these names outright. Nakutsusk. I don't think I want to copy any of these. This is a oh god, I can't remember. I think Am I remembering right that this is like a yeah, Tualapi. Wait, do I have hold on. Nobody's rushing you, Alex. You don't need to keep saying hold on. Oh, hold on. Coyote and Crow world map. You wanna... Yeah, I didn't think you had too many things on here. Cahokia, I've already gone on for a long time about why I'm not crazy about that one. Seattle's still on here. Coyote City, no. Kiowa, what's, Kiowa... And then... Tadodaman. I'm clearly misspelling that. Tad. Oh. Dahan? Dahan? That Tahan, maybe? Dahan? Yeah. Okay. So you were a ruler of the Onondaga. Interesting. Look, great artists, good artists borrow, great artists steal. So I'm not sorry for borrowing from a really ambitious creative project. I am very unapologetic about stealing from this. This is great inspiration, and we already have references to other sci-fi and fictional settings, so why the fuck not? United States. What do we got? Kiowa. This is Cherokee? Really? Cherokee Town, northwest corner of South Carolina. Principal town, which was the principal Cherokee town out of the seven flower towns. Name of Kiowa River. Place of mulberries. It was also known as Old Kiowa to distinguish it from later towns of the same name. First established in a more defensible position. Yeah. Okay. And we'll add that up here. Get you out of here, Kiowa. Tadodaho was a leader sachem hyena of the Onondaga Nation before forming the Iroquois League. Oh. Had extraordinary characteristics, widely feared, but was persuaded to support the Confederacy of Five Nations. Hey, I appreciate you adding so many, and I appreciate you hanging out for so long. I know you've been adding names all day prior to this stream, so I know you've been at this off and on all day too, so I really do appreciate it. His name has since been used to refer to a chief chosen to preside over a grand council. Fuck, dude, I don't know. That's interesting, and you apparently thought it was appropriate, and I really trust the writers of Coyote and Crow to have gotten this right. Yeah, I'm just going to have to trust that they got this right. They know way better than I would if this is right or not, so I'm just going to Alexandrian Codex, Coyote and Crow reference Codex. Additionally, oh, I didn't even give a citation for that last one. Whoops. Now you had Tadodahan, meaning like place of this person. So Tadodahan, Iroquoian? Fuck, I misspelled that. There's an I in there. Iroquoian. Iroquoian. There we go. Title of the chief chosen to preside over the Iroquois League. You know, I know you have it as Han. I'm just going to keep it as this. I'm just going to keep that and then move it to political people? Political figures? Yeah, I mean, it's a title. Yeah, that's fine. Coyote and Crow, out of here. Cahokia, Coyote City, can't help you. Seattle, already have it. Poggers, Megadoggers, my dude. Okay, yep. I don't have anything else I want to pull from this. Turtle Island, decolonize. I don't think there's much that I want to pull from here. This is a great map showing a lot of indigenous names for places. So there's a lot to go off of here. And along with, like, this is Knoxville, this is Lexington, this is Charlottesville, like, Chetank, Washington. Ad jail. Enjoy the ad jail. I think it's over now. I have no control over the ads at this point. I could, but it's way too tedious to run them manually. So I don't love that it's, 2 minutes at the top of every hour? Yeah, it's been 5 minutes at the top of every hour. I do appreciate the patience with them. Kamagui. Oh, Kamagui is a really good one. This is something to come back to later. I'm not wild about it. This is Tiberian Sun. I just want to check what cities you have here. Boise. Really? Boise's a gold zone? That's hilarious. Or a blue zone? That's very city. LA, DC, that's fine. What is this even? Different Cascadia, we have Golden Gate. Golden Gate is a great name for the PSA. Has anybody done that? Oh, God. Why? Why? Why is this so fucked? No? No. Default. Let's try that again. Golden Gate. There we go. English. Golden Gate Bridge. Codex to do. Yeah, it's easy to forget the obvious. For sure. For sure. Sunshine, that's too vague. Independence? Oh my god, we didn't do English independence. Okay. Codex to do. This is why I have a wealth of maps with names already on them. Independence. Gotta give that a purple. It's cliche as hell, but we gotta give that a purple. Golden Gate, gotta give that a purple. Badwater, Death Valley. I do like that. Gates of the Sea. It's creative. I think that's a good regional name. Emerald, I don't know. Chaos Crags, very dramatic. Not gonna delete it. Buffalo and Bighorn. Maybe. I'm not crazy about animal names, but Wild Rose. That's so nice. That's cute. I can't use that, but that's cute. Okay, back to this. Back to committing wanton acts of intellectual property theft. Chicago? No. It's not theft, it's borrowing. Oh, wow, old DOB New Canaan corridor. Oh, yeah, back when it was real fucked up. Any names in here I want to steal? Bowen, Edmont, Claremont, El Cerrito, Cabrillo. Wow, Cabrillo, just via the way. Nah, I'm not crazy about them. Nope. United North America 2026. A massive red zone one? I don't remember. I think like some zombie apocalypse one, or some kind of like SCP-esque apocalyptic thing. I honestly don't recall. I've been collecting these for so long. Oh, dude, yeah. Okay, all right. Minimize this for now. Move this over here. Give me this over here. What about? We have Sitka spruce. Yep. Redwood. We have pinon. Just codex to do. Bam. Pinon's really good. That's another tree. Cottonwood. Another tree that I would steal for you. Pueblo, Macui, Baja. Can't steal those. Ponderosa. Has anybody nobody's done Ponderosas? Okay. Douglas fir. We talked about that earlier. Juniper. Juniper's great. Sitka spruce. Can't do anything with. Cottonwood, pecan. I wouldn't mind going pecan over here. Redbud, sure, and then I'll follow up on these. Cypress, sure. Well, I feel like ass and haven't contributed anything to Society Day in Final Fantasy, so I'm gonna go lay down and continue to do exactly that by watching YouTube instead. Have a good night. I hope that you have a restful evening and don't wake up to 40 Discord notifications. Bur Oak, Lake Superior, Quebec, Tulip Tree, Dogwood's very good. Dogwood, Live Oak, Hemlock, yeah, Hemlock's already been submitted. I think there's something to it. Quebec, Old Finland. God, that's good. I forgot about that. Okay. Not gonna touch that for now. Oh no. Well, I hope the house inspection isn't too stressful. Or at least when you're done cleaning that it feels very good. Be like, hell, fuck yeah. Look at how much I've accomplished. Riverside, for a Californian name, for sure, dude. For sure. Riverside, and then we just put in the codex to do. Riverside, Sacramento, San Jose, Fresno, Ventura. I think Ventura is probably fine. Ventura, Stockton, Modesto, Ogden, Provo, Reno, Spokane, Portland, Phoenix, no. Tucson, El Paso, Albuquerque, nah. Pensacola, Tulsa, Wichita, Chicago, New York. Generally, I'm not crazy about Lakeland, really? No way can I okay that. Oh no! Cat's on vacation. Have a good night, Raven. I don't know how much longer I can keep up this, but I think I'm gonna throw a bunch of Codex to-dos, and then we'll see if I actually get around to doing the Codex to-dos. Yeah. These are Russian names for the Americas. This is from an anime. Oh god, what anime was this? Code Geass, I think. So are any of these names useful for me? No. Not really. Okay, well, fun to think about. No. Oh, I have duplicates of this? Oh, because they're stylized slightly different. Those are watershed maps. This is Shadowrun map of North America, if I'm right. Yeah, I'm not pulling any good names from this. Simpson, Sioux, Cheyenne, yeah, pretty uncreative names. The Feral Zone of Chicago. Yep, love that. This is a map of the most populous city in a given area within 10 degrees latitude or longitude. But again, city names aren't exactly what we're going for. Ciudad Juarez is really the biggest in here. Huh, didn't realize that. Oh, I don't for the life of me know what this is. Some alt history nonsense. Mariana, sure. Lincoln, got it. Shoshone, no. Nevada, Yerba Buena, maybe. San Gabriel, I think those are, well, Yerba Buena, yes. San Gabriel, not crazy about the saint names. Yerba Buena, Codex do. Jefferson, no. Mojave, Coronado. No. He was a conquistador. Right, Coronado. Well, that's the name of California city. Crowned. It means crowned. I don't hate it. Coronado, Spanish, crowned. Not gonna copy this and put that there, and Codex do. Again, I'm kind of iffy on Coronado. I think I tap out here for sure. Again, commendable to have made it this far. I hope you have a good night. It's been great like I've never seen before. Hopefully, we won't have to do too many super long streams like this in the future. And let's add Platt over here. Brazos is also very good if we're assuming Texas is over here. Comancheria, maybe. Matagorda, Gulfland, Trinity, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Choctaw, Illinois, Minnesota, Miami, Wisconsin, Kentucky, Choctaw, Florida for a Calusa. I need to figure that out. Palmetto is great as a name. Palmetto. Watauga? I need to look that up. Kanawha. I think those are just indigenous groups, if I had to guess. But I don't know them, so I'll check it out later. Albemarle, Roanoke, already have Powhatan, got it. New Sweden, funny. Allegheny, we really don't. Okay, yeah, I thought we did. Iroquois, Hudson, Vermont, Providence, Hartford, Albany, Sagadahoc. I'm assuming these are indigenous names, but maybe. Threaten me with a good time. Still relatively new to the creative pursuits, so this is bliss for me. Have a good night. Thank you for hanging out. The company is very appreciated. This isn't useful. These aren't useful. This is a country of tyrants and traitors. This is a political map from 1860s, joking about panicking about what would happen if the Confederacy broke off. Nah. I think that's what that is. These are water zones. Great Basin. Hate that. California, Pacific Northwest, Colorado, Rio Grande. Rio Grande. Kind of hard to argue against Rio Grande, but it just means Grand River. But that's okay. Rio Grande. Throw that in there. Red Rainy, no. Ohio, no. Tennessee, no. Okay. Let's see. Where was I? Here. This is somebody's maps for prospective states. I think this is a tube map of London. Is it the most populous cities? But I don't really care about that right now. Population distribution. This is Disunited States. I don't think this had anything super creative for it. Astoria, Portland, Monterey. Nah, it doesn't. Okay. Oh god, we're only a third of the way through these. That's okay. Alaska, indigenous names. Nah. Map of emerging ecoregions. We'll get to that in a second. Rainier, already did. Shasta. I think that Mount Shasta was something we already talked about in here. Shasta? No? Okay, well, to do. Shasta. Mendocino. I think it's just a county. I'm not crazy about it. Yerba Buena. Again, showing up. Tule. Not crazy about that. LA, Orange, Temecula. I don't know. No, not Temecula. Shiprock, I really like as a name. Salt Lake. I think we've already gotten beat. Oglala, as in like the Oglala Sioux. Nation. Yes, but I don't know where to put them, so they go in here. Oglala. It's a codex to do. Notawe, Masambe, Mezami. I think these are all indigenous group. Big Thicket, Chinate, Ozark, Mammoth, Maumee. Oh, maybe that's where... No. Blue Ridge, Shenandoah, Allegheny, Pocono. Poco. No. Adirondack. Yeah, somebody got that. Cusco, Tidewater. Canaveral is a great name. Tampa. Miami, not really. King, Atlanta, Columbia, no. Scotia, Firelands. That's an interesting name. Not really, especially American, but it is interesting. This is watersheds again, from a different angle. Bomber range, World War II, U.S. emerging mega regions, but I don't think there's anything cool to go off of. Gulf, Piedmont, Northeast Florida, no. Oh, Jesus Christ, kill me now. I'm so tired. Lewis, no. Monroe, Sequoia, already have that. Dorado, no. Baja Cascadia, Deseret, Hoover. Hoover's an interesting thought, don't think so. Victoria, Bison, Colorado, Rio Grande, West Texas, East Kansas, Platte, Lakota, Rupert, Minnesota, Missouri, Edwards, Arkansas, Elizabeth, Michigan, James, Ohio, Henry, Dunbar, New Dover, no. Not crazy about it. Okay, that's fine. Rates of travel. Whomst is this? Mountain West. Oh, these are cultural regions in the United States. Not super useful. Put me to sleep. This is Shadowrun again. Nice duplicates there, King. Way to go. Union Pacific Railroad. I don't care about that for names. I don't think there's too much more I wanted to directly pull from. Socialist towns and cities, nah. Numbered treaties of Canada, nah. Most popular word in online dating profile. No, I think we're done here. Okay, thank God. Alright. Well, now we get to speed run some definitions and try to tie this up with the bow. Pecan, am I crazy about this? I don't think so. But it is pretty American. Noun, deciduous tree. Sure. English. Tree of central and southern U.S. famed for its edible nuts. Sure. Redbud. Noun, small trees that appear, the Judas tree. Alright, well, I'm not crazy about that one. That definition sucks. Cypress. Cypress trees are kind of named after Cyprus, right? Yeah, no, not especially American. Dogwoods, however. Dogwoods are very American, right? The dogwoods not American? What's your... Really? Native throughout temporal and boreal Eurasia, North America, with China, Japan, southeastern United States. Really? I stand by it. Tree variety, especially endemic to the southeast United States. And I think it's Kentucky state tree, if I'm right. It might not be. Platte just refers to a river, right? Platte's not an English word. What? Platte. Plate. Yeah, the Platte River. Nebraskier just means flat water. Okay, not much I can do with the Platte River. Fair enough, you're out. Brazos River. I should have kept Wiktionary up. That's okay. Brazos River. Arms. River of the Arms of God. Oh, huh. Interesting. but Brazos is a name, not terrible. Brazos River, etymology, River of the Arms of God. Yeah, we have a better name. No, okay. Spanish, Spanish arms, Brazos River was originally called the, quote, River of the Arms of God. So, what's it called? You know what? What's called? Rio de los Brazos de Dios. Sure. Brazos River. Put it in there. Comancheria. Is Comancheria actually the proper word for it? Yeah. In Comanche, it would just be Numunu Soko Bitu, which just means Comanche land. I can't imagine Comancheria is a word used in an empowering way today. Damn. Fuck it, dog. Just put the whole thing. Comanche land. Historic name for lands occupied by the Comanche in New Mexico, Texas, etc. Am I wild about it? No. But that's okay. New moon, new. Okay. Brazos, out of the way. Calusa. Tell me about Calusa. Calusa, Native American people. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured had happened. Palmetto. Palmetto. I think is a tree, right? Yeah. English. Fan palms, especially endemic to South Carolina and the Southeast United States. Bam. I'm assuming this is another indigenous group that I'm not aware of. Yup, a river. What's the river named after? It's a stream. Yeah. Not clear where it originates from. Well, then we're not going to use it because we don't want to mess it up. And then we go back here and Kanahua, I'm assuming another indigenous name. Hey. Iroquoian dialects meaning watery way or canoe way, implying the metaphor transport way. Consonant glottal. Huh. Ka-i-nahua. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I don't love it, but I don't hate it. Iroquoian. Waterway. Canoe way. Transport way. River in West Virginia? West Virginia. Albemarle. Fascinating word. No idea where this comes from. Isabel Island. White marl. What the fuck is marl? Earth. White earth. Huh. I'm not gonna run with that one. Though it is interesting. Well, you know... No, historically it referred to the largest of the Galapagos Islands more primarily than it does North Carolina, so, fuck it. Pocono, I have to assume, is just a mountain range. Yeah. Where the hell did this name come from? The population, municipalities, transportation, geography, climate. You're not gonna tell me. Pocono is derived from the Munsee word Pocowuckney, meaning creek between two hills. Okay, well, rip the Pocono. Munsee, creek between two hills, from which Pocono Mountains derives their name. Where are the Poconos? In Pennsylvania. I should say that. In Pennsylvania, derive their name. Tidewater. You gotta give me Tidewater. Tidewater's fine, right? Yeah. Tidewater is English and fine. English. Water affected by the flow of the tide. The seaboard. Specifically refers to Southeast United States. Well, Tidewater region is like Virginia, right? To area between North Carolina and Delaware? New Jersey? New Jersey. Yeah, Tidewater is a name I actually like. Canaveral. There's no way that Canaveral pans out. Canaveral. Yeah, from Cape Canaveral, for sure. From Spanish, Cabo Canaveral, reed bed. No. Well, it's from Spanish. Yeah, fuck it. Spanish, from Spanish, reed bed. A cape in Florida. Boom, okay. Canaveral. Are all these places. No, independence is an idea, so you go up to ideas. Oh my god, there's so much up here. This is a river. That's a river. That's a tree. This is a place. That's a place. This is a river, river, a tree. Canaveral, reed bed. I'm just gonna call that a city. I'm just gonna say that... Where the fuck is Tidewater going? Regions? Yeah, no. Regions, infrastructure, yeah. Y'all can go in here. That's fine. Con, all these can go up to... Geography? Sure, dog. Yeah, why not? I don't... Nature? I have so butchered the original intention of that category. to suit my needs. But that's okay. That's okay. Live and learn. It's a big part of the process here is doing this categorization with these two, so then I can see how foolproof and future-proof these categories are for others. USA, done. Done for real? Yeah, let's sort each of these categories by name and then fuck entirely off. Sort range, column A, yep. Sort column A. Sort column A, Sherman, Butler. Yeah, you know what? Do these two. Why not? Why not? Sort column A, people and political figures. Oh, that Kiwi was also me. Whoops. Give myself credit. Yeah, as if I don't get enough of that. Sort range, column A, sort Bunyan. Now you're showing up as a reject? Okay, that's fine. Delete row. PSA. Okay. Minimize you. Let's get back to correctly setting these up. Oh my god. Pinion. I think you are a type of tree. I'm not quite certain that's not how you spell that. Pinion. Noun. Oh, the smallest gear in a gear train. No. Specifically, pinion is like... No, okay. Don't know. Don't want to follow through on that. Cottonwood is a type of tree, for sure. Is cottonwood... Yeah, it's native to the American tropics and West Africa. I don't... Well, no, cottonwood's a pretty fucking American name. English, tree species native to the American tropics and West Africa. Works for me, Ponderosa. Ponderosas are a type of pine endemic to Western North America. Yep. English, pine tree native to Western North America. A social lime or get-together where planning issues are discussed. I'm not sure I believe that. I don't know if I buy that. Juniper to me is more of a European word than a native English word. This is from UK slang for gin. Yeah, no. Juniper, I don't think is strongly American. Riverside. Generic as hell. Oh, also a term from southern England. Yeah, alright, I'll get rid of it. I'm not too sold on it. Ventura. Oh god. Venture, Spanish. Fortune, luck, chance. Spanish. Fortune, chance, luck. Now let's capitalize that so I can say where it's a reference to in the United States. Ventura, English, a county in Southern California. Bam, yerba buena. Good yerba? I don't know what this means. Like, I know literally what it means. Okay, Spanish settlement founded in, 1776. Old. Spanish. Spanish predecessor. Oh my god. Predecessor? That can't be right. I am actually tired. I fucking spelled predecessor correct. It looks so wrong to me. To San Francisco. Founded 1776. Hell yeah, yerba buena. Rio. Can I get a literal yerba buena? What literally does this mean? A perennial herb. Oh, it's named after mint? A name for mint. That can't be right. Wait, no. Yerba buena. Why was it named yerba buena? Good herb. All right, we're just gonna good herb. I thought it meant good herb, and I'm like, that's weird. That can't be right. Fair enough. Coronado, crowned. A county in Southern California. Coronado. I'm sorry, that's a city, and it means crowned. Sure. Trying to eject a little bit of Spanish in here. Rio Grande is just big river, right? Big river. Yep. Spanish. Big river. Major river in New Mexico and Texas. Shasta. An extinct Native American language. Oh, brand of cola. Really? Oh, so Shasta refers to an indigenous group, which the county was then named after. Named after Mount Shasta. Mount Shasta, which... Oh, Waka Nuni Tuki Wuki. Utaku. Huh. Because Shasta's so vague, I don't want to touch it. Mendocino. Yeah, from Spanish, Mendocino. Yes, what does it mean? Of Mendoza. Ah. No. Thule, I got nothing on this. Thule. No way in hell. Shiprock. Shiprock from the Pete's. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that's fine. English. Ship plus rock from the Peaks, resemblance to a 19th century clipper ship. Just stealing that 100%. New Mexico. I think Shiprock is a fun name. I think Cottonwood, Ponderosa, a lot of these are fun names. Okay, we're done with this. Close this. I'm almost fucking done for tonight. Hellroar, that is probably going with Shiprock for just like fun names. Rio Grande refers to a specific thing. Yerba Buena is a specific city. Ventura County. Oh no. You're a county, you're a pine tree, you're a tree species, you're a city. Gates of the Sea. I don't think so. I think it's a good notion, but I'm not sure. Badwater is Badwater Basin. Okay, so you go with Cottonwood. Well, sure. Death Valley, you go here. Lava Dome Formation, sure. Emerald. Never got finished. That's okay. I wouldn't have been too wild about Emerald. Anyway, Bighorn Buffalo. I think there's something to Bighorn, but I don't want to touch it. Wraith Falls. I'll put it by Hellroar. Goalie, one who yawns, defended Apache territory. Oh, okay, sure. People, military figures. Oh, Geronimo. Okay, yep. No, make my man purple. There we go. Golden Gate Bridge is infrastructure, so that has to go with city. Golden Gate, Yerba Buena, Coronado are all going here. I think Yerba Buena absolutely has to go. Rio Grande, River. So I guess all of these can then go up to geography places. And then y'all can join the rejects. Oh god, okay, scroll down by the river. There we go, bam, okay, now we alphabetize this shit and we call it a day. You go stare into the void for a while, being like, was it worth it, Alex? Was it worth it? Was this worth your time? Yeah. I think that this positions us to be in an excellent place tomorrow. I think that we are off to a very good start. I am very encouraged and impressed by the enthusiasm and the creativity that I've seen demonstrated here today. Big fan. Okay. Discord. DMs. Okay. Okie doke. Okie dokie. The USA and PSA bounties have been vetted. Highlighted. Vaguely sorted. And alphabetized. Each bounty has at least 200, right? At least 200 submissions so far. We should be in a great place for the next world building stream. I'm going the fuck to sleep. Thank you for hanging out. I'm not. I'm gonna go, like, eat and listen to music that's not ambient trance. Thank you for hanging out. It's been a very productive stream. I'm very hopeful about tomorrow. I am EPAF. What outro do I want to use? I don't fucking remember, dog. I'm dead inside. Until tomorrow, this is probably it. This is it for today. Tomorrow, maybe. I assume we have a world building stream coming up soon. And I don't tend to stream on those same days because I tend to be busy either talking with Mark or drafting up changes. But maybe. We'll see how I feel. And then it's Thursday, and it's only like early Thursday afternoons, Pacific Standard Time, where I have time to stream. So maybe a little Thursday, maybe Friday will be the next time that I'm streaming anything consistently. Oh my god, the week's already halfway over. That's fucking terrifying. And so later, whenever later happens to be, I'm gonna say, take care, toodaloo, I will see you then. Bye-bye.